one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. That's right. It's Saturday, 65 degrees and sunny here in Stallentongva land. I'm Hasan Piker, and we're live and alive. It's 11:39 a.m. I'm a little late, and I apologize. But don't worry, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'm going to do. Yeah, why do you pick on the tiny nation size of New Jersey? It's messed up, I know. It's I'm jealous. I'm that's what it is. Yeah, last night after a wonderful interview that I conducted with Ilhan Omar, which has already seemingly made Republicans very upset, very mad. I went to a local community organizer thrown screening for the Voice of Hind Rajab. So we did a screening for the Voice of Hind Rajab, and I spent my night there until very, very late in the night. Did an intro, did a Q&A, took some photos with people, talked about the importance of this movie. And I was only able to get home by like 11, super late last night. Immediately passed out, immediately. No time for anything else. And instead of going and working out this morning, why are you lying about not having a type when we know your type is a person talking about high-speed trains? You're just talking about autism, dude. Okay. A late 11? Yes, bro. 11 is late. When you're my age, okay, when you're 34 years old, when you're no longer a young, spry chicken, when you're an old bull, you'll understand one day. But yeah, basically, for me, that's late. Okay, it's way past my bedtime. So I went to sleep. I couldn't work out in the morning as I normally do because it's my grandma's birthday. We had a birthday party for my grandma, but that's why I'm late, because I was hanging out with her and the fam. Isn't Will older than you? Yes. He doesn't count though, because he's not. I mean, he's not doing 8-hour days every day, 7 days a week. So I feel like it certainly takes a toll when you're doing that, you know? But in any case,
We're live. We're alive. Obviously, we're going to be monitoring the situation. There's not really too much going on in my life other than those things, because as you already know, I'm a chud-ass loser. Hello from Islamabad. What have you sent our way? Bro, the Pakistanis are going nuts on the timeline, okay? Like, I've seen so many videos of like people basically celebrating that Pakistan is at the table. Pakistan is the table, as opposed to Turkey, which is normally the table. Okay, and you know, enjoy the show. Okay, for the Pakistani chatters, just enjoy it for now. Okay, you're the table for now. Okay, you're the table for now, but just wait. Being the table is not necessarily a good thing. All of a sudden, Israel is going to start talking about how they want to invade Pakistan. Okay. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Cause honestly, as a Turkish man, I've seen it. I've seen it with my own two eyes. Okay. You become the table for a little bit, for too long. Okay. If you think you can be the table for an extended period of time without Israel starting to feel threatened, well, let me tell you, you won't be the table for long. Okay. Heed his words, chat. He's Turkish, so he knows all about the burdens of being the table. Yes. Yes. Egypt is a table, please. Egypt is not even the table leg at this point. Anyway, yeah, but we'll be talking about all of that. But it is kind of crazy to see people like actively celebrating. Like the Pakistani government straight up is like celebrating that this war took place and the ceasefire talks are happening in Islamabad. Like it's a strange phenomena that I guess like Pakistan is not like very used to. So they don't know how to like deal with the diplomatic angle. They don't know how to deal with like the conduct when you are engaging in quite the somber affair, right? Because you're not supposed to be, you know, you're not supposed to be throwing on a fucking show because you're now playing a formative role in the ceasefire negotiations process, but they're seemingly celebrating. I can't say anything about my government might abduct me, and then India will side with Israel. Oh, that's true. There's that too. The Pakistani onks on WhatsApp be saying we went from bin Laden to diplomacy, Lamau. Yeah. But yeah, we'll talk about that. Obviously, we got ceasefire talks taking place in Islamabad. U.S. ships cross Hormuz? Question mark. China sends MANPADS to Iran. Also question mark. Situation monitored. Epstein's Fury Day42. Saturday Fun Day. Get in now. Hold on. Swal. Well, Gov campaign implodes over essay allegations. What are MANPADS? It's a very reliable tool to take out pesky aerial units flying over your airspace. It's a portable air defense system. It's portable AA missiles, anti-aircraft missile systems. Been unbelievably reliable in Ukraine. And even like older versions of it have played a decent role against the USSR initially, and then maybe some of them might have even been used against America when America decided to invade Afghanistan. So it's been for when you're on your boy period, yeah, MANPADS for when you're on your boy period, when your boy pussy is menstruating. Okay, bro, my head went straight to tampons for guys. Yeah. Yeah, when you're on your period, is that what it's called? Okay. Anyway, I'm blasting off. We're live. We're alive. You already know what it is. You already know what's going on. It's also like, you know how sometimes people talk about America B? Like they'll be like, "Oh, this is what's happening in America B." And it's like you know, a guy at Chick-fil-A talking about how one must celebrate God. Like Chick-fil-A workers are just like coming up in the middle of people consuming Chick-fil-A chicken sandwiches, and the Chick-fil-A workers like, oh, have you celebrated God today? Like that's what's going on in America B. There's also, I feel like, a America C. Okay. There's the America that we live in. There's the America B where all the, you know, the chuds, the hogs, the real Americans live. And then there's an America C where, like, you know, Coachella is happening. Okay. Like, I feel like that is a totally separate universe. Oh, I misspelled taking place as talking place. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with me? Yeah, America C is Coachella. Right? That's what it is. And it's not just Coachella. It's just like a litany of different activities. It's like not just Coachella, but it's also like the Kanye West sold out arena shows, right? It's just like a totally separate universe where people have no care about what's going on. Sabrina Carpenter is getting shit on in America C. Why? What'd she do? Not my Sabrina. I'll protect her. Unless she did something heinous. So I don't know. She was mocking Arab culture? Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. People saying she was racist. I mean, she did have that very weird take about BBC, talking about, you know, not the British broadcaster, you know. She did like that double entendre about the other BBC. That was a little touch and go. But I think she's like, the way I see it, I feel like when people, the way I see it, if you're hot enough, most people will defend you, you know? I think that's kind of how it goes. You know? Like that's just what it is, right? Where she might have been hot enough. What is this? This isn't even like a she's hot thing. It genuinely isn't an issue. Sydney Sweeney actually tested that, honestly, in the marketplace. Sydney Sweeney, see, look. I defended her for being horny, and I'm not ashamed. In parentheses, I'm black. That's what I'm talking about. Like that's what I mean. Anyway, let's we'll dive right into the Sabrina Carpenter saga. It seems Sydney Sweeney proved that there's a limit. Yes, absolutely. But for normies, it doesn't even matter. BDBD wants to do a new segment for you. Oh, BDBD, where I read the Chinese netizen segment. He's reading the comments several times, so let's start a segment called Words from the Heart to Hasan. Hasan truly looks to unite Chinese and American audiences, young and old. He surfs so fast. I just saw a video praising him this morning. He's really handsome and has a great figure. Oh my, I was seeing. Gotta admit, really handsome. Our simplified Chinese internet is easily peaked at. Lol, why is everyone coming to BDBD now? I praised him several times. Why did he only notice the one time I didn't? So annoying. Oh my God. Chinese netizens sound exactly like you guys in this chat at this point. That is literally, that last comment is unironic. That's got to be an American. This is whatever bitches is the name of the account. I feel like this is a Hasanabi head straight up posting on BDBD to get my attention all the way from the other side of the firewall. You know what I mean? CPC leadership convenes criticism and self-criticism meeting. She delivers important speech. Oh yeah, we got the Taiwan peace talks over the strait that I will be getting into a little bit too, because it's like bricking the minds of a lot of American NatSec people they're very mad. Like they didn't even talk about reunification or anything. They were just like, hey, we should, move towards solidarity across the strait, all this stuff, right? Like they're very diplomatic in the communications, right? And Americans are like, no, we have to give Taiwan a nuclear weapon right now. We have to literally, actually, fuck it. We should just cut out the middleman. We should just nuke both Taiwan and mainland China because we don't like that they're having a conversation. Like, calm down, let discourse run its course, Like it's unbelievable that you got a Taiwanese lady in the KMT party saying, I'm on my own volition going to go to the mainland and have a conversation with Xi. Okay. And people hear that and go, absolutely not. The majority of the Taiwanese do not want reunification. I know. But guess what? They also don't want independence either. They want status quo. And guess what? The KMT lady didn't actually advocate for unification anyway. She went to have a conversation about normalizing relations with mainland China, which is an advancement of status quo with better relations with China. What the fuck is the problem? It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that like Americans do not want to admit that like this is not about Taiwanese sovereignty or like advancing the wishes of the Taiwanese population or anything like that. It's so strange. This is why I initially said, like America and maybe a lot of Americans as well have this like NatSec mindset where they go, both of these parties can consent to something, but if we don't consent, then we're going to do everything in our power to frustrate this process. It's very strange. In any case, we'll get to that as well. We'll talk about that. I'm sure that'll ruffle a lot of feathers. Do you think he keeps saying praise be to Allah because he thinks it'll get in favor with Iran? He said it again. I think he just reverted. I think Buddy saw what the Shahed drones were doing, and he thought to himself, maybe I'm Shia in my heart, in my soul. Maybe he said the Shahada. I think at this point he must have. He's praising Allah more than he says, like, God bless America at this point. What are you supposed to do? Just say the Shahada, Trump, if you haven't already. Revert. May Allah guide you. There's probably some people out there who think he converted. Yeah, I could see that. Trump found Obama's Quran. Yeah, Obama left the Quran behind with the hopes that he could maybe convert others to Islam as well. He's on his deathbed. He's covering his bases. I could see that. Norm Finkelstein popped the fuck off. What is this? Marco Rubio. Where is Norm? Who are these podcasts that Norm is going on? Anyway, Trump found it in the desk drawer of the hotel Bible. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. All right, let's start with Norm.
Marco Rubio.
Also, wait, hold on. Before we do that, yeah, here it is. This is the blast off meme for those of you who are not paying attention. My wife and I are Gen X and absolutely love your streams. Hell yeah. Israeli media is obsessed with CNN. Oh, yeah. The Goon Platoon. I knew I wanted to get pregnant with with the sperm of my brother-in-law, Omri, the late, and everyone, it seemed. Yeah, this is real. I mean, it's every day I tune into Israeli media to see what they're on about. Hit that translate from Hebrew button and find out new fascinating things. New fascinating things that I never thought were being discussed in broad daylight. This is one of those things. This, for the record, is an ongoing saga in Israel. For those of you who don't know, obviously this is the Goon platoon, hardest working unit in the Israeli occupying forces. You croak, we stroke. You know, the guys that go in and extract semen from fallen Israeli occupying force rear brigadier admiral generals who are like, 21 years old. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Stroke Team 6. Yep. Retrieving cum. Yeah, I saw this. This is what the article is about. Judge rules slain hostage's family may use his sperm with a surrogate. Yotam Haim, the hostage killed by the IDF in Gaza under the mistaken belief that he was Palestinian, apparently had his sperm taken from his corpse after the death, despite not being a soldier. His mom, who says she was never angry at the IDF, is now looking for a woman to have his child. A Beersheba Sheba family court judge on Friday ruled that the sperm of Yotam Haim, an Israeli hostage who was mistakenly killed by troops after escaping Hamas captivity in Gaza, may be used to conceive a child, saying it was his express wish before his death. In a statement hailing the end of 1.25 years of honorable and respectful legal and governmental proceedings, the Haim family said the state of Israel took an important step forward, calling the decision a significant point of light for bereaved families and a source of pride for us. They went on to thank the state attorney's office, as well as their own legal team and the nation of Israel for their endless support. Yotam's mother, Iris, has previously said she's seeking a surrogate mother for his child who will not only provide the egg and carry the child, but also raise them. Judge Ariel Maman noted that Iris requested his written decision be published, both due to its public importance and aid in the search for a potential mother. In an introduction to his decision, Maman quoted a variety of traditional Jewish sources, primarily around an interaction recorded in Genesis, in which the matriarch, Rachel, then childless, tells her husband, Jacob, "Give me children or else she'll die," to which Jacob responds, "Can I take the place of God?" The judge cited rabbinic criticism of the patriarch for his answer, citing a tradition that God reprimanded Jacob, demanding, "Is that the way one answers the distressed?" According to the decision, the Haim family recounted a series of explicit statements made by Yotam, expressing not only his desire to have children, but his desire that even if he were to die, his sperm be used to ensure his continuity. Iris recalled an occasion when one of Yotam's brothers said he didn't want to have children, at which point Yotam interjected, "Don't worry, I'll bring you grandchildren." His therapist testified to his desire for a stable relationship, stemming in part from a desire to be a father. Since then, according to health ministry figures from November 2025, postmortem sperm retrieval has been performed on at least 250 soldiers and security force personnel, including 193 at the request of a parent. Sperm was also retrieved from 21 civilians, again with 10 of those requests coming from parents. So what, 11 of those not coming from the parents? They just decided to do it anyway? Okay. Before October 7, posthumous sperm retrieval was permitted for the parents only with court approval. After the start of the war, the Health Ministry and the Justice Ministry approved of a temporary regulation allowing parents to authorize sperm retrieval without the need for court approval, but there is no national policy about what is done with the sperm. Yeah, that's a real thing. That's real shit. That's real shit. It's one of those things where it's like, this only becomes a problem in a country that has, demographic concerns and it operates on a ethno-religious supremacist ideological basis, obviously. And this is, a byproduct of that mentality. It might come across as like very curious to you, very strange to you, but an American equivalent to this is basically like, people talking about the Great Replacement and how, whites need to maintain a demographic majority in the country, and the government trying to figure out ways to ensure that white people repopulate and they stave off the growth of the non-white population. So if you're frustrated by the likes of Elon Musk, for example, talking about insane things, treating women like they're brood mares, talking about how women are baby incubators, denying them their bodily autonomy, well, this is a similar mindset, if not an identical mindset, right? This is the same exact mindset. It's fascist. It's a eugenicist, fascist, ethno supremacist, religious supremacist mentality. This is just the Israeli version of that very same force that I routinely oppose here. Logs, please, genuine question. Here you go. Take a week off. Haas, I'm in a beauty. You know why I did that, for the record? Because Haas, I'm in a beauty in the chat loves doing this, where they'll ask a question and they always go, hey, check logs, please, genuine question. This was their fourth strike. I waited for their fourth strike. Okay? I waited for their fourth strike to clap him for a week. Okay? Classic check logs chatter. Can't stand it. Don't test me on this, by the way. I can show you. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to show you the logs. Okay? 17-month subscriber. Look. Logs, please. Inside baseball. Logs, please. Genuine question. Logs, please. Logs, please. Inside baseball. Logs, please. Logs, please. Fourth strike. For the record, logs, please. Genuine question. Logs, please. Genuine question. Logs, please. I have an answer for why they're doing this. Had to hit him with that. Had to hit him with that suspension. You understand? Hey, Oz, genuine question. A lot of friends who are from Hong Kong don't want to become Chinese citizens. I have a question. Sorry to bother you. Logs, please. No, motherfucker. You are not sorry to bother me at all. As a matter of fact, you never feel sorry to bother me. You love hitting the logs, please. Hitting the logs, please, harder than a beaver building a dam. God damn. Is logs, please, a common thing with other streamers? I don't know much about the industry. Probably not, because most streamers don't have a active conversation with 30,000 people in real time for this reason, because they would go crazy. For me, luckily for all of you, I am crazy. No, but seriously, logs, please. Okay, you want it? You want it? Here you go. Anyway, so yeah, we talked about the goon platoon.
He goes to the toilet.
Let's see what
Mark
my goat Norm had to say.
Marco Rubio, when he goes to the toilet, he carries his GPS to find his anal cavity. What is Netanyahu? Yes, in his youth, he was probably smart. I'm not going to take that away from him. But now he's just a talented used car salesman. The salesman. He's such a pitiful, I don't pity him, but he's such a pitiful, pathetic sight. The used car salesman holding up his diagrams from a Looney Tunes cartoon gave the deed of Gaza to Donald J. Trump, a retarded ape. Jared Kushner. He looks like he's been on puberty blockers for the last 30 years. I mean, somebody ought to tell Jared it's time to get rid of the blockers and grow some facial hair. His face looks like a porcelain vase. Trump is just an ape. And then Hegseth, you don't know if he's what he calls himself, the Secretary of War, the Secretary of Peace, Secretary of Defense, the original name of the title, or Secretary of Hair Gel. I'm inclined to the third. But even a retarded ape, like the person currently occupying the Oval Office of the White House, even he recoiled And Witkoff, okay, if I'm playing golf and I have to decide whether to use a wood or an iron, Witkoff's advice would be quite useful. But otherwise, no. And he knew it. I mean, Trump is smart enough to know that he appointed idiots. Like the Europeans, they've reached the point of fed up with this guy. They're tired of defending a retarded ape.
Jesus Christ. Okay, he's on. We've broken this man. I feel like his interactions with the internet are damaging him. Okay, he hit him with the triple tap. He didn't even hit him with the double tap. He hit that 3 times. He went back to back to back. Like, I knew things were headed in a dark direction when he started talking about how gooning is a precursor to fascism. You know, when he learned about that stuff, I was like, oh no, Norm, just stay on the landline. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. And since then, it's just been downhill. Okay, but obviously he's King Dark Woke. It's fine. You know, his heart is in the right place. He's just old school. This is nowhere near as bad as some of his other moments. So whatever. This is why universities shouldn't have banned Norm ever. Maybe they'll unban him now that he's like, saying, now that he's slinging the R word, maybe they'll go, oh, you're sufficiently conservative for us now. We have decided on the aesthetic front, you speak like a right winger. You are now allowed. You are now allowed on college campuses again. Yeah. The university life was keeping him hinged. Yeah, definitely. They banned him because he made too many college chuds cry. Okay, let's do Sabrina Carpenter. Sabrina Carpenter is being criticized after mocking a fan who performed a zagruda, a mouth sound used to symbolize joy in Arab and African cultures, during a show at Coachella. The fan explained it was something from her culture, but even so, she was called weird by the artist. Let's see.
Is that what you're doing? I don't like it. That's your culture, is yodeling?
She hit that so well too. Yeah, I mean, she's white. She doesn't know any better. Sabrina, no. She's white. She doesn't know any better. It's you know.
Is this Burning Man? What's going on? This is weird. You know, the last...
To be honest, it sounds like someone making fun of Native Americans. Wait, what? No, it's not. She has to do a dabka on stage to make up for it? Yes. Damn, I thought she was leading the vanguard. She knows what that is. She's just racist. Oh, man, we're so back. We're so back, baby. We're so fucking back. That is the most like 2016 ass. No, she doesn't fucking understand anything, okay? You have no idea what she can and can't hear up there on that stage anyway. Why are you defending that? I'm not. It's just like a nothing burger, okay? That's it. Yeah, she was not being sensitive to mena culture, which is true. She wasn't. She was being insensitive. I agree. But I don't think it was like a deliberate, no, this has to turn into discourse. Yeah, no, that's what we got. 2016 woke is back. Yeah, bro, she's a white lady. She'll learn. It's just a pop star. You don't even listen to music. I'm sure there are more important issues in the world than this shit. No, this is some peak. This is some peak woke 1.0 discourse, and I love it. I love it. Let's pontificate endlessly like the world is not on the verge of ending tomorrow or the day after. I love that shit. I feel like there are blue sky liberals, for example, that will have discourse like this, They will have discourse like this is like nukes are flying around. They'll be like, I know nuclear arms are flying around right now, but I just haven't given up on the fact that Grant Plattner had that one tattoo. You know, it's just can't believe that like the Maine senator is a prominent white nationalist neo-Nazi. You could have the Trump administration straight up sending people. I mean, they're already sending people to the concentration camps. Like that already is happening, which is kind of the whole point of what I'm saying about like the unproductive discourse or whatever. But it's a situation like that where, you know, they're knocking. The Gestapo is at your doorstep and you're like, I got to fire off one more tweet about how problematic certain people are. You know, this is some pre-October 7th, pre-Russian invasion of Ukraine woke 1.0 discourse. Yeah. Chad, if you want to hear about Sabrina, go listen to Caroline later with Quan Dynasty. Yeah. This is outside of my forte. Sabrina needs to join Hezbollah. She needs to pledge her allegiance to the axis of resistance in order to make up for this severe gripe, this severe slight against the entire MENA population, this microaggression. Because it is what it is. That is what it is, right? Like to be like, oh, what the fuck is that? Like your goat is even more washed. LeBron James doubles down on Israel defense.
Rebound
No.
taken by Iguodala. Iguodala to Curry, back to Iguodala, up for the layup. Oh, blocked by James. LeBron James with the
That's crazy. Why are you disparaging his dad? Let's not talk about Hebron James. Okay, let's not talk about Likud James. Okay, it's fine. He said what he said. He said what he said. I have blocked it out of my mind. Okay, I blocked it out of my mind. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know. You got baddies turning into you? What is this?
Now let's hear it for the back of the dress.
Every single dollar that is spent on a bomb is stolen from each and every one of you.
Yeah, that's week 10 on HRT. That's how it works, man. It's crazy. Testosterone is a hell of a hormone, you know? You get the thickest beard. Wemby is the GOAT? Yes, Wemby is my GOAT. It's true. Hey, man, I just got here. Can you start the stream over? Sure, buddy. I got you. What's up, everybody? I'm laughing a lot. Fucking idiot. Hasan, please get a stylist. Your drip makes me want to cry. Okay, you can't even see what I'm wearing. Like you're offended about my drip, but you can't even fucking tell. You can only see like literally just a tiny sliver of the drip. Stand up? No, I'm not gonna stand up. You guys were making fun of me, so I'm not gonna do that. Is that chatter wrong? They're not totally wrong. They're not entirely wrong. It's fine. All right. But yeah, okay. Let's continue. So let's get started. U.S. Iran ceasefire talks. What's at stake? Good morning, America. ABC News. Let's get started there. Vice President Vance is doing talks with the Iranian leadership, and who knows where it'll go. Also, there's Viktor Orban's final day potentially in office, right? Isn't that happening today? There's elections in Hungary, right? So we'll see. I mean, Vice President J.D. Vance tried very hard to try to engineer. The elections are tomorrow. Sorry. He tried very hard to engineer the elections, right? Doing his very best. And I genuinely feel like even in a place like Hungary, that is most likely going to backfire. Like, even if this is an important test to see like how resilient the anti-America hatred is in one of the most pro-America administration in the EU, obviously. And overall a country that has like voted him back into office. So therefore, stands the reason that it's one of the more pro-America countries in the European Union. So we shall see if there's like a Mark Carney style situation here where the opposition wins just on the virtues of how much they despise the United States of America and any affiliations with the United States of America.
His day meeting with the Prime Minister of Pakistan, who has played a key role in getting the U.S. and Iran to a ceasefire and to the negotiating table. But there are now big issues to hammer out to reach a peace agreement.
This morning, Vice President J.D. Vance touching down in Pakistan for the high-stakes talks between the U.S. and Iran, aimed at reaching an agreement to end the now 6-week war. Vance greeted by Pakistani officials upon arrival, leading the U.S. delegation, which also consists of Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Before he took off for Islamabad, the vice president speaking to reporters.
If the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive.
God, he sucks so much. I can't get over it, man. He's on Ozempic too now, for sure. You can tell. He's Edinger Mentum posted like a unearthed old JD relic from 2019, and he was just as repulsive back then. Okay. But it shows you exactly what kind of fucking demon he is, exactly what kind of loser he is, like what kind of chameleon he is, basically. Let me see if I can find it real quick, because here it is. The LARP, he called it the LARP extinction event, but
they asked me.
JD Vance said Bernie Sanders was one of his favorite Dems in 2019.
So I did this event at the Yale Federalist Society recently where they asked me for my 3 favorite.
Are you with us or with Iran? Well, I'll tell you who I'm not with. The Epstein class. Are you with the Epstein class and their interests? Do you care about advancing the interests of the financial elite that are entangled in a complex espionage web that revolves around child sex trafficking? Because I'm not about that. I'm with the people. Are you a part of the team, little bro? Were you on Lolita Express? Because if the answer is no, if the answer is yes, you should go to prison. If the answer is no, then these guys are not advancing your interests at all, right? It's probably not happening. I wouldn't do that. Okay. Have you ever done a deep dive into Lula on stream? I think it would be a good example in this coming election cycle. Anyway, let's watch what JD said. Elisa Slotkin responded to you. Yo, that's yesterday's news. I know. I know she did. Yes, I covered it yesterday. Okay.
Favorite Democrats purely in terms of policy outcomes. And I said, in order, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and Tulsi Gabbard.
Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and Tulsi Gabbard. Look at his like lame ass socks too. God, he's such a fucking faillennial. I can't stand him, dude. I can't stand him. I despise him so much. Like, obviously, I hate his worldview. I hate what he represents. I hate the policies that his administration is advancing. But there's also something so personally repulsive about him. Okay? It's just, he has no redeemable qualities. No redeemable qualities whatsoever. It's unbearable. He's such a soulless husk, a perfect individual to become the loyal fedayeen of Peter Thiel and his crypto-fascist, libertarian allegiances, his libertarian allies. And he somehow banked a baddie? Yeah, because he was woke back then. That's why. Usher. He got Usher when he was woke. Remember that, okay?
Talks come 4 days into a fragile ceasefire. President Trump expressing optimism.
We'll be able to finish it off one way or the other. It's going well.
The White House says negotiators are working off a modified 10-point proposal from Iran. A key U.S. demand, Iran turning over its stockpile of enriched uranium.
No nuclear weapon, number one.
The Iranian delegation touching down in Pakistan overnight, insisting the U.S. must release its frozen assets, tens of billions of dollars tied up by international sanctions. President Trump earlier posting on social media, the Iranians don't seem to realize they have no cards other than...
It is kind of funny that he said that and then immediately released unfroze $6 billion of assets, which is almost 4 times more than what Obama did. Okay? But that's like... Again, that's just how Trump does it, baby. He's like, yep, they don't have any other cards, which is why we're giving them a massive W. Big favor to those guys. Okay? Yeah. $6 billion green cash, money in pallets. Money in pallets being shipped. Money in pallets being shipped to Iran. No cards, failed casino owner, by the way. I mean, yeah, what are we expecting from a dude who bankrupted a casino? It's not surprising at all.
A short-term extortion of the world by using international waterways, adding, the only reason they are alive today is to negotiate. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said Friday its forces have not carried out airstrikes since the ceasefire began.
And yet bombing has continued. I find that very interesting, specifically on the GCC. Okay? In the last couple of days, there were some successful strikes on refinery infrastructure in Saudi Arabia and some of the other GCC countries. Now, I found that to be very strange because, like, Iran, the IRGC will openly admit if they're doing it, right? It makes total sense for them to say, this is why we're doing it. This is why we're continuously striking. It doesn't make sense for them to keep striking amidst the ceasefire. So that was very interesting. That was very interesting. I don't know who did it. I don't know if there's, maybe another group that has the capacity to lob missiles or bombs or drones in the direction of the Gulf states to make it seem like it's Iran continuously hitting the infrastructure. I don't know. I'm not going to say which country it could be. It's most likely a tiny nation by the name of Israel. Okay? Speculation. Wee woo, speculation alert.
But Iran has failed to meet President Trump's main condition, reopening the Strait of Hormuz. On Friday, just 2 ships moving through the critical waterway. The president accusing Iran of being dishonorable, posting, "That is not the agreement we have." But Iran claiming it's the U.S. now breaking the agreement, with Israel continuing its strikes on Lebanon. The White House says Lebanon was never part of the ceasefire.
President Trump says he thinks these talks will go quickly, but he told the New York Post that the U.S. military is resetting in case no deal is reached with Iran. Rhiannon?
All right, Karen, thank you for that. And by the way, that ceasefire leading to these peace talks is a fragile one, threatened by missile strikes that are continuing all around the Middle East. ABC's Marcus Moore is in Beirut with the latest on that. Good morning, Marcus.
Rhiannon, good morning.
The IRGC claimed credit for various attacks 2 days ago. No, that's not what I'm talking about. There have been some much more minor, but still some attacks on the refineries post-ceasefire. I think it was like yesterday. The IRGC said that they were not responsible for it.
Here at one of the strike sites in Beirut, we're told that this was a multi-story apartment building that was hit on Wednesday, and you can see now it is just a pile of rubble. We're told that there were a number of deaths here, and you look at the rubble and you can see furniture in there, also see blankets, there's a mattress on the other side, and even books. And in fact, this looks like study materials for someone who's learning French. That everything that you would see.
Yeah, what are they learning? What are they reading in French? Mein Kampf. But the French version, obviously.
Inside of someone's home is left exposed here in Beirut right now. And this is just one of more than 100 sites that were hit on Wednesday, not only here in Beirut, but also across.
It's unbelievable that they're doing this. Not even for, I mean, look, Israel doesn't, blow up entire city blocks for military objectives anyway. But in this circumstance, it was just to destroy the ceasefire process. It was just to see how hard they could go, how many civilians they could kill, and test Iran's boundaries and test America's boundaries as well. They didn't like that the ceasefire was taking place. They didn't like that they had no say in the process. And they just did that. That's how little they care about the lives of 300 plus people that they killed.
Southern Lebanon.
In 10 minutes. 10 minutes is all it took. 10 minutes of bombing. 300 people dead. Disgusting.
And while the Israeli strikes have slowed, those strikes are ongoing, particularly in the south. In fact, we have seen new video of a strike just yesterday in Kfar Joz. Now, Israel says that it has been targeting Hezbollah, but residents and also emergency services here say that they have been targeting residential areas. And I can tell you that there is immense sadness and anger here. Hezbollah has fired a number of rockets into northern Israel in retaliation for these recent strikes. And all of this is now playing a critical role in the effort to secure a peace agreement in the war in Iran. U.S. and Israeli officials are trying to separate the war in Iran and what's happening here as two different issues. But the Iranians have said there can be no agreement in the war unless there's a ceasefire here in Lebanon.
Yeah. As I explained to you yesterday extensively, the Lebanese government is basically doing a Vichy France style deal with Israel. They're absolutely refusing to protect their own citizens, with the hopes that Israel will just leave them intact, with the hopes that they can potentially stave off civil war. Ironically enough, by my assessment, this collaboration with Israel, as Israel is killing hundreds of civilians, as Israel is, taking over Lebanese territory, Lebanese villages in South Lebanon, is most likely going to lead to some kind of internal strife and a civil war. But outside of that, from the Iranian perspective, their interest in maintaining a ceasefire across the board for the entire axis of resistance, not just Lebanon, because in their communiques, they say the whole of the axis of resistance, which also includes Gaza, is a part of the deal. Now, they might be saying that just so they can, they can have a better bargaining position that they can lean into if they offer some concessions. But the major point there is to undermine the relationship that Israel and America currently has, where Israel is the power player, even though America technically is the one who has complete control over Israel. They want to force America's hand into making demands that Israel has to abide by. That's the reality. And I think, and this is why I said yesterday, that is perhaps the most consequential element. Because why are you being so cynical about Iran not leaving Lebanon out to dry? No, I'm saying that is the most consequential aspect of this ceasefire negotiation. It's not the unfrozen assets, because we've stolen so much money from Iran. We have, unlimited funds to unfreeze, right? And from the Iranian side, for example, the enriched uranium is a gimme for the Americans, right? And that's part of the reason why Trump keeps angling that as their primary concern in an effort to position himself in the aftermath of the ceasefire as the real winner, because Iran already conceded to the uranium conversation. Iran conceded twice Well, 3 times, actually, if you consider the JCPOA as well. So from the Iranian perspective, the enriched uranium conversation, they could just like give it up. Who cares, right? So that's a gimme for them. And for the Americans, giving Iran money is a gimme because it's Iranian money anyway. And we're, we're technically illegally holding on to, tens of billions of dollars of frozen wealth, frozen payments that Iran was supposed to receive for their oil and gas transfers to these other countries like South Korea, Qatar, and the like. We stole that money. We froze it. That's a gimme. That's an easy concession that America can make. Right? That's why I'm saying the most consequential element of this ceasefire, the most consequential element of the ceasefire is Iran's demands for the United States of America to take any action against Israel, to forcibly restrain, to force Israel to scale back against their greater Israel project, to get America to say to Israel, you're done. Enough is enough. That will be the most consequential element in this ceasefire. I've said it already. I'll repeat it. Here's what I said. I said, look, if Iran takes the unfrozen assets without reaffirming their commitment to the acts of resistance ceasefire, they will give up on the most consequential demand, which has everything to do with forcing America's hand into restraining Israel. All the U.S. concessions pale in comparison. Okay? The IRGC doesn't want the ceasefire to continue anyway, and I think it's the work of Galibaf and Arakshi and some of the other negotiators that want to continue the ceasefire, that want to move in the direction of a complete cessation of hostilities. The IRGC, on the other hand, I think, judging by the way they've reacted, judging by the way they were operating for the last 42 days, feels as though they have not applied sufficient military deterrence. Enough economic damage has not been dealt to the United States of America, although significant economic damage has been dealt to the rest of the world. And that's precisely the reason why America wanted to put forth this ceasefire proposal and tapped Pakistan to do so. And like I've said, I do believe that China is probably playing a role here as well, urging Iran to take a deal because you know how China is. They want stability.
Way this morning to shore up the ceasefire agreement between the United States and Iran exactly 6 weeks after the war in the Middle East began. Vice President J.D. Vance is leading the U.S. delegation to the talks in Islamabad, Pakistan. He's joined by President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. MTS Tayyab is in Islamabad. MTS, good morning.
Good morning. Well, these are the highest level and, frankly, highest stakes talks between the U.S. and Iran in many years. And after 6 weeks of brutal war, which has spread across the region, killing thousands and hitting the global economy hard, the distrust between both.
Are you suggesting that the USA made the ceasefire to save the economy of other countries? I mean, oil and gas disrupts all markets. So saving the global economy is also technically to save the American economy as well. Like a little bit of instability, a little bit of volatility is an opportunity for capital owners to make money. Too much volatility, on the other hand, and all of a sudden you have an inflation crisis. People can't purchase goods anymore. People can't even produce and manufacture goods, especially if we're talking about the Asian markets where a lot of this manufacturing is taking place. If they don't have this necessary resource, oil and gas, they're not capable of manufacturing goods at the same rate. All of a sudden, you have a real problem with inflation in the Western world as well. Because oil and gas is tied to, yes, fuel, food, plastics, medicine. Everything is run on oil. Okay? So there is no, America can try to shelter the worst consequences. America can shelter its population from the worst consequences. But at the end of the day, even if there's a delayed response, it will still absolutely have a it will have consequences, negative consequences on the American economy as well, because the entire financial system is designed with this intricate web where everything is interconnected. That's precisely the reason why you might think, well, we have, American companies that are based out of Silicon Valley, for example, and their profit centers are not going to be harmed. Iran can't touch, San Francisco. But guess what? Iran can blow up data centers in the UAE. Iran can blow up a AWS facility in Saudi Arabia, which they have, right? So because of the way that capitalism operates around the globe, a lot of these capital owners are still technically unsafe as long as there is an actor in the region, as long as there's a regional actor that's willing to punish profit centers, which Iran has done. This creates additional pressure for capital owners to make boss calls to Donald Trump and to demand a cessation of hostilities. You understand? So not only is oil and gas connected to the global economy, and there is obviously inelastic demand for it, you have to get it somehow. It doesn't matter, because if you don't have it, your grid fails. And we've seen one example of that. I saw it with my own two eyes in Cuba, right? That's what happens when you are not allowed to receive any oil from neighboring countries. Your energy grid falls apart. Your food spoils when there's no electricity. There's no transport of drugs, no transport for ambulances, no transport of food. Everything collapses. It becomes like everyday existence becomes unbearable. Right? Can't deal with that.
Sides runs incredibly deep as they try to hold this fragile ceasefire together and end the conflict. Security across Islamabad is tight, as several-mile ring of armed forces made up of police checkpoints and roadblocks have been set up so no one can get anywhere near the luxury hotel where Vice President Vance and top Iranian leaders are gathering. Few here can remember a time when this nuclear-armed nation has been at the center of such intense diplomacy. The stakes for Pakistan.
That's crazy. They're just dissing Pakistan. That's crazy. Bro, this CBS Saturday morning anchors must be Turkish. the way they're dissing Pakistan. They're like, who would have ever thought this country would ever be at the center of such serious diplomatic negotiations? I mean, do they even have the capacity to handle such a serious conversation? Damn, bro, chill. They're the table now, okay? We got to live with that. As a Turk, I have, a secret. I have the secret pride that every Turk has when Turkey is heavily involved in the diplomatic process. When Turkey plays the role of the table, we say we are the table, okay? Sometimes we say we are at the table, and sometimes we say we are the table. But those days are long gone. It's not Pakistan that has become the table.
Pakistan couldn't be higher as it hosts this event, which is on a scale rarely ever seen here before, and it's taking no chances. Getting the U.S. and Iran to talk after 6 weeks of brutal war has been no easy task. Iranian cities and military infrastructure have been bombed by American and Israeli forces, and Iran has retaliated by targeting Israel and Gulf states, hosting U.S. bases across the region, as well as critical energy infrastructure. Sybil Khan is a regional security analyst. Why is Pakistan the right place to hold these talks?
Pakistan is a unique country that has really, at this moment, not always, at this moment, very good relations with all three actors. And also, Pakistan is not a complete outsider to this war.
The gulf between the U.S. and Iran remains enormous. Even Tehran's preconditions.
It is kind of funny when like a big part of the media analysis here is like, why the fuck are we doing this in Pakistan? Okay, that's kind of crazy. that like they had to go and find an analyst to answer the question that's on everyone's minds. Why Islamabad? Why Pakistan?
For the talks, a ceasefire in Lebanon, and the unfreezing of billions of dollars of Iranian assets show just how far apart Washington and Tehran are. The biggest and oldest issue, Iran's nuclear program, remains a core matter. But a new sticking point, the vital Strait of Hormuz, is now one of the key.
It's because of this?
When I will grow up, I will be army and save Pakistan and destroy India. Strong army, whoa, great.
I love that video, man. Oh, God. This is the reason. This is the reason why Pakistan is at the table. Turkey's got no children like that on camera. You know?
Issues, with President Trump warning if Iran doesn't reopen the strait, the fighting will restart.
Do you think this is the beginning of the end of this war, or the potential of it restarting again?
I think it's the beginning of the end of this phase of war. Whether it's going to translate to a long-term peace, I'm still skeptical about it.
And during the last two rounds of active negotiations between the U.S. and Iran, Iran found itself on the receiving end of American and Israeli strikes. Now, Tehran wants guarantees that won't happen again, while Washington has major demands of its own. Few believe the core issues will be resolved here, and given how fragile the situation is, most here seem happy to simply see this ceasefire survive. Kelly.
With correspondents standing by for us in Tehran and Islamabad, but let's begin in Pakistan, where those talks are taking place with our correspondent, Osama bin Javed. So, Osama, the Americans and the Iranians are in the same room. They were, I understand, supposed to be in separate rooms, passing messages.
For the record, J.D. Vance's appearance at this ceasefire negotiations also is more proof of the amount of unbelievable leverage Iran holds over the United States of America, because America has so far exclusively sent Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, right? I don't think that Iran believes that J.D. Vance is actually going to be like an anti-war voice inside of the admin. Maybe they do. I hope they don't, right? But maybe they do. Maybe they actually believe the memes, right? Because they are boomers after all. They're chud boomers. Yeah, they might be very well read, very well educated, and certainly understand negotiations, diplomacy, but they might still have some relic ideals like boomer idealism, where they read like a CNN article and they're like, oh, J.D. Vance is the lone voice. I doubt it. I think the reason why they asked J.D. Vance to be there is to basically flex the amount of control they have over the negotiation process, even without the demands that they're putting forth. Because this is not part of the 10-point process. This was just to even have a conversation. So for the very fact that they were capable of demanding and receiving J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States of America, in these negotiations, implies that America was willing to play ball. It shows the power dynamic at play. It shows how much leverage Iran truly has. Because under normal circumstances, if America was actually dominating Iran and Iran was begging for a ceasefire in the way that Trump has presented it, in the way that Pete Hegseth has presented it, when Iran says, oh, we're not coming to Islamabad unless J.D. Vance is there, they'd be like, fuck off. We're not sending the vice president. Right? It could also be missile insurance. You know, but I don't think Israel is capable of actually fighting against an enemy with a competent air force and the capacity to defend itself. So I doubt that they would try to lob missiles. At most, maybe some kind of espionage, some kind of infiltration. So I don't think that Israeli Air Force would want to go up against the Pakistani Air Force. I mean. And it's not even just memes, like straight up. They have a competent air defense system. They have a competent air force. Israel can only bomb uncontested civilian lands and murder babies and children. It's not even a joke. That's just straight up the only thing they're capable of doing. But ultimately, I think the J.D. Vance demand that America received and agreed to is a big step. It's a big step. It shows that they have Iran has tremendous leverage over this conversation.
Messages between each other. Do we know how exactly the change to face-to-face talks came about?
Wait, Pakistan also doesn't recognize Israeli passports? This passport is valid for all countries of the world except Israel? I thought it was just Malaysia. That's funny.
Well, it is a historic moment here in Islamabad where the Pakistanis are taking credit for convincing these sides to forget their differences for a moment, sit together, resolve what they agree upon, and then move forward. We've been hearing from a number of sources who've been talking about how Pakistan has been trying to convince them to at least extend the ceasefire for a longer period, for the Iranians to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, and then work on everything else that is on the table. The Iranian positions have been quite rigid. They've been talking about how there needs to be a ceasefire in Lebanon, how those assets that have been frozen by the United States need to be given back to the Iranians. And now also we're hearing now that there have been multiple rounds of negotiations, talks in a congenial atmosphere where they've also had dinner, and now there's in the process of exchanging notes. We hear from the Iranian side that their delegate level negotiations are underway, and they're going to continue to try and find avenues. One source has told us that there is a push from Pakistan to try and get at least another day, another round, another extension of these talks so they can come to some sort of a conclusive agreement. So far, that has not happened. And as you've been hearing from the Pakistani Prime Minister, this is make or break for lasting peace in the region. So Pakistani diplomats are saying they're still hopeful. They're trying to convince them to give more and to cede more ground. But it will all depend on both sides and their leaderships to figure out how they go about these talks, what will be the mechanism going forward. And now that they've started meeting face to face, can they continue doing that?
So, Osama, you reported that there may be some progress on Lebanon and Iranian assets. And as you just pointed out, the Pakistani Prime Minister had really urged both sides to be flexible here. I wonder, based on what you're hearing, are the Pakistanis actually optimistic for a breakthrough here?
Well, if that is one word in Islamabad right now from the corridors of power, whether to talk to military sources, diplomatic sources, or people in the politicians, they're all hopeful that there is something on the table. Now, they don't want to, there's almost a gag order here in Islamabad where no official will speak to you because they don't want to cast any shadow over what is coming between these two sides. So they're hopeful, they're optimistic, and they're trying to convince both sides to continue talking. And that they've said that this is a platform that is available to them, whether they continue tonight, whether they continue next week, or want to come back to Pakistan. According to the hosts, they're ready to host more talks.
All right, let's see what happens. Osama bin Javaid for us there in Islamabad. Appreciate the reporting. Let's head over to the White House now, where our correspondent Kimberly Halkett is standing by. Excuse me, let's head over just across the street in Islamabad, where our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, is standing by for us. So, Kimberly, look, negotiations are often about striking a conciliatory tone. That is maybe not the tone being sent out by the U.S. President Donald Trump on his social media site, Truth Social. What has he been saying, and do we know if it's having any...
I'm going to say exactly what I've repeated over and over again for the past 42 days. Donald Trump is the worst person to hear from to develop a decent understanding of how things are going. Okay? And oftentimes I'll say, like, listen, Barack Ravid, for example, has utility, right? If you want to understand exactly what will happen next, don't listen to Barack Ravid. But if you want to understand like what the American side or the Israeli side wants you to hear, then yes, Barack Ravid is reliable, right? Reliable in like an inverse Kramer index kind of way. With Donald Trump, there is no utility whatsoever. There is no reverse Kramer index with Donald Trump's statements because it's just inconsistent. It's just inconsistent rambling. There is nothing, you can't even use him as an indicator because in one moment he'll say he's going to nuclear first strike and do a holocaust of the Iranian population. And then a couple hours later, it's like, all right, ceasefire time, right? So he is deeply unstable and in a panic state, a chaos agent who doesn't know what his next move is. Like, he personally doesn't know what the next step is. He doesn't know what his next statement will look like. So it's just precisely the reason why the worst person, he's like a cornered animal, and therefore the absolute worst person to hear from to try and develop an understanding of what will happen next. One thing that I have seen, though, consistently is the more he talks about blowing up Iran, at least like this has been the pattern, the more he talks about blowing up Iran, the more willing he is to concede to Iranian demands. At least that's kind of what has happened so far. So if there's any sort of like, reverse indicator that you can pull from his choice words, I suspect it's, his consistent agitation on the timeline, specifically on Truth Social, talking about, blowing up Iran. That means that they are going to concede to a lot of the demands that Iran is making.
Impact on these talks.
But again, I still caution you. I still urge caution here. Don't assume any sort of consistency whatsoever.
Well, we're going to get to that in just a second because I want to show you what's behind me. If you can see off in the distance there, that building that has lights all along the top is the Serena Hotel, where these talks have been going on. And I should point out, and I have not been able to confirm this because I've been standing out here, but I am relying on Al Jazeera's live updates that the first phase of historic direct talks between the United States and Iran has now concluded. So what we know is that both sides are exchanging written text aimed at confirming they're on the same page on agreements reached in first round of direct in-person talks, obviously since 1979. And we should also point out that there are some sources who are reporting, again, I cannot personally confirm this, but I have been hearing this extensively.
Why is Lebanon not called in for Lebanon and Israel are not a part of this process. Iran has placed Lebanese independence and the ceasefire in Lebanon on the table, and America is the country responsible for what Israel should and shouldn't do, but what's the Lebanese government going to do? The Lebanese government has no power in this process at all. They have no control over their own fucking territorial boundaries. It's not a real state. It's not a real functioning state. It's a proxy.
That there is an attempt to unfreeze some of the assets belonging to the Iranians, which we know was of a great desire. So that would be the breaking news that is just coming down, that these talks have concluded for now. The big question becomes, what happens next? Is there going to be a further round of discussions? Are they going to spend the night in the Serena Hotel and get back at it at breakfast? We simply don't know, because I'm finding out in real time, just like everybody else. But what I can tell you is that there is a real desire, given the fact that the U.S. Vice President has made the trip here, a lengthy one that involves not a direct flight, but a stop in Europe for refueling, that this is something that can be moved forward in terms of trying to iron out some of the big issues. For the United States, that looks like limiting Iran's ability to have a nuclear weapon and to get the Strait of Hormuz open. Now, again, we're going to have to dig with our sources to find out what was agreed upon in the hotel behind me there. But what I can tell you is that right now the top line appears to be that the talks have concluded for the moment.
And surely in the next couple of days, there's nothing more important on the vice president's schedule than these talks. But let's see where all this goes. Kimberly, we appreciate the reporting.
And for more on this, I'm joined.
So here are some negotiation updates as of 3 p.m. Eastern time from Dropsite News. Iran State TV says a third round of talks is set for tonight in Islamabad. Major disputes centered around the Strait of Hormuz. The Financial Times reports Iran has rejected a U.S. proposal for joint administration of the strait. Iran insists on maintaining control over the Strait of Hormuz and imposing transit fees on ships, Financial Times writes, citing two informed sources. So I guess Donald Trump kind of threw that out there and was like, maybe we'll control it together. Who knows? Which, by the way, would still be a spectacular L for the United States of America. But Iran is, of course, not going to accept that, especially considering that deal would require the toll fee to be collected in dollars. And obviously, the big reason for why Iran wants to collect these tolls is they want the toll collection to be unimpeded by the SWIFT system, by the dollar system, which has routinely played a role in destroying their economy. America has dominated Iran economically because of the petrodollar. So I don't think that they will concede on that front. Even that concession, however, like even if Iran was like, sure, we'll do a toll collection system in tandem with the United States, that would be still an unbelievable loss for the United States of America. But given the leverage that they do have, I don't think they have to abide by that standard at all. A source close to Iran's team told Fars the U.S. is making excessive demands, especially on Hormuz and other issues. The source said ideas the U.S. failed to impose during weeks of war are now being pushed in the negotiations. So it kind of feels like they're going back to business as usual. This is exactly what they did with Hamas. If you recall, America would consistently tell Hamas, the Politburo, that they're willing to concede on certain demands being made, and then Israel would spoil the deal last second, or would just add like increasingly ridiculous demands, poison pill provisions to destroy any attempts at a ceasefire. Obviously, this situation is a little bit different because with Hamas, Israel was capable of dominating and conducting a genocide and dominating militarily, whereas in this circumstance, Iran has far more leverage than the United States of America does, right? Tasnim similarly reports excessive U.S. demands are obstructing progress despite the move to text exchanges. Iran says it is determined to protect its gains. The recap is direct negotiations between Iran and the United States took place at the Serena Hotel in Islamabad after both delegations met separately with the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. According to state-linked media, Iran agreed to enter the talks after the U.S. accepted the release of frozen Iranian assets, and Israel agreed to scale back strikes from Beirut to southern Lebanon. This is a unnecessary concession from the Iranian side, by the way, as I said, and this is my worry. My worry is that they can bribe Iran into taking a bad deal, right? Sharif. Okay. Because Israel is determined to ruin the ceasefire, and the primary, like I said, the primary goal here is to drive a wedge between Israel and America. Okay, can you finish the content, Nuke, instead of cover the news, please? Yeah, probably not going to happen today, chatter. But let's continue. There's 8 full hours of my coverage on that if you want to go watch it. Japanese soldiers still fighting for 34 years? Yeah, long after the war has ended. Respect. Man is committed to the continuation of drama slop amidst like world-changing negotiations taking place. I have to respect that a little bit, especially considering that we have possible real-world nukes in play. And this guy's like, well, what about this drama nuke? That's like, what, almost 2 years old at this point. I mean, it's been a year old. It's officially a year old. Anyway, according to state-linked media, Iran agreed to enter talks after the U.S. accepted the release of frozen Iranian assets, and Israel agreed to scale back strikes from Beirut to southern Lebanon, which Tehran views as a partial progress on the Lebanon ceasefire commitment. It's not. It's not at all. U.S. has not publicly confirmed the assets being unfrozen. Iran made it clear it still holds the U.S. responsible for compelling Israel to fully comply to its preconditions, state media reported. The talks have today moved through several phases, opening high-level discussions, a break for expert-level committee work, and a resumption with specialized delegations joining the main teams. Negotiations are structured across three committees: political, economic, and legal, with Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi heading the political track, Central Bank Governor Abdul Nasser Hemadi on economics, and the Deputy Foreign Minister Kazem Garibabadi on legal matters for Iran. In-person talks have concluded for now, with both sides continuing to exchange written texts, according to Fars. Tasnim reports that while talks advance the text exchange phase, excessive demands by the U.S. have slowed and obstructed progress. The Strait of Hormuz remains a central point of dispute. The same was reported by the Financial Times. Iranian officials are reportedly adamant in that their military gains be preserved and national rights safeguarded. A source close to the Iranian delegation told Fars another round of talks is likely tonight or tomorrow. So that's where we're at. Okay. How did you pronounce Garibabadi? Fast, but not Sharif? Okay. Anyway. So yeah, as you can tell, one of the hardest concessions to get across. One of the why won't you become a politician? Always advising and criticizing others. Coaches don't play a guy. The real easy answer for that. I have a lot more impact where I can highlight and push for 50 candidates rather than spend all my efforts on one candidacy, my own, in one race. With no guarantee that I win. All right, so let's continue.
In the studio by our military analyst Sean Bell and Middle East commentator Tara.
What is this? They're doing this for Spain?
So we were just hearing from Dom all that's happening in.
They're doing this in Spain. What is this? The Israeli Foreign Ministry tweets an appalling anti-Semitic hatred on display here is a direct result of the Spanish government, Pedro Sanchez's government, systemic incitement, and even now the Spanish government remains silent. The Spanish charge d'affaires was summoned for a reprimand. You know what's funny about this is like doing an effigy for Benjamin Netanyahu and blowing it up is classic. It's ironic because effigies have played a big role in Israeli politics as well. They used to do this for the opposition leaders, and even in certain instances, Benjamin Netanyahu himself. So the idea that this is like, the idea that this is a severe slight against Israel, an anti-Semitic slight against Israel, is really funny. This person says, an effigy bothers you? You've been burning real children for 3 years. No one gives a shit about your feelings. Exactly. Yeah, if you don't like my war criminal, you're anti-Semitic. You're anti-Semitically not liking, the modern version of Adolf Hitler. Sorry. How dare you? Iran and the U.S. began a new round of trilateral talks. Iranian state media reported. Fars News is saying it may be the last opportunity in this round due to U.S. demands. It's currently 1 a.m. in Pakistan. Yeah, so I keep stressing this over and over again, but the number one demand and the toughest one to achieve from the Iranian side is trying to get America to rein in Israel. Okay? Now, in a normal world, this should not be that tough of a demand at all because America is the senior partner in this coalition. Okay? For all intents and purposes, America could make one fucking phone call and stop Israel altogether. That's just the reality. That has not changed. That certainly has not changed since Joe Biden, and it didn't change under Donald Trump either. plenty of American presidents have actually done that singular phone call to reign in Israel. So, unfortunately, the dynamic has shifted a little bit. Although America still technically retains all control over whatever Israel chooses to do, America's not enforcing that, or hasn't enforced that since the Obama era. Okay? The JCPOA was the last time the United States of America did something that was in their own interest as far as pursuing diplomacy with a foreign adversary such as Iran that Israel did not like. Since then, Donald Trump became president, Joe Biden became president after, and then Donald Trump came back again. And administration after administration, the relationship has shifted in favor of Israel. Israel getting into the driver's seat and basically controlling all American MENA policy, right? Middle East and North Africa policy. And this is obviously the final stage of that relationship, where Benjamin Netanyahu is sitting in the Situation Room, and it's such a gross and such a flagrant abuse of that long-standing relationship at this point, where the power dynamic is totally shifted into the hands of Israel, that even the New York Times is reporting on it. Okay, that's very significant. New York Times is a Zionist newspaper. New York Times is a very pro-Israel newspaper, and it's the same New York Times that actually covered the internal dynamic. So that is significant. That means that even pro-Israel newspapers have realized that they have to offer this kind of coverage. They have to show the truth about like where American foreign policy is and how much undue influence, how much outsized influence Benjamin Netanyahu truly has over what we're doing.
In Islamabad, or at least, what should be happening, hopefully will happen. And in the meantime, we're getting these posts on Truth Social from Donald Trump. I mean, it was quite long, I read it out, but we are now starting the process of clearing out the Strait of Hormuz in favor of countries all over.
Isn't it just an opinion piece? No, it was Maggie Haberman. It was not an opinion piece. That was straight reporting from the New York Times. It was crazy to read. That was great investigative reporting from the New York Times, which has seemingly retained that capability of conducting investigative reporting and offering accurate reporting on America's relationship with Israel. Seemingly, they retained that. They just never used it. It's kind of like reading that article for me. It kind of felt like, when you see a cop deal with like a drunk white guy or like an ICE agent or something, and you're like, oh, so you do have the capacity to de-escalate. You just choose not to do so in most circumstances. Like, I read that piece on the New York Times. I was like, oh, so this is a real newspaper. This is why they call it the paper of record, the gray lady, because you have that capacity. You just have been, for the last almost 3 years, you have refused to utilize that capacity and have been burning your credibility in the altar of defending Israel. So, interesting stuff. It was totally leaked by Israelis for Israelis to feel some way. I don't think so, because I think that is a very dangerous gambit. The more Americans are aware, the more... The New York Times readership is the last bastion of defense of Israel, okay? It's all the highly educated NatSec liberals that work in think tanks, that have direct relationships, are big donors to campaigns, people who have a lot of belief and a lot of investments in Israel. When those guys read that reporting and they go, oh my fucking God, okay, this has gotten completely out of control. You're losing the last group of people that had any defense of Israel whatsoever in mind. And Israel has already lost the overwhelming majority of the American public. If anything, this is a terrible prospect for them, because this invites additional scrutiny from the last remaining group of people that are on board with Israel's interests. Yeah. Meanwhile, Benjamin Netanyahu's doing this as well. Very cool. Very cool. New Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says in a televised address that campaign is not over yet, adding that Iran had sought to eliminate Israel but is now struggling to survive and that we still have more to do. Cool. Great. He's every day with his fucking stupid maps and PowerPoints, dude. 40 years this guy has been doing this shit. I'm telling you, it's a double suicide pact. Obviously, Zionism being a fascist ideology is a suicidal ideology, just like Nazism was, right? But it's crazy that they're pulling us along for the journey. It's wild. What will it take? What will it take for the American government to be like, we're done. We're done here. This is unbearable. This is unbelievable. What the fuck? Yeah, meanwhile, South Korea has gotten increasingly more frustrated with the way that Israel is behaving. And the South Korean president actually, had some choice words for the Israeli occupational forces violence that they've subjected Palestinian teenagers to. And they criticized it very publicly. It was very unique. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about what that means in a little bit, but this is funny. Mark Ames reports on the United Arab Emirates not taking defeat well, retreating into wounded delusions of grandeur that could get dangerous. Here is Amjad Taha, an Emirati expert in strategic and political affairs. He says, as long as the UAE is not in Islamabad, J.D. Vance and the Islamic regime in Iran will fail in Pakistan. The UAE does not and will not accept the Islamic regime in Iran controlling access to the Strait of Hormuz, nor possessing nuclear weapons, ballistic missiles, drones, or any capabilities that threaten regional security. This regime must issue a formal apology to the UAE for its aggression, acknowledge its actions, provide full compensation for any harm caused to individuals and institutions, and guarantee non-repetition. Otherwise, what comes next will be devastating for this terrorist regime. Dude. I love this. I love this because you know what this kind of posturing reminds me of? I mean, this is coming from the most like no motion ass junior partner that has been treated like, a bullet magnet for the last 42 days. Like Israel doesn't give a fuck about the UAE. America doesn't give a fuck about the UAE. Nobody gives a fuck about the UAE, right? But it's really funny that they're like, no, you don't understand. Like, our revenge will be swift. Okay. It'll be glorious. Now, what's funny is there's a reason why they're not, at the table. Yeah. Someone said Pakistan is the table. The UAE is on the menu. Yes. And we don't give a fuck about you because you are dumb, to be honest. I don't know what this is. Is this a Dubai chatter chiming in? Anyway. So, obviously, the UAE has no motion or no say in what takes place in the negotiations, right? But what's really funny about it is it reminds me of something I've been seeing more and more often from anti-Semitic, Groyper, neo-Nazis on the timeline who have spent most of their lives talking about how, like, Jews control the media, Jews control the American government, Zog this, Zog that, Zionist-occupied government, whatever, right? And now that it's kind of like a QAnon guy that sees the Epstein stuff and has to pivot away from Epstein for some reason. Like, this is the most Israel controls American foreign policy moment that we have ever seen, at least in my lifetime. This is the most, like, convincing of this theory. And instead of recognizing that and demanding change, a lot of the anti-Semitic Groypers have decided to chirp in a way that's not dissimilar to the UAE, where they're basically saying, like, well, you can do whatever you want in the Middle East as long as you just let us keep deporting immigrants, like, please, Israel, let us keep deporting immigrants, like as though Israel has any say in the American immigration process. Like, you have, like, this is why I always say, like, if your primary purpose is like, if your primary focus is like anti-Semitism, if you don't have like any serious analysis, and it's just like gripes that you have envisioned in your mind, it is very funny where you're just making concessions to Israel and making demands of Israel somehow that you believe controls all aspects of American society. And I personally think it's very funny and not dissimilar to the way that the UAE is approaching the subject, where they have no motion, no power whatsoever, and they're just making like belligerent demands of Israel. That is not Nick Fuentes' position at all. Okay, Nick Fuentes, defender. I don't know what Nick Fuentes' official position is. I haven't heard from him in quite a while, as a matter of fact. So I don't know. But what I'm talking about is some of the groupers that I've seen, they keep saying, well, Nick Fuentes had a similar concession as well. He literally said, Israel, if you kill Hasan, if you assassinate Hasan Piker, you will be able to win over the entire Groyper neo-Nazi community. I have heard him say that. But, you know, that's it's neither here nor there. Where is it? Where is it? Let me see if I can find this Groyper that I saw chirping on the timeline. It's very funny. I'm trying to find it. Hold on. I think it was Matthew Petty that also retweeted it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. This guy. This guy. I don't even care anymore. Just shut the borders and dismantle the work visa programs. That's all we want. We'll even let you attack any country you want in the Middle East. Breaking. Representative Thomas Massey calls for an end to all U.S. foreign aid. And then this like neo-Nazi on the timeline. This neo-Nazi on the timeline is like, come on, dude. I don't even care. I don't even care if Israel controls America anymore. Just like pleading. Pleading to the Jewish hypnosis machine to no longer allow America to have unrestricted third world immigration. Like in his mind, in his headcanon, it's the Jews that are responsible for the Great Replacement. But he's like, please, please. It's funny. Yeah, good luck. Good luck to this guy in all of his future endeavors. Don't know how you exist in this like completely idiotic space. This is a serious question. I feel dumb asking, but is Jewish hypnosis a real trope? Yes, I guess. It can be. I'm using it jokingly. Space lasers is another thing that people claim. I literally know a guy like this. He's insanely racist, has 3 kids. Bro lives like a hermit in Tacoma and rants about Indian people at Safeway he works at. Nice. The Goy beam. Yeah. Shahbaz Sharif is traveling to KSA on an emergency basis. Whoa, what? Big development. If Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif is traveling to KSA on an emergency basis, that likely means the USA and Iran are agreed that Pakistan and KSA will be doing a joint patrolling of the Strait of Hormuz. My source in Washington, D.C. confirm. Yeah, patrolling the Strait of Hormuz while the IRGC still collects a toll. Like, I highly doubt that the KSA and Pakistan are going to be, or that Iran is going to relinquish control over the Strait of Hormuz to Pakistan and the Saudi Kingdom. I don't know where this is coming from. I don't agree with this assessment at all. Lol, UAE would allow all that? What? The UAE, yeah. The real senior partner in this coalition, the UAE, will have some choice words. Anyway, meanwhile, while all this is happening, of course, Trump is, Trump has been going on a tear, demanding that. Where's the latest Trump tweet? Hold on, let me find it real quick. Oh, here it is. Trump says, fake news media with Trump derangement syndrome loves claiming Iran is winning. In fact, everyone knows they are losing and losing big. Praise be to Allah, he writes from his golf club in Virginia. The fake news media has lost total credibility, not that they had any to begin with, because of their massive Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. They love saying that Iran is winning when, in fact, everyone knows that they are losing and losing big. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft apparatus is non-existent. Radar is dead. Their missile and drone factories have been largely obliterated, along with their missiles and drones themselves. And most importantly, their longtime, in air quotes, leaders are no longer with us. Praise be to Allah. What the fuck?
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
The only thing they have going is the threat that a ship may bunk into one of their sea mines, which, by the way, all 28 of their mine dropper boats are also lying at the bottom of the sea. We're now starting the process of clearing out the Strait of Hormuz as a favor to all countries all around the world, including China, Japan, South Korea, France, Germany, and many others. Incredibly, they don't have the courage or will to do this work themselves. Very interestingly, however, empty oil-carrying ships from many nations are heading to the United States of America to load up with oil. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. I'm saying the ceasefire is going nowhere. I mean, he hasn't threatened to nuclear first strike Iran in this speech, so maybe you're right. Because I feel like the more belligerent he gets, the more aggressive he gets with his speech, that's the only reverse indicator I've seen so far that, concessions are imminent. Please tell me this ain't the ultimate Israeli shit. Yeah, I covered this already earlier. Trump Sunni arc. Will Trump praise Allah again by April 15th? They're coming up with corrupt schemes you couldn't fathom in your wildest imagination. There's no way that's a real poly market bet, right? Was that a real poly market bet? That's crazy, man. So someone is just like, I mean, this could be the guy writing Trump's tweets, right? Just putting 30 grand on there to be like, all right, I'm going to fire this off, make a cool 30 grand. I don't think that's true. I don't think this is real. Are you asking chat to look at Polymarket? I don't believe it. Did Polymarket user bet Trump would praise Allah on Easter? Rumor origin? No. That's the old one, but this one might be fake too. Iran disputes U.S. claim of Hormuz transit, says warship turned back under threat. So this is one aspect of the inconsistencies. Okay, there are claims that multiple U.S. naval vessels have crossed through the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. Iran disputes this, but this is something that we can visually confirm, I suspect. So I'm not entirely certain on what took place. Okay. Not one, but two. There's also another conversation taking place about whether or not Iran, the IRGC Navy, actually put mines in certain parts of the strait. Although tankers have still passed through the Strait of Hormuz, there are claims that certain parts of the strait have been mined. Okay? What is this? Okay, why are you guys yelling at one another? So, U.S. vessels attempted a very high-risk operation to create the impression that the strait is open. To come through, take a souvenir photo, and say, hey, I crossed, said Nima Akbarkhani, speaker on the state media, disputing U.S. claims that two warships, the USS Frank E. Peterson, DDG 121, and USS Michael Murphy, DDG 112, transited the Strait of Hormuz. He said the ships used electronic warfare, hugged coastlines, and spoofed their identity as smaller local vessels, at times positioning behind other ships to mask movement. As usual, it pulled every trick in the book, he said. The vessels do not appear on Vessel Finder, Kepler, or Marine Traffic. Akbarkhani said Iranian forces tracked the vessel, locked anti-ship cruise missiles onto it, and warned it to turn back within 30 minutes or be struck. He added the IRGC naval forces saw it as the best catch we've had in a while, but were held back due to the ceasefire. His account directly contradicts U.S. Central Command, which said the two destroyers transited into the Persian Gulf and began operations to establish a safe maritime passage and ensure the strait is fully clear of sea mines. CENTCOM said the mission includes clearing mines allegedly laid by Iran's IRGC and preparing a route to encourage the free flow of commerce. Additional U.S. assets, including underwater drones, are expected to join in the coming days. USS Frank E. Peterson is part of the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, while USS Michael Murphy is independently deployed, according to USNI News. Bloomberg, on the other hand, citing a regional intelligence official, reports that two U.S. Navy Arleigh Burke-class destroyers attempted to transit the Strait of Hormuz on Saturday, but turned back after encountering threats from Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which also launched a drone towards the vessels. The incident occurred around noon Dubai time, as U.S. and Iranian delegations were in Islamabad for negotiations, the official said. The account contrasts with the U.S. Central Command, which says the destroyers successfully passed through the strait into the Persian Gulf as a part of a mission to clear alleged sea mines and establish a safe maritime corridor, a claim Iran denies. Okay? Dude, ChatGPT, this guy went into the ChatGPT machine, and the ChatGPT machine spat back something I have literally said. It's so funny. Critiquing the Democrats is fine, but saying they're no better ignores reality. The Biden-Harris record was containment, and the JCPOA, the current record, is dropping bunker busters on mainland Iran and pushing regime change. By refusing to back flawed diplomacy over a literal hot war, you aren't being anti-imperialist. You're just letting perfect be the enemy of good, while actual people pay the price. Yeah, dumbass. If you had the capacity to think on your own and listen to the things that I have said consistently on this, you would know that one of my major criticisms of Biden was not continuing the Obama legacy of the JCPOA when he had the opportunity to do so, because his brain had melted and leaked out of his fucking ears. And not only that, but also he was a major dick rider of the state of Israel. That's it. That was a criticism that I had of the Biden administration. A continuation of the Trump policy of no diplomacy with Iran, which inevitably led to exactly what we're watching currently. It is funny to talk to me about this, though, of all people, because, you know, I had the guy who wrote the JCPOA sitting right here. And not only that, but I also had a Democratic congressperson just last night on the broadcast, Ilhan Omar, and I asked her about why Biden had not continued the JCPOA, or what some of the criticisms of the JCPOA, even under the Obama administration, were, where she said the Obama admin $3.8 billion a year annual MOU that is slated to end was a concession made to the Israelis for even allowing diplomacy to take place with Iran. And that long rant for someone who's unfazed. Are you an animal? I dignified you with a response. And that's your counter? Not only did I dignify your ChatGPT assessment with a response, I gave you additional clarifications. And you just went long rant. Like you're a fucking caveman. You were like, I couldn't understand what you're saying. Jesus Christ. That's incredible. It's my job. My job is to explain stuff to people that don't understand it, you know? If you are sincerely coming in here with questions, I'll offer clarity. Perhaps it was my mistake that I accurately clocked that he was, you know, engaging in cognitive offloading and couldn't come up with his own statements, with his own criticisms, and utilized a computer. Next time, I'll be more careful. Pakistani sources tell CNN that the overall tone and the outcome of the U.S.-Iran talks in Islamabad has remained largely positive, but that a stalemate persists over control over the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. So, we don't know what the situation is. Where's Kaya? There she is. Only address the dumb but genuine questions. I mean, I tried to. Bloomberg is denying or contradicting the report that that CENTCOM put out. I still don't know. I still don't know what the reality is. Like, were American destroyers capable of maneuvering through the strait and crossing it, or not? So funny that the war made Iran realize it doesn't need nukes as long as it has control over the strait. Pretty sure Iran will want to either have nukes or control the strait going forward. Trump really fucked up there. Please don't tell me you believe CENTCOM, bro. I don't, but I have seen some naval assets. I've seen some people on the timeline post like visual imagery of naval assets crossing the strait or looks to be crossing the strait. But I haven't seen anybody actually like on OSINT identify if those were taken recently or where they were taken. I haven't seen anything. Like I haven't seen any visual confirmation. So, but we will find out soon enough. I mean, it's impossible for massive naval assets to be able to cross the strait after 42 days of not being able to transit. It would be a huge deal. So, Azure Ret, thank you for the 150 bones. Respect. Goddamn. Thank you. The Piker Broadcasting Service thanks you. PBS for tomorrow's news today. So they're using that fuel that we really don't have the ways to pull a gotcha? No, it would be significant. First of all, it wouldn't be a gotcha. It is in America's interest to position some of their naval assets inside of the strait, crossing through the Strait of Hormuz, so they can potentially use them in the deployment. Because right now they have a shit ton of destroyers that they can't just like push through into the Persian Gulf. But if they were to conduct any military operations on the Iranian coastline, if they were to conduct any military operations such as like overtaking Karg Island, obviously naval assets would play a formative role in that. Even with all of that, there's no guarantee of success, but they would certainly need it, right? They would certainly need to move some pieces. So We shall see.
World, then he lists them and then offends them because says, they were too cowardly to do it. To both of you, Sean, if you want to start, just what do you make of him interjecting the whole time with this kind of statement?
It's very odd, isn't it, when the negotiations we understand have actually started. We also understand they are face to face.
Like, here's the reality, okay? We know by now, I hope, and I'm sure Iran knows, that the only way to achieve a diplomatic success is through military power. Okay? The only reason why Iran currently is able to collect reparations for the damage America and Israel has caused is because they militarily control the Strait of Hormuz. Right? That's it. The only reason why J.D. Vance is in Islamabad right now is because America has not been able to successfully attrit Iranian strike capabilities and destroy these massive missile cities, right, that are deep underground. If America was able to achieve military success in the last 42 days, this conversation would not be taking place right now. Okay? It just would not be happening. So you have to keep that in mind. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because if Iran, now engaging in diplomatic talks, offers consistent allowances to the United States of America to make even subtle tweaks physically by moving assets into the region, moving assets through the Strait and into the Gulf, that's a major escalation on the American side that requires military deterrence to be reestablished. If they don't do that, the Americans and the Israelis, right? This is a similar situation with like Israel striking Lebanon after Iranian demands of a ceasefire that also factors in the Lebanese territories. When you allow these guys on the American side or the Israeli side to take an inch, that'll be very costly down the line. That means that they no longer respect you. That means that they no longer trust that you are capable of engaging America and Israel militarily. They are not looking at the lost assets. They don't care. Okay? Think about it like a reset. Give them an inch, you'll lose a mile. It's that simple. So if they were to let American naval carriers pass through the Strait, that's a devastating blow to the leverage that Iran has, because Americans will look at that and go, see, they're too afraid. Israelis, when they blow up Lebanon and kill 300 plus people in one day, in a matter of 10 minutes, and then Iran says, okay, going forward, if you scale back on your violence and only keep your bombing campaigns to southern Lebanon and southern Lebanese villages, then that's fine. That means we're moving in the right direction on these talks. You've already you've already given a major concession, and you've taught the Israelis a very wrong lesson. And strategic restraint under the leadership of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei only led to tremendous defeats for the axis of resistance. Okay? I'm not one of those guys who's armchair quarterbacking here who says like, Iran, keep blowing up Israel, like what the fuck? I'm simply looking at the way that the Israelis operate, the way that the Americans operate, and it's impossible for me not to recognize that if you actually make any concessions on the most consequential aspects of this ceasefire negotiation, then Israel learns the same exact lesson you've taught them before and assumes that you are too afraid, assumes that you don't have the capabilities to respond militarily, and they will only double down, triple down, and in the process, a lot more lives will be lost.
that they're not being mediated backwards and forwards. Strait of Hormuz, it was interesting. It wasn't an issue before the war, now is an issue. There's no military solution to that at all. But it's interesting that we heard that US military vessels were moving into the strait. The assumption is, you remember just at the southern edge of the strait, there was that proposed minefield, and therefore it sounded like they were going in to clear that minefield to try and help Iran open up the strait. Iran has immediately denied that they've actually done any of this, and they've threatened that if the US warships go in there with 30 minutes, they will actually start attacking them. But also Trump's tweet talked about US has got double the amount of oil that anybody in the Middle East has. By context, the Middle East has already had its fingers burned by President Trump. He didn't tell them about this war coming. They've suffered massive attacks. They've ended up going to have to spend a lot of money and time actually recovering from that. So Keir Starmer, quite the opposite, has been going to the Middle East trying to help protect the Middle East, because when the war is over, you know, relations will look a bit strained. And I do think there's a really interesting concept around this, around the role of China potentially in all of this.
Indeed, and to the effect of the impact on Gulf countries, of course, the U.S. bases there, one can argue, have really become a source of liability for the Gulf countries, of course. And, you know, indeed, then that argument can prompt us to think, are they looking for other security arrangements? And that's where the role of China would come in. And is China going to fill that gap? And when it comes to oil money, Barbara, the Gulf countries indeed relied on the petrodollar, not just now, but the investments that they've made mainly in the AI sector in the U.S. We have to remember that, and the impact that that would have moving forward, given that then they would be most likely using this petrodollar in the damage control and essentially rebuilding of what was lost.
Yeah, also because now they're not considered the safe havens that they were before for tourism and other things. Listen, if we go back to the meetings in Islamabad, there's such a massive gap between what the Iranians want and the Americans want. Where do both of you, and Tara, let me start with you now, where do you think the area for possible compromise might be?
Well, as Dom was saying, I think the issue of the nuclear program is not something that you can resolve overnight, right? First of all, we don't know how long these talks are going to go on. We don't know if it's a 2-day summit or how many days it is.
The Pakistani said like it was going to be like 2-3 days, but frankly,
exactly.
Who knows?
So this lack of clarity begs us to ask ourselves, what is it that is going to get resolved here? And I think at the end of these talks, one thing might be easy to assume is that both sides will claim some sort of win if, of course, we get there. But for the Iranians, I don't think the nuclear program would get resolved because it's a very technical topic. The United States does not have that technical support right now, whereas the Iranian delegation has brought some of the same people that were part of the 2015 deal. But a win for the Iranians is, again, survival out of all of this, a guarantee for their security, of course, and preventing a repeat of this war, all the while the sanction relief and the unfreezing of their asset. But Barbara, it is vital for us to underscore that the delegation is being led by an IRGC commander, someone that back in, again, 2015 was not in support of the JCPOA, was not in support of dealings with the West. In fact, in the Biden administration, he was against the revival of JCPOA in Iran. So this person has acted long as a spoiler. Now he's heading the talks with the blessing of the supreme leader.
Which is interesting because leading the U.S. delegation is J.D. Vance, who, you know, following all reports, was never a supporter of this war. So it's interesting the two people leading the two delegations, I guess, in trying to bridge the gap.
Yeah, but also I think from the US side, it's a lot simpler, I think. We sometimes risk overcomplicating it from a US side. I think President Trump just wants to get his hands out of the mangle quickly, focus on the midterms, get the price of oil settled down again, and just move on. And I think he's already said Iran...
Indian media is so jelly that it's happening in Pakistan. Oh, yeah.
Now, as you watch this, delegations from the United States and Iran are either airborne...
Dude, I love Indian media, though. Like, they got the coolest fits, the coolest guys, and they unironically say the coolest shit. Okay? Zero trust, zero alignment, zero adjustment, zero compromise, zero good faith, zero goodwill, and a terror sponsor as mediator.
Or have already arrived in Pakistan for ceasefire talks. And I want to be very honest with you tonight.
They hate that Pakistan is lying right now, okay? And as a Turk, I kind of understand, okay? As a Turk, I feel that jealousy. I will admit, okay? So my heart is with India on this day. I get it.
Night viewer. things have never looked more precarious. The alignment here couldn't look worse. The two sides, the US and Iran, have spent the last 48 hours going out of their way to make clear that there is no common ground. You just heard what the Iranian Assembly Speaker has actually said. He said, unless my conditions are met, I won't even be starting these talks. Violent opposition on key issues, zero clarity on the path ahead. This is not the posture of two parties, US and Iran, that are ready to try and strike a deal. And yet, they are both either in Iran. Iran's delegation has already arrived in Pakistan, and the J.D. Vance delegation will be arriving there in a few hours from now, to the same city. And that brings me to the city, the venue of these ceasefire talks, Islamabad. These talks, can you believe it, are happening in Pakistan, a state sponsor of terror that Donald Trump is using.
They got Ian Bremmer? Bro, they got Ian Bremmer on. I love that. That's awesome. India's at the table too. Yeah, it's on the side of the table. Trying to get to the table, and they're like, no. This one's even better. Legit crash out.
दोस्तों ये जो खबर आई है ये सुन लीजिए पाकिस्तान ने अमेरिका और ईरान के बीच छिड़ने वाला युद्ध रोक दिया है दुनिया को हिला देने वाला कदम
Dude, that's awesome.
पर क्या ये हमारे लिए जीत है नहीं हमें सोचना होगा हमें पूछना होगा क्यों हमें हमेशा किनारे पर खड़ा होना पड़ता है
No, this is not real. There's no way, because there's no the break, there's no glass breaking. There's no way this is real. That's AI? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Come on, man. Come on, chill. There's already plenty of real crash out moments. You don't have to fucking pull AI shit.
As a dog on a leash to serve his immediate interests, and Pakistan is simply playing along. They don't have a choice, of course, but perhaps because it is the only country on earth willing to slaver and degrade itself for a Trump endorsement. Their prime minister even copy-pasted.
Wait, you can't be saying that. You can't. Come on, man. India saying Pakistan is the only country willing to slave itself for a Trump endorsement? That's crazy. Okay. Willing to degrade itself for a Trump endorsement? Really? Pakistan is the only country willing to do that. Interesting.
An instruction from the White House and embarrass themselves. Remember that. And that alone should tell you everything about the credibility of this ceasefire.
My American white ass dad has smoked for Pakistan because he has some Indian friends. It's kind of funny. I love that. I love white people in America taking ownership over ethnic gripes of countries far, far away. Okay? That's awesome. I kind of respect that.
Process. But here's what makes it even more unstable. Pakistan's defense minister, Khwaja Asif, has just shamelessly today deleted an official tweet in which he called Israel a genocidal, cancerous state. Right at the moment that Trump is almost certainly trying to pacify Israel and get it to stop bombing Lebanon or to grit and bear whatever ceasefire framework emerges from these talks. That deleted tweet by Khwaja Asif, the defense minister of Pakistan, is not a small thing. It is a window into exactly how fragile this entire arrangement actually is. The host, Pakistan, cannot hold a consistent position. The two parties won't look at each other.
Okay, but Pakistan is far more cooked than even India. Like, the entire leadership is just U.S. Pope is the most popular leader in Pakistani history, rotting in prison. At least India has a homegrown fascist leader. True. But again, it's just funny to watch like Indian broadcasters get mad that Pakistan, through all of the fucking wheeling and dealing, turning them into a servile vassal state that is perfect for whatever American ambitions are, for them to criticize because they weren't diplomatic enough with all of the other regional partners, in spite of the reality that they are obviously on the same, same spectrum. Justin, Uganda's military chief demands $1 billion from Turkey and the most beautiful woman in that country for a wife, threatens to close embassy if demands not met. Oh, come on, man. What? The fuck is going on? Is this for real? This seems like a racist tweet. It's just, what are we doing, man? Why are you sending me fucking polymarket tweets? Have you ever heard anyone say we will destroy American civilization? No, because there is no American civilization.
What is America? Does it have a civilization? No. Does it have a history? No. What is America's greatest contribution to the world? Tesla, McDonald's, and the atom bomb. Ladies and gentlemen, who are the greatest performing artists of the United States of America? Bruce Springsteen. Ladies and gentlemen, a country with a history of just 250 years. A country built on the back of slave labor, slavery. The only history of America, if you go back to the greatest past, which is just 250 years back, which is modern history for real civilizations, is slave history. Ladies and gentlemen, on the other hand, Persian civilization.
Bro, this is India's Goebbels? Wait, really? This is India's most right-wing nut job, by the way? Dude. God, I'm fascinated. It's fucking fascinating. You know? Indian diplomacy is not as black and white as you often contend. No, I know. India is one of the most fascinating countries because they are the ultimate play both sides, always come out on top country. Turkey does a good deal of that as well. A lot of these countries have realized that they have to maintain decent relations with every party involved. This is Modi's ass kisser, like Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend? Hell yeah.
Predates Alexander. It is parallel to the Greco-Roman civilization. Persepolis ruins speak about the grandeur of the Persians. Trump is simply a jealous old man. He is jealous of the fact that Persian civilization was thriving when there was never an America, when all the continent of America was a vast swamp, a jungle, and the European man had still not come out of a cave, ladies and gentlemen.
Lamau, you haven't always contended that some people are delusional. Yeah, I've like, even look at Russia, right? Like, I've talked about this a lot. America's Hasan Piker problem.
It's Saturday,
Leisha
April
Miller did a video about me. What the hell? Oh, hell yeah. That's sick. In a historical sense, would it make sense to interpret American empire as just a reskin continuation of British Empire, like a sort of amalgamation of European imperialism? Europe can't wash its hands of America's sins. Yeah, 1 minute ago. Damn, what a pull. All right, we'll watch it in a little bit, okay? Let's let it fester a little bit. Does her ass think she's winning this PR battle? Wait, what? Whose ass? No, I don't think Leisha Miller is going to be attacking me. What are you, crazy?
11th.
I think she'll have a very good... she'll have a very solid assessment on this. Yeah, she's not as libbed up as people think she is. If that guy's super far right, why does he dislike Trump? I'm confused. There could be a million different reasons for why that guy, the Indian Tucker Carlson, well, not even Tucker Carlson now. I don't know what a better analog is here. Didn't they try to ban you for saying exactly this? What is this? I don't know. I don't know what Tim said. She said you're built like an inverse bobblehead and wants you to choke. Okay, calm down. That's not true. FD commenters aren't very happy. What is this? European airports face jet fuel shortages within 3 weeks. 2 hours ago, edited. All this so Israel can pursue their forever war. EU should impose a toll on any flights and cargoes to and from Israel. Enough is enough. Ban them. Treat them like they treat Lebanese and Palestinians. Boycott, divest, sanction. This will quickly resolve the Middle East problems. Ayatollah winky face. Bro, when you got Financial Times chatters, Financial Times commenters that have paid for a subscription to the Financial Times saying boycott, divest, sanction, things have escalated. Okay? Anyway. Did you know you had your own controversy in India 2 weeks ago? A famous Indian actress, Anit Padda, was forced to unfollow you. No, I did not know that. That's crazy. Anit Padda faces backlash for following Hasan Piker after his terrorist state remark on India. Anit Padda has been making headlines recently. The actress facing controversy after she was found following political commentator Hasan Piker, who allegedly called India a terrorist state after Operation Sindoor. I think I said a rogue state. Bollywood actress Anit Padda has been quite active on social media lately. The controversy started when some users noticed that she was following political commentator Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker is alleged to have called India a terrorist state during Operation Sindoor. As soon as the matter came to light, people on social media started criticizing Anit. However, after controversy escalated, Anit unfollowed Hasan. But by then, the issue had become quite viral, and people were constantly reacting to it. What the hell? I got beefs that I didn't even know about that have already concluded. That's crazy. Why are you doing this, man? Wait, what? I didn't even know that I was a known entity in India. Your fans are fighting your battles abroad. Chud ass streamer moment. Bollywood goss on the broadcast is wild. I mean, I'll take it. PBS for yesterday's beefs today. Yeah. What did Reet Padda say about Priyanka Chopra? Apart from this, Reet Padda also gave her opinion on international issues. She asked actress Priyanka Chopra why she did not speak openly on the issue. Oh, she's based. I mean, it makes sense. She was following me. Well, that sucks that they bullied her. I'm sorry. Follow her, bro. Oh, that was her sister. We're 1.2 billion people, man. Not all of us are Hindutva freaks, and I defend you all the time as a leftist Indian. No, I know that. What are you talking about? I am very aware of that. What is this? This is the clip that made the rounds. Anit Padda used to follow Hasan Piker, who called India a terrorist state during Operation Sindoor. After social media outrage, she unfollowed him, but it still raises questions about her ideology. Oh my God, they're fucking crazy. Wait, it wasn't even her, it was her sister? Oh no, it says it was her. She was following me. Dude, it sucks that so many of these countries, whether it be Israel, whether it be India, whether it be my country, the United States of America, my other country, Turkey, is just like utterly dominated by an unbelievable force of reactionary unks that are just bullying people into submission all the time. It's so crazy. I feel for the people that are fighting the good fight, no matter where they are, whether it be India, whether it be Israel, the 12 Hasanabi heads that are anti-Zionists in Israel, or you know, those in Turkey too. Sadece moruklar değil ki gençler daha fena. Doğru. Turkish youth as well. Anyway. I like you, but I'm a robot built by the woke left gay agenda. True. A buddy of mine has a politics channel in their Discord server. Your name has been mentioned in it 300 times. 200 of them is one guy who hates you. Yeah. That tracks. In my experience, it's usually when someone hates me, it's not like a normal amount. There's no like, oh, I just kind of dislike this guy for his takes. Maybe some of his takes are good. They become unbelievably obsessive, and I don't know what it is. I don't understand it. I don't know why it takes shape that way, where people go from changing their entire worldview. Like, people go from like, oh, I disagree with him on this one thing, to every single thing that he has ever said and done is wrong and horrible, and I will make it my life's mission to attack him, to attack anyone who aligns with him. I will choose to destroy his life. It's very strange. Amy Goodman's peace sign. Thank you for the 50 gifted. Nah, you just have selection bias because you're the one on the receiving end. A lot of people are just casually like, just fuck that guy and don't think too hard about it. No. Dude. This isn't my assessment. This is the assessment of friends that I have that are only like tangentially related to me, who have been on the receiving end of just a fraction. You're wrong, chatter. I wish that was the case. I wish that was the fucking case. It's like, that's not, my point is, I'm sure there's plenty of people who are just like normally being like, oh, I don't really fucking understand what this guy's about. I don't really like him, whatever, right? I'm sure there's plenty of people like that, but there is the average liberal account that hates you tweets about you like 500 times a day. Yeah, this is what I mean. If you see a centrist liberal account tweeting about Hasan, check their profile and see how many times they've mentioned him these past 2 weeks. This is not normal. Like, you can admit that this is not normal, right? Like, this is hyper obsessive. Like, this goes from like, I dislike this take that he had, which is a normal and healthy attitude to have, to I want to kill him. Like, I'm manic and I want to destroy this person. Like, I want to destroy him with all my might. I will do everything in my power to obsessively tweet and attack this person every single day of the fucking week. It's very weird.
For many hours, as you probably have noticed. We'll see what happens. Look, regardless, we win. Regardless what happens, we win. We've totally defeated that country. And so let's see what happens. Maybe they make a deal, maybe they don't. Doesn't matter. From the standpoint of America, we win. One other thing that's happening is that boats are sailing up and heading out to our country. Big, beautiful tankers, and we're loading them up with oil and gas and everything else, and it's a pretty beautiful thing to see. What about the Iran's assets in other countries? We're going to see what happens. We're in very deep negotiations with Iran. We win regardless. We've defeated them militarily. They've dropped a couple of water mines. You call them water mines in the boat. We've defeated all of their water boats, too. Their Navy has gone 158 ships. They have 28 water droppers, mine droppers, they call them. All of them are sunk. They probably have a couple of mines in the water. We have mine sweepers out there. We're sweeping the strait. In addition to that, we're negotiating. Whether we make a deal or not makes no difference to me. And the reason is because we've won. whether you listen to the fake news or not. You know, it's amazing. Their credibility is down to 13%. The media credibility down to 13%.
Just like the Iranian Navy has been deteriorated, the American news, fake news media's credibility has been deteriorated down to 13%. Perhaps from the standpoint of credibility, American media is worse off than the Iranian Navy.
Think of it. We defeated their Navy. We defeated their Air Force. We defeated their anti-aircraft. We defeated their radar. We defeated their leaders. Their leaders are all dead. And now all we do is we'll open up the strait even though we don't use it, because we have a lot of other countries in the world that do use it that are either afraid or weak or cheap. I don't know what it is, but we were not helped by NATO, that I can tell you. How do you know that? Why do you say that? Why do you say that? You don't know anything. Who are you with? Who are you with?
NBC News, Julie Sirkin.
ABC?
NBC.
Well, that's fake news.
Mr. President.
Let me just tell you, we win, no matter what. We've defeated their military. They have no Navy. 158 ships are underwater, undersea. All of their minesweepers and all of their, they call them mine droppers. Can you imagine? A country has 28 mine droppers. You think that's nice? With all of that being said, they're all defeated, by the way. They're all at the bottom of the sea. Now, with all of that, they have no Navy. They have no radar. They have no Air Force. Their leaders are all dead. Khomeini is gone. For many years, he ruled. He's gone. With all of that, let's see what happens. But from my standpoint, I don't care. Thank you.
China is preparing to ship weapons to Iran.
Well, if China does that, China's going to have big problems, okay?
Mr. President,
Oh, he's mad. He is not having a good time, man. Holy shit, Hasan, Trump is extra brown on his forehead. He's been praying double, bro. He's a devout Sunni now. He's got the prayer mark that only the most devout Muslims have. The China thing is obviously the Bloomberg report that came out that states that U.S. intelligence indicates that China is preparing to provide Iran with air defense systems in a matter of weeks. CNN reported Beijing is expected to ship shoulder-fired surface-to-air missiles known as MANPADS, man-portable air defense systems, something that, if you recall, I brought up when the extraction operations were happening, the combat search and rescue operations were happening, where I noticed a lack of MANPADS for the Iranian ground, the Iranian troops on the ground. It's a really important part of anti-air defense systems. I was actually surprised. Now, here's the thing. Are they talking about rocket launchers? I mean, they're not like rocket propelled grenades. They are like they have lock-on capabilities. They're much more advanced than like an RPG. They're anti-air missiles that you can launch from a solitary unit on the ground. So think javelins and COD for the chatters. Yeah. I don't think they are capable of hitting jets, obviously, but they will do a lot of damage. I mean, they'll easily destroy helicopters. But if they're low flying enough, they could even do damage to the jets too. Javelins are for ground-based targets, but it just locks on. It's basically a fucking portable anti-air defense system that locks on to aircrafts that are either flying low, like low-flying fighter jets, if they're flying low enough, low-flying aircraft that that can destroy cargo planes and absolutely helicopters too. Can be used for sea defense. Ukraine has used it this way. Yeah. Stinger missiles are the American MANPAD. Afghans used MANPAD against the Soviets. Even back then, it was insane. Yep. Saeed Hassanminejad from Foundation for Defending Democracy, which is Benjamin Netanyahu's own personal Israeli think tank, Israel's very own cutout in D.C., says China is watching closely and might have already made its decision to move on Taiwan. If we cannot finish the job against the Islamic Republic, a third-rate aspirant power lacking a credible Navy, Air Force, or integrated air defense, because we are unwilling to tolerate marginal and temporary increases in gas prices, then there's little reason to believe we could mount a sustained defense on Taiwan. If this trajectory persists, Taiwan is effectively lost already. Now, he's not wrong, except he's saying that because he wants to agitate. Okay? He's saying that because he wants to get Trump to go back into the battle because that's what Israel wants. Anything that these guys say, understand, is basically what Benjamin Netanyahu wants to communicate to the American public. That's what FDD is, right? He's technically not wrong, though. Okay? I mean, he's wrong on this. Like, China is watching closely and might have already made his decision to fucking move on Taiwan. That part is just made up. But this part is correct. The meat and potatoes of the statement is absolutely correct. The problem, however, is because that assessment is correct, Trump shouldn't further instigate and get drawn back into a much larger, much longer conflict that will be much worse for the global energy markets. This is the most absurd fanfic nonsense. If China was going to invade Taiwan, the West have given them a dozen outrageously good opportunities to do it. It's clear China wants diplomatic reintegration, not militaristic. Yes, that's my assessment of the situation as well. Many people get mad at me for saying this, but judging by the numerous opportunities that China has had to engage Taiwan militarily, and from what I have said, what I've seen, what I've read from Chinese analysts, it doesn't seem to be the case that they're not even remotely invested in like turning Taiwan into Ukraine, right? That's like the worst possible outcome because the attitude from the Chinese state, the attitude from the PRC is that they're also Chinese. They're also Chinese. We don't want to kill them. We just want peaceful reunification. And the reality of the matter is peaceful reunification every single day it becomes a much stronger outcome because of America's instability and America's inability to defend its allies, defend its strategic interests as well as their allies, right? So why the fuck would they do that? Like, yes, I will be talking about the KMT leader meeting that took place as well, but in any case, Saeed says this, Murtaza Hussein's assessment is the war that FDD steered the U.S. into with Iran has now drained for years the critical munitions that the U.S. had been relying on for conventional deterrence in Asia, while also demonstrating an inability to defend regional bases against the strike munitions of a power far weaker than China. If your goal was avoiding war in Asia, the silver lining of this may now be that regional powers in Taiwan decide resisting China is futile and the U.S. is incapable of defending them and just make arrangements accordingly. The leadership of the Taiwanese KMT party is in Beijing today. Another lesson for NATO countries here as well, for the record, that in many respects, you should be very grateful to Ukraine holding back on further Russian incursions, successfully defending Ukrainian territory, at least the parts of the Ukrainian territory that they've been able to defend. Because I don't think, and I said this way back in the day as well, and a lot of people got frustrated with me, that the only reason why America would choose to defend any NATO nation with Article 5 or whatever is to flex its military might. America would not defend any Eastern Bloc countries, Eastern European countries in the NATO alliance on the virtues of preserving their sovereignty, on the virtues of like defending their lives. That's just not a thing. That's not in the calculation at all. There are certain countries that I assume, or I used to assume America would choose to defend if it got to like, you know, Germany, right? But even then, I'm not so sure, right? But I do know that ultimately NATO defense from the American calculation is simply for American force projection capabilities. It's not about actually saving the lives of these people that live in these countries. Now, of course, you don't really have to worry about that because Russia has demonstrated that although they might have an ambition for further incursion into Ukrainian territory, they are incapable of achieving those goals, right? Just as Ukraine is incapable of pushing back the Russian forces beyond the territory that Russia has already militarily annexed. Russia does not have currently the capacity to push further beyond the lines that they've taken over, and Ukraine unfortunately has no capacity as far as what the battle lines show to push Russia out of Ukrainian sovereign territory. Yeah, I mean, this is Mark Rutte openly admitting this reality, something that obviously I've said for many, many years. Here he is saying the quiet part out loud. Here, you hear it directly from Mr. Daddy.
NATO is there to protect us collectively against any adversary, be it Russia or whoever, or terrorism. But also it is a platform for the United States to project power on the world stage. Because this whole operation now, this whole campaign in Iran needs these basing requests to be positively engaged with by NATO allies, as they are doing, making use of key assets here in Europe. So the fact that we stick together, the United States and Europe and Canada, is crucial also for the success of this American-Israeli campaign. NATO is there to...
Is this person AI? No, unfortunately, he's not. Very real guy. And also, I assume he was chosen for this position because his mouth is real wet. You know, he's got a real wet mouth, and Trump likes how wet his mouth is. Because his purpose, his singular purpose, the reason why he was put on God's green earth is literally to fly to the United States of America, get on his hands and knees, and suck off the American president, okay? I mean, he literally has texted Donald Trump calling him daddy. And that was like right out the gate, okay? My mother watches you. Okay, well, you know, I'm not going to shelter her from the truth. This is what Mark Rutte's job is. It's disgusting. Military intelligence in Denmark have already warned our government that we should not consider the Americans to come and save us in a potential war, and that it would also no longer be unthinkable that we would go to war against America in some way in the future. NATO is so cooked. Yeah. He is a spineless, demonic entity, and perhaps one of the most servile figures I have ever encountered. Okay? He is the living, breathing personification of the vassal state of the European continent. Okay? Because at least in Trump 1, Europeans, just like the Democratic Party, saw Trump as an aberration, right? They were like, oh, this is a one-off. We're going to get back to business as usual. Trump 2, very different circumstances. They realize now, just as the Democrats do, just as the European allies do, that this is just what America is. And this is what America will continue being. So they totally changed their restrained approach and just gave in. Rutte is the most honest manifestation of that servile status. Yes, he's worse than Starmer. He's one of the only people in the European continent worse than Kid Starver. He's currently in the United States. He's currently in the United States getting his ass beat by Donald Trump, like in a weird, twisted BDSM situation. He literally goes into meetings in the White House. Donald Trump berates him. He sucks him off. Donald Trump berates him further. Then after the meeting is over, Donald Trump tweets out that, you know, NATO is the worst piece of shit on the planet, whatever. Right? I mean, he's the biggest cuck.
President Trump threatened to
Yeah, Mark Rutte is the cuck that all other cucks think about when they hear the word cuck.
kill collectively. When President Trump threatened to kill the entire Iranian civilization, did that bother you at all as a diplomat?
13 years of his leadership, Dutch are doomed. I feel so bad. Yeah, he also destroyed Netherlands in the last 15 years. Yeah, he's Mr. Austerity. Just an unbelievable demon, dude. The manifestation of liberalism on the European continent in one singular force, all the way down to how servile he is. It's everything that I am frustrated about with the current state of affairs in what is supposed to be the shining beacon of social democracy, right? Like, regardless of my worldview, regardless of my ideological tendencies, like it's still supposed to be like a positive, a positive example of like what America could look like potentially if we were to restructure our economy in some ways. And this is the demonstrable failure of liberalism, and what he was, I mean, what he is saying and doing is perhaps indicative of the current state of affairs in Europe, better than anybody else.
What I always say when it comes to what leaders are saying, I'm not commenting on everything. What I want you to know is that I support the president, and I know large parts of Europe do when it comes to taking.
Bro, you can shit on us Europeans all you want, but we are still living better lives than 90% of you. I don't know why Europeans get offended on this. Dude, we're in the same situation. Like we are dealing with the same exact forces, okay? I'm not shitting on you directly. I'm shitting on your leadership, and it's not different than it's no different than me shitting on my leadership. You sit there and you listen to what I have to say when I'm dunking on the Democrats, dunking on the Republicans, and you're like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, very good. Jawohl. And then the moment that I fucking turn the crosshairs on to your leadership, you're like, wait a minute. And I've done this for years, right? Like you're a 50-month subscriber. You've heard me, you've heard me complain or warn the Euroids in the chat over and over again for years, almost a decade now. I've said, look, what you are laughing at with us right now is your future. It is going to happen to you as well. That future is here. It's now, right? That future is already happening. It's happening in an accelerated pace, far beyond my comprehension. I never thought that I would see European fascism manifest in this like very obviously pro-America manner, because Europe is where fascism was invented. That's why it's so crazy to me. I look at like European fascists nowadays, the guys that you guys have to deal with on a daily basis, unfortunately, many of which are in the Asmongold chat. Usually some of them are probably in here right now because Asmon's not streaming because he got banned. Like, those guys are all MAGA. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, do you have no decency? No honor whatsoever? Where you're not even invested in your own national sovereignty as a fucking European fascist. And your demonstration of European fascism is quite literally just MAGA revolving around one guy. It's not really pro-America anymore. You got fascist Italy shitting on US as well. I mean, that's closer to post-World War II historic fascism. That is something I also called out ahead of time as well. Meloni was always going to be pro-NATO. She was always going to basically become like a center-right figure because that's what European fascists post-World War II did, right? That's why they were placed in positions of power, specifically in Italy, Operation Gladio. What's actually been really interesting about Meloni is that she's also now critical of America more so than what I expected. Now, obviously, it's all aesthetic posturing, but that part has been surprising. I thought she'd be like a Orban-style figure by now. Just unlimited dick eating of America, but she has actually turned into like a Macron almost. Very weird. Maybe it's because of domestic considerations. You confuse European fascism with American MAGA movement. The fascists here actually have nationalism and history they care about. I don't know, man. I think the international fascist coalition just has become America first, weirdly enough. Like the biggest, like most viable fascist movements, and it's like political expressions have been parties that are running with the America First narratives. Pete is upset with the ceasefire.
Winning. Decisively, devastatingly,
According to President Trump, War Secretary Pete Hegseth is disappointed about a 2-week ceasefire with Iran. He has been among the most aggressively pro-war officials to lead the Pentagon. Watch.
Decisively, with brutal efficiency, methodically, ruthlessly, and overwhelmingly. Overwhelmingly. We're doing it overwhelmingly, and we're doing it decisively, unrelentingly, unapologetically, utterly dominant. Total dominance, total air dominance, nothing short of devastating, decimating, devastating, decisive, ruthless. Our capabilities are overwhelming violence of action against those who deserve no mercy, without mercy. We're crushing the enemy in an overwhelming display, overwhelming force, overwhelming firepower, overwhelming and unrelenting, overwhelming and unrelenting, overwhelming, unrelenting. We will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated, crippled, flattened, toast, degraded, and annihilated. Obliterated, defeated, functionally defeated, destroyed. Overwhelmingly.
Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely. Totally. That's real. Anyway, new negotiations updates from Dropside News. Iran-U.S. talks in Islamabad have now continued for more than 8 hours, according to Iranian media. What the fuck is the time now? It's like 2 a.m., no? A new round of trilateral negotiations between Iran, the United States, and Pakistan began around 4 p.m. Eastern, with Pakistani officials mediating in the room. Abbas Araghchi, Mohammad Baghar Ghalibaf, and Ali Bagheri Khani are representing Iran. J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner are representing the U.S. Fars reports that due to what Iranian officials describe as excessive demands from the U.S., this round likely represents the final opportunity for both sides to reach a common framework. Talks are ongoing. This is a consequence of intense globalism. Fascism is not based off of logic or self-survival. It's a suicidal ideology. It's all vibes-based, and the USA dominates and controls Western internet both through population and literal control. There is some truth to that. Iran's Ghalibaf met face-to-face and shook hands with Vice President J.D. Vance, a rare moment given decades of hostility, source New York Times. Mark Carney says, the days of our military sending 70 cents of every dollar to the United States are over. Thunderous applause. I mean, Carney is like one of the best examples of all talk, no work to show for it, if I'm being real. Like, there have been some opportunities for Mark Carney to actually make a convincing case that he truly is moving in a different trajectory. One of which was obviously going to China. He did that already, and that's fine. That's a significant move, right? And having a bilateral economic relationship with China, that's significant. But what he could have done in the last couple of months was absolutely continue sending oil to Cuba, and especially after the Supreme Court struck down Trump's tariffs, which took away Trump's capabilities of implementing ridiculous tariffs willy-nilly out of nowhere. He could have done so. He didn't. They sent a lot of humanitarian aid, and that's fine. That's great. But there have been opportunities, like one of the biggest gimmies that every middle power has right now to show that they are real, to show that they are actually invested in their own sovereignty and invested in building new coalitions against the rot that America presents around the globe, is criticizing Israel. Technically, it's not even criticizing America, although we all understand that criticizing Israel would be criticizing America. But like, it's one of those things that you could do. Pedro Sanchez is doing it right now. Okay, he's absolutely leading the way, charting a new path in developing diplomatic relations with Iran directly. Like, even if it's aesthetic, even if it is just for aesthetics, okay, which I think it is. Pedro Sanchez, I think, is trying to do in some ways what we're kind of seeing build in the United States of America as well, like to address the growing wave of leftist resentment. He is trying to lean into that side a little bit to maintain power in the hands of the center-left parties, in the hands of like social democratic parties, right? But even statements like that matter, because statements like that are consequential. Now, obviously, if you lead if you follow through on those statements with like actual economic punishments to the state of Israel, you can carve out a different path for yourself, right? Brother, he is literally in China right now. This is not aesthetics. No, going to China is I already admitted that. That's a big commitment. But that's not necessarily saying like we oppose American imperialism, we oppose American empire, we oppose the actions, the belligerent actions that America is taking that is ruining the planet. You know? Not that it matters, because with Mark Carney, for a lot of the Canadian liberals, from what I've seen, they actually really appreciate all the anti-American posturing, and seemingly Canadians so far are not demanding material changes, right? Like, because his approvals are pretty high, right? From what I understand, his popularity is very high. So like, even saying those words, saying we're going to chart a different trajectory for ourselves, we're going to develop sovereignty away from the United States of America, is enough for, here we go, coping about Canada. Wait, what? I'm asking a question to the Canadians in the chat. What I have seen about his approval ratings is that Canadians, by and large, actually really appreciate the things that he's said thus far. Like, his Davos speech was huge, right? You know, New World Order, liberalism is failing, all this stuff. But his approval ratings wouldn't be super high right now if people realized that it wasn't just words, if there was actually some changes that were being implemented as well. I think that the deal that he cut with China was massive, and that was enough for a lot of the Canadian liberals. Like, a lot of the Canadian population saw that and were like, okay, good. Like, I'm happy. I'm confident. It's up, Hasanabi. Even the Conservative Party members are jumping ship for the libs right now. Yeah.
The days of our military sending 70 cents of every dollars to the United States are over.
Like, is it actually over though? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's saying the right words, right? And there's an incredibly positive response to this, understandably. I mean, the very fact that he won after the party changed leadership against PP on the conservative side was directly a reaction by the Canadians who saw what conservatives represented. They hitched their horse to the wrong wagon, being a fucking servile territory to the United States of America after Donald Trump threatened to militarily annex Canada. Whether it was a joke or not, it doesn't fucking matter, right? That delivered a devastating blow to the conservatives. And Mark Carney recognized that, and he has been saying all the right things against the United States of America, and he is receiving tremendous popularity as a consequence of that. But Canada is still very much attached to the United States of America for understandable reasons. I mean, America is a massive consumption engine. It's right there. It could present a very real threat to Canada's national security. It's understandable to a certain degree. I'm just not seeing enough movement from Canada as far as like a forcible separation from America or setting up side deals with other middle powers, because that's the only way that these middle powers, whether it be the European Union nation states or Canada or Mexico, all these countries, they have to set up a separate bloc away from the United States of America so that they can actually preserve their sovereignty and dignity. I think that's the only way to go forward. And that bloc could present a lot of pressure. That bloc could actually put a lot of pressure on America. Like right now, there are basically every country in the Western world is frustrated with the actions that America has taken at the behest of Israel. They see it. They recognize it. If we can see it, they can see it too, right? They're frustrated because it's created tremendous instability. Energy markets in a state of panic, in a state of disarray. There's only like a finite amount of jet fuel remaining for countries like the UK. They want this to stop. They recognize that this was a ridiculous action of this ridiculously belligerent action that nobody was expecting, nobody wanted, even if they would have entertained it in the past. They very quickly realized it was a devastating move. And they're suffering the consequences of that. So how do they respond? Because given the vassalized state of all of the other countries in the Western world, they currently have no way to apply pressure to America, diplomatic pressure, no way to apply pressure to even Israel. They have to do that. If they don't do that, they're going to consistently suffer because they're stuck in this state where America tells them you're going to move in this direction, and they're the European populations are going to suffer the consequences of that, as they have done so. I mean, even Korea is taking a different approach now. So we'll see. The middle powers don't want to pressure the U.S. to become a normal state again. They want to decouple and reduce the leverage the U.S. has on them. The change has to come from the inside the U.S. I don't think so. I don't think they're trying to decouple from the United States that much. But, we'll see. He's literally a member of the international bourgeoisie. He was a governor of the Bank of England. For fuck's sake, I don't believe a word until he actually makes concrete steps to oppose the U.S. It seems like he's just cynically using lip service to boost his own approval, like Democrats using Trump bad instead of actual policy. Yeah, that's my assessment as well. That's what I'm saying. Because Trump is a belligerent monster that is dangerous and very unstable. So you don't know who will be on the receiving end of his mania next time. You know what I mean? His hands are full with Iran right now. And every other country around the planet should be grateful for the Iranian military retaliation, because that has that's caused his attention to shift and focus on just Iran, just the Strait of Hormuz. Because who knows, man? He could just turn around if this situation wasn't happening in Iran. He could just be like, all right, it's time for Cuba. We're gonna fucking starve Cuba. We're gonna kill Cubans. We're going to take over the Cuban island, and then we're going to take Canada. Who knows? He's already threatened to go back to Greenland the other day. Like even amidst this quagmire You are crazy for praising Iran? Okay, buddy. Even amidst this quagmire where, Trump is obviously a bit off a lot more than he could chew, he's still threatening to fucking annex Greenland. He said it like yesterday. I love when I offer analysis, okay? And a chatter just immediately reveals, he's like, I'm just stupid. I don't understand. Like, I heard, a couple keywords in succession, and I have no way to understand the point that you're making. Okay? Thank you, chatter, for revealing how low your fucking IQ is. Anyway, media credibility is down. It's so down. It's in the pooper. It's in the toilet.
Doesn't have any cards. Well, they do. And as also said, the nuclear thing is 99%. Well, actually, before the war, Iran had sort of committed to not developing a nuclear weapon, subject to lots of caveats. If they simply stick by that position, I think Trump could just walk away and go, we've achieved. The Strait of Hormuz is the really difficult one here.
Exactly, which in ways one can say was a creep mission. So could it be that after these talks, however many days they will continue, some sort of consensus over the Strait of Hormuz?
What is this? There's a tremendous amount happening that isn't hitting your news, and that's a good thing. You aren't looking in the right places, and that's fine. Keep us out of the spotlight for another 5 years. I'm actually glad you think that. It's good cover. Yep. Right now he could. We know that. What? I don't understand. Like, what? Is this a secret Canadian weapon that you're building or something?
Would be that win.
And I think that's a really critical one, because my worry here is if Trump tries to negotiate the Strait of Hormuz and comes up with some compromise about allowing tolls or control, that would have profound implications globally, because that would set a precedent. Even the North Sea, Straits of Gibraltar, all over the world, that can't happen.
Creating other problems to try to solve one.
Yeah.
Sean,
bagged milk, eh? How about bagged nukes?
Thank you both.
United States and Iran have been holding face-to-face negotiations here in Pakistan. They are the highest level talks between the two sides since the 1979.
The fuck?
Diplomacy. The world's media are waiting for news of any developments. We have so far limited information about how those talks are going. What is significant is that they are continuing. But we do know that there are key sticking points to talk about. One of them is that ceasefire in Lebanon, which is missing and was meant to be part of this ceasefire, which...
Why Skinny Van still look like a fatty? How he pulled that off? I don't know. I don't know either.
...had stopped attacks against Iran. Well, my colleague Lucy Hawkins later in this program will take a closer look at what is happening on that front. But let's start here. So let's start here in Islamabad. It's been our top news all day on the BBC, and of course, it's making headlines right around the world. These first face-to-face talks between a delegation from the United States and Iran in the presence of Pakistani mediators. The goal is to try to bring an end to this war now in its 6 weeks. But there are other broader points of understanding of the differences and divides between the United States and Israel that both sides have been trying to resolve for many years. But we still don't know if they've been able to make any progress on closing those gaps. What we do know is that technical teams have joined the delegation, and that is a sign of very serious engagements. As we've been saying throughout the day, it's very frustrating for the journalists, perhaps good for the negotiators. Very little information is getting out, very few photographs and images. But when the day began, we did receive both photographs as well as films of the individual meetings between the sides. So the U.S. delegation, led by the Vice President J.D. Vance, had their own talks, bilateral talks, with the Pakistani mediators, including the Pakistani Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif, and to the Iranian delegation, led by the Parliamentary Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, had his own discussions, accompanied by the members of his team, with the senior Pakistani military and political officials. But let's look in detail now at some of the sticking points that are likely to stand in the way of any real progress in resolving the differences that have been fueling this war and could, it must be emphasized, trigger another escalation in this all too dangerous war. Top of the list is now a new problem that has been put on the agenda by the war, and that is what will happen to the Strait of Hormuz, that key waterway for the world's oil and gas traffic. But it has been mainly blocked by Iran, though only those tankers and vessels approved by Iran have been getting through. And it's a very, very small number compared to the traffic before.
Does the Israelis not being there say a lot about the negotiations? Yes, it says a lot about well, I mean, I guess Israelis are there, right? Both in spirit and their interests are still being considered. But they can't enter, no, that stuff doesn't matter. Like, they would do it somewhere else then if they couldn't technically enter Islamabad. But I think that the fact that these ceasefire conversations are taking place already is a significant issue for Israel. And I mean, here, I'll skip this and I'll show you why it's significant. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu issued a statement for the media because of how frustrated he is. Let's take a look.
Dear citizens of Israel, my brothers and sisters, the campaign is not yet over, but we can already state...
This was, of course, in Hebrew, just so you understand. It's like auto-translated by AI on YouTube. But, like, again, it's significant that he's, this is a Hebrew response, so he'll be a lot more honest about how frustrated he is.
Clearly. We have historic achievements. I want to remember where we were. Iran tried to trap us in a ring of fire. Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Assad regime in Syria, the militias in Iraq, the Houthis in Yemen, and Iran itself. Meaning, they wanted to strangle us, and we are strangling them. They threatened us with annihilation, and now they are fighting to survive. We struck them, we still have more to do, and I will detail that short.
The worst weatherman I've ever seen. Yeah, is always hailing bombs, dude. When he gets in front of a fucking map, just know bombs are hailing, all right?
But I want to start
at how small Israel actually is. Tiny nation. It is the size, as you can tell from this map, of New Jersey.
With Iran itself, the head of the...
Notice how there is no West Bank. Because we've taken it.
The octopus, because I have dedicated a significant part of my life to preventing one thing. That this regime of terror gains nuclear weapons with which it seeks to destroy the Jewish state and end Jewish history. I spoke about this in Congress, at the UN, and in various parliaments. I authorized all sorts of operations, most of them covert, to delay them, and we indeed delayed them. But the world did not listen. Many said, it is not that terrible, it is not even that terrible that Iran will have nuclear weapons. I heard these voices not only outside, I heard them even within us. And I, as Prime Minister of Israel, head of the one and only Jewish state, could not accept that.
Real voice.
And the great change happened that evening of Days of Repentance, when I informed you that our courageous pilots were in the skies of Iran, striking targets all across Iran.
Fox News right now, hit piece on you, bro. I'm checking it. It's not on
We
yet.
were the first to break the barrier of fear, the fear of acting in Iran itself. And I remember my feeling. What excitement, what pride, goosebumps. And I know that you all experienced it too. We were the first to act because we knew what was at stake.
Dude, it's crazy that they're just doing hit piece after hit piece. It's unbelievable. Like, Fox News has decided I am the Democratic Party. Like, the Republicans are like, you know what? Fuck the Democratic Party. We don't need to combat the Democratic Party. We need to combat Hasan, a fucking Twitch streamer. It's so ridiculous. They're making sure Trump sees it. I mean, what's going to happen? What's he going to do? Kill me? I mean, I guess, maybe. I don't have that level of emotion. I just don't understand. Not just the Republicans. I know it's the Republicans who are obviously super pro-Israel, but then it's also the super pro-Israel Democrats as well that are leaning into the Republican hit pieces. And I don't understand it. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Truly. I am, at least from my own estimation, I'm small fry shit, you know? I'm fucking Twitch streamer. Like, sure, I have a level of popularity. Why is bro watching? As Dem Senator calls out far left streamer, asks how a normal person would go on such an antagonistic show. Like, they're finding themselves aligned with like Elisa Slotkin. You know what I mean? Like, this is not an attack on a U.S. senator from Michigan who is a Democrat. This is an attack on a Twitch streamer where Fox News is siding with the Democratic senator.
Now, I was like, you're never going to get canceled up in Michigan. You're always going to be welcome here. But the fact that literally they're all like, defend our democracy. Oh, shush, shut up, cancel him. Make up your goddamn minds. Either we're for everybody in the room or we're not.
They tell us that we can't win a seat because we got the wrong name or we're with the wrong person. We don't.
In the last 2.5 years, they smeared people like myself and people like yourselves and said that we were radical. But now I can easily say them because I'm no longer alone.
Piker's inclusion is causing a headache for Democrats as he has a long history of making anti-Semitic and anti-American comments.
Anti-American.
Rapes happened on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this
Oh, they're
much.
doing the
Any
CNN
kind of,
cut now.
Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a rabid neo-Nazi. America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
Now, some Democrats are sounding the alarm with the founder of the Third Way think
I'm
tank
telling you, they're
calling
like
for the party
they're
to
literally promoting Democrats. They're promoting they're promoting Democrats. They're like, look at these good
refusing to
Democrats.
go
They're
on his
smart.
show. So, Tommy, there's this huge, obviously, division within the Democratic Party. But
Oh, we
one
got the
thing,
full
you know,
panel.
So Hasan Piker, he tried to walk back his statement about America deserving 9/11. He said it was more about foreign policy. You have Democrats who are appearing with him saying, just because I appear with him doesn't mean I agree with him. So they're trying to soften it a little bit, right? At the same time, you have so many Democrats calling for the 25th Amendment for our president for what he said to a country that wants to wipe us
Yeah,
from
he's the
face of
president.
the
I'm a
earth.
fucking Twitch streamer. How are they trying to make this dynamic work?
Yet he has to be removed from office, but they can make the excuse to stand next to this man on stage.
And I'm sorry, I'm still a little taken aback that the good people of a state like Michigan would elect someone like Rashida Tlaib after listening to her comments. She's an elected member. Hasan Piker is an influencer, right? So I think that the things that he says are gross. I think a lot of them are for clicks and for money. That's the currency that a lot of these people operate in. Does he believe all
You're
the
an
nasty things he
influencer.
says? I don't know, but he's making money off of it. The fact, though, that we've got elected representatives that want to be seen with him, and that they themselves speak in a very similar way, by the way, and that you have candidates that want to be seen with him. You know what he said in that clip there, now I'm not alone, there are so many of us. I'm thinking that's the terrifying part. The terrifying part is that this is the new Democrat Party. They want to be Mamdani, they want to be Hasan Piker, they want to be Rashida Tlaib, they want to cozy up with this because they are this. And that, to me, is what's more distressing.
Yeah, and Joey, Democrats,
you'd think Fox News is incredibly worried about the future of the Democratic Party with the way that they're so considerate about how they win elections.
Let this happen. Let them feel like they can cozy up to this. Let them show their true colors. I don't know where the Democrat primary is for Senate in this Michigan Senate race, but if for some reason Abdul El Sayed wins that primary and it looks like it'll be Mike Rogers against him, I would buy a billboard everywhere my money would allow, a picture of that Democrat
that'll
Senate
definitely
candidate,
work.
and the quotes under him saying America deserved 9/11, and in the smallest text possible, Hasan Piker, because let Hasan Piker represent them when they go up in a general election, and everyone in that state has a chance to care. Right now, it's a Democrat problem. Let Democrats turn their problems into our problems in the sense of in the campaign, so that people have a chance to see who they really are.
Yeah, David, I'll let you get your 2 cents in real quick.
Let them speak. Let them show themselves for who they are. They're more out there. Rashida Tlaib said it. They're trying to shut us down. I don't want to shut you down. I want to amplify what you're saying.
Yeah, they're very loud.
And by the way, not just for the U.S., this needs to be seen all over the world because this problem is all over the world.
Yeah. Well, coming up, Vice President Vance is in Pakistan to negotiate.
That's awesome. Have they generally just forgotten about you with Mamdani? I don't know. I don't know if they... Dude, why does this look like a creep shot? I mean, it didn't work. It's not going to work this time either. I don't know why they like elections are supposed to be won and lost on what you can offer people. Okay? This kind of outrage manufacturing is not a reliable way to make or break elections. It's just not. And you want to know why I know that? Donald Trump became president not once, but twice. Okay? If that was successful, if outrage manufacturing around statements was successful, Donald Trump wouldn't have been president twice. Okay? And not only that, but also, I'm not running. I don't know if Fox News knows that. I don't know if Third Way knows that. I don't know if the Democrats that have been chirping about me know that, but I'm not a fucking senator. I'm not running for office. Okay? So it's doubly stupid that they just keep doing that. Actually, it will not only not work, but Abdul is literally going to explode in popularity because he's going to get more attention. The fake progressive McMorrow on MSNBC strat was working before they took you on. He's going to win because of this dumb shit Lamau. I hope that's the case. We'll see. We'll see. But one of the major issues for the Abdul El-Sayed campaign, from my estimation, was the fact that Abdul was not getting enough coverage. That race was not getting enough coverage. He certainly wasn't getting a lot of coverage. And now people are actually tuning in to see, what this dude's about. And the best part about it is it's actually the Republicans that are yelling at him. So now he can fight back against Republicans. Now he can show the Democrats in the Democratic primary what kind of senator he will be and how we will fight back. The greatest gift that could happen in this situation is if Donald Trump not only yells at me, but yells at Abdul. If he tweets out something about me, tying it back to Abdul El-Sayed, please, inshallah, it will happen. I mean, I will put my life at great risk if that does take place, but it will be a tremendous gift. Now, having said that, I still don't understand why they've just kept tugging on this cord. Because the statement in and of itself, if you are, I'm trying to put myself in the mindset of like a Gen Xer, lead poison generation person, or a boomer that's watching Fox News, right? And I'm hearing my favorite commentators in the middle of the day make comparisons between a fucking Twitch streamer, a thing that I don't even understand because I'm 85, and the president. But oh, it's back. It's back. Yeah. I don't know what happened there. It's not over. It's far from over. Am Israel high? I just want to say, I love the beautiful nation state of Israel. Most glorious country on earth, size of New Jersey, but the power of the entire world. Israel simultaneously is a state that both has nukes and doesn't have nukes, depending on who's asking. And it's the only democracy, not only in the region, but also the only democracy in the world, if you think about it, really. Just getting that out of the way, you know? Just getting that out of the way. Just want to make sure that everybody understands what my positions are. I love Big Yahoo. Big Yahoo is the GOAT, okay? Best guy around. Yes, Israel totally invented HORMUZ. And, yeah. A big part of the focus on you could be the distract from Operation Epstein's Fury. Yeah, but like, I don't know how successful that is. You know what I mean? I don't know how successful that will be. Especially when they say like, I'm anti-America, but then they also say I'm like anti-Israel or they say I'm anti-Semitic, but then they show like choice quotes. Obviously they clip it out of context, whatever. But like most people that are also anti-Israel understand how that kind of stuff works, right? Where they know, and you know, lucky for us, the overwhelming majority of Americans are anti-Israel. So they've heard it so many times where they're like, I've yet to encounter a person that's like, you know, I'm very critical of Israel's genocide, but also I really don't like the way you communicate about it. You know what I mean? It's only people who have like heard the choice quotes and maybe think for a brief moment before someone explains it to them that like they might come across as anti-Semitic or something, right? No one who's like anti-Israel is going to hear any number of different statements and just turn around and be like, well, yeah, that's the real problem of the statements of a fucking Twitch streamer and not like, you know, the apartheid state committing a genocide with our tax dollars that's currently also controlling American foreign policy and has is leading us into this or has forced us into this military quagmire, right? It's ridiculous. Having said that, I guess it's a perfect opportunity for us to go to the Leisure Miller video that just came out.
Hi, it's Saturday.
America's Hasan Piker Problem by Leisure Miller.
April 11th, 2026. You're tuned into a special Saturday edition of Why America? I'm your lawyer friend, Leisha Miller. This week, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, a progressive candidate running to represent Michigan in the U.S. Senate, was joined by leftist Twitch streamer Hasan Piker at a campaign rally at Michigan State University. Despite the fact that Trump was literally threatening to genocide an entire country while stripping away crucial social safety nets to fund his pointless war of aggression in the Middle East, despite, you know, all the horrors, the Democratic establishment was more incensed and up in arms about
I've never tried this root beer
streamer's
before. I'm about to. A&W.
stumping for a progressive candidate than they were about pretty much anything else this week. And hey, guess what? Prior to this week, I had never heard of Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. Weird. It's almost like he's successfully campaigning for a seat in the Senate by aligning with people who will help publicize his race. Maybe instead of running around like their hair's on fire and twisting themselves up in knots trying to cancel Hasan Piker, the Democratic establishment could take some fucking notes. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Today, we're breaking down what the fuck is going on with the Hasan Piker debate and who he is, if you're like, Leisha, I've never fucking heard of this guy, and why this discussion matters deeply for the future of this country. This headline from CNN helped inform my reporting on this issue, and believe me, we are going to break down this.
I didn't like A&W.
Panel discussion because it's a doozy. Hasan Piker tests the limits of the Democratic Party's big tent. Using the Ground News browser extension, I can get helpful background information on this publication in one quick glance.
It's too
To get
spicy.
the big picture, I can click on full coverage, which will show me coverage of the same story from publications across the political spectrum. My partner on today's video, Ground News, is an app and website that offers tools to help you critically analyze the news you read.
It's not like spicy, but it's I don't know how to explain
you can follow
it. Like
along
the
at ground.news/Ninja. For every major news headline and
undertones
headlines you may
is,
have missed, Ground News provides you with information
got like
and
a
context,
heavy flavor.
like who owns the publication and how factual it is. To
You
help
just
determine for
shunted me into the far right. Please block me now, you chud.
yourself what is trustworthy and how to interpret the news. I feel empowered by Ground News by getting well-rounded insight into each headline instead of relying on a single outlet that might have underlying biases and motivations that I'm not aware of. Ground News also ensures that I never miss a headline because of my own information bubble with its blind spot feature by highlighting stories that are covered on one side of the political spectrum and not the other. Ground News is transparent about its methodology, how it assesses each story and publication, including how it uses 3 independent monitoring organizations to assess the bias rating for each
Sabrina,
publication.
apologize. Yeah,
I
that's
genuinely think
expected.
the world would be a better place if everyone had this much context about the news they read. Because depending on where you or your family members get the news, you're going to get very different takes on the same story. And listen, I'm not the only one who loves Ground News. The Nobel Peace Center even called it an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview.
Well, we know what their word is worth, right?
I'm always really impressed with Ground News and genuinely think they're a great resource. If you want to stay informed on US politics and more, subscribe through this QR code or my link below at ground.news/Legia for 40% off this
the one institution that's maybe marginally better than the FIFA Peace Prize is the Nobel Peace Committee.
Unlimited Access Vantage plan. It comes up to $5 a month for unlimited access to all the features I've mentioned. Thanks, Ground News. Hasan Piker is a 34-year-old leftist content creator who mainly is known for his live streams on a live streaming website called Twitch. He got his start in the media world through his uncle Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks, a left-leaning news organization.
True.
He live streams every day for 8 hours a day from his home in Los Angeles, mostly watching and commenting on the news to his over 3 million followers.
Wait, what the fuck? That's from today. Wait. What the fuck? Wait, what? Bro, that's... What the fuck? Wait, this video came out an hour ago. What? That was me an hour and 25 minutes in to the broadcast. Oh my gosh, she cooked me. You know how I say Piker Broadcasting News for tomorrow's news today? She did that to me. What the hell? What the hell? Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow, that's crazy.
Followers on Twitch, and then reposting clips of the live streams across other social media platforms. His views have been described as far left, socialist, Marxist. He tends to espouse anti-imperialist, pro-worker, pro-Palestinian ideology. So of course he's been labeled a major threat by the Democratic establishment. As recently laid out in a great opinion piece in The Guardian by Bhaskar Sankara, quote, Representative Brad Schneider branded Piker an unapologetic anti-Semite. Michigan's own Senator Alyssa Slotkin, a former Pentagon official, weighed in with her condemnation, as did Representative Haley Stevens, one of El Sayed's primary rivals. Another opponent, Mallory McMorrow, went so far as to liken Piker to Nick Fuentes, a white supremacist who has enthusiastically praised Adolf Hitler on camera. When Politico came calling, both Cory Booker and Ruben Gallego rushed to declare they would refuse an invitation to appear on Piker's stream.
Not my go Rahm Emanuel, though. He said he'd be on.
Again, at a time when we're fucking begging anyone in the Democratic establishment to do anything to stop the onslaught of horrific fucking atrocities being committed by our government, they are instead like, hey, we need to cancel this progressive Twitch streamer. This speaks volumes to two things. One, the extent to which our entire political and media establishment is bought out by Israel and AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, which I'll get into. And two, the power that modern political commentators on social media have in America today. Maybe I'm biased, but I think I'm right. First, the primary objections that people have to Hasan Piker seem to stem from some controversial things he has said at various points throughout his career. Here's Dana Bash on CNN talking about it as though someone from AIPAC is holding a gun to her head just off screen.
Here's some of what he actually has said about the depravity of the October 7th terror attack, the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Quote, "It doesn't matter if effing rapes happened on October 7th. Like,
handsome photo alert.
The dynamic for me. The Palestinian resistance is not perfect." Now, let that sink in. Hasan Piker is excusing sexual violence by Hamas terrorists. He also claims Hamas is, quote, 1,000 times better than Israel. Hamas is a designated terror organization.
Notice how there's no retaliation to that statement other than just going, well, it's a terrorist organization. It's a terrorist organization. It's a terrorist organization. Okay, what does that say about Israel then? What does that say about Israel? That you can't even defend the most moral nation on the planet Earth, Israel, against such a silly accusation without just going, oh, it's a terrorist organization. What does that say about Israel? Okay, that I made a statement that a state-sponsored or a state-designated terrorist organization is 1,000 times better than Israel, and you couldn't retort. You could not explain that Israel is not 1,000 times worse than a state-designated terrorist organization. Because it's true, Israel is worse. The only fault at this point is that it's not 1,000 times worse. It's probably more than 1,000 times worse. But, you know.
Not just by the U.S., but by the EU, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, just to name a few. And here's what Piker said about the horrors of September 11th, 2001.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying.
Winning the shower argument right now, me? Shower argument? Buddy, I won the argument without even being a part of the argument. The moment that you don't have a retort to that statement, when you control the conversation, because she could just as easily have me on a panel. You know, I'm an accessible guy, right? I'm live all day, every day.
Like, we fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did. We fucking did.
Now, Piker did later call that comment inappropriate and said he didn't mean Americans deserved to die.
Let that sink in. Dana Bash is comfortable with Israel genociding the entirety of Gaza.
They say walked it back, and you literally say we brought it upon ourselves in the same clip. I know. No one ever, they hear the 9/11 part, and then they just like laser in on it.
Retribution for the crimes of a few Hamas terrorists, crimes that Israelis also commit against Palestinians at staggering numbers. There is no question that Hamas engages in terrorist activities, and Hasan's flippant language around sexual violence is absolutely condemnable. But the global hypocrisy is also staggering, and something so much bigger than one person live streaming from his bedroom in Los Angeles. Hamas is condemned globally as a terrorist organization, and the atrocities its militants carried out on October 7th, including alleged rapes, some of which have been debunked as untrue, I'll note, have been pointed to as key evidence justifying this terrorist designation. Yet, at the same time, Israel is a legitimate state that deserves to exist and be protected. This despite a UN report from last year that found, quote, Israel has increasingly employed sexual, reproductive, and other forms of gender-based violence against Palestinians as part of a broader effort to undermine their right to self-determination and carried out genocidal acts through the systematic destruction of sexual and reproductive healthcare facilities. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It is very important to pay attention to who is being called a terrorist and who isn't, and by whomst. Israel violently colonizes land that is already occupied, creates a genocidal apartheid state. Both sides commit atrocities and violence against each other. One is a designated terrorist organization, and the other is a state that has the right to self-determination. But you are not allowed to point that out in this country because every single politician and mainstream news organization is bought and sold by Israel and AIPAC. And so they lob the anti-Semitic accusation around and fearmonger anyone who might step out of line and speak out against the well-documented atrocities committed by Israel. The Hasan Piker problem is that he's outside this web of control and yet has amassed a lot of political power in this country because no one watches or trusts mainstream media anymore. Case in point, that CNN panel. I think it's also a testament to Hasan Piker's influence, the fact that he forced Dana Bash to contend with, on this CNN panel, the idea of Hamas as a terrorist org to begin with. For the longest time, we weren't even debating that. We weren't even debating Israel's legitimacy, at least not on the scale that we are now. And that has put a target on Hasan Piker's back, which I think is the age-old problem for famous leftist activists in this country. Actual avowed anti-Semites, white supremacists, neo-Nazis, skinheads, the KKK, far-right conspiracy theorists, they're running around successfully advocating for actual violence, and the people in the highest rungs of power are worried about a guy who's pro-worker.
I think it says a lot about the state of affairs and where the majority is at this point that Leisha Miller is speaking convincingly on an issue that pertains to American foreign policy. Like look, Leisha Miller is great. Big fan of her, right? But in most circumstances, I think a lot of Americans, no matter how progressive they are, when it comes to anti-imperialist sentiment, or when it comes to like identifying why resistance groups form, why they fight, or sometimes like the actions that they engage in that are obviously outside of the confines of international humanitarian law, most liberals and most Americans in general will turn around and say, nope, these guys are irredeemable, they're monsters, without factoring in how they got to that point, without factoring in why these acts of desperation are taking place. Okay? You have to remember that. Like, I've had these sorts of conversations for years. As a matter of fact, a big part of why so many people are frustrated and so many people have become like lifelong haters of mine is because they come into this community, they see me advocate for, workers' rights, advocate for like domestic issues that they completely agree with, and then they hear my perspective on foreign policy, on American foreign policy being objectively evil, and they lose their minds because that has, in my experience, been the most solid social conditioning for every single American, regardless of how progressive they perceive themselves to be. On the domestic front, you can hear Americans say that they're even socialists, right? But when it comes to American foreign policy, when push comes to shove, a lot of Americans have this assessment that it's far better that America, at the end of the day, is in some way, shape, or form, the de facto world police, because God forbid someone else takes that position, it'll be far more violent, right? Like, that's an attitude. That is usually a very sincere attitude demonstrated by a lot of Americans, okay? Now, that's changing. That is truly changing. Part of that is because of Israel and our seeming, our overt bipartisan support for Israel. Post-October 7, the genocide was conducted and defended by the Democratic Party and then continued by the Republican Party. People saw the horrifying things that Israel was doing to the Palestinian civilian population, and they were shocked, right? They could not comprehend that, like, this good force, this force for good. America does evil things every now and then, but they're doing it for some overall good purpose. That went away. That went away. People started to contend with the reality that maybe America, especially as long as they maintain this allegiance with Israel, is maybe not a force for good, right? That, in my experience, has always been the hardest bridge to cross with many like-minded individuals, okay? That's part of the reason why it's one of the most like resilient counters against me from not only the likes of Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro and numerous other right-wing, far-right figureheads. They say, Hasan says America bad. Why don't you fucking leave this country if you hate it so much? this thought terminating retort. But it's also been one of the most resilient counters from even liberals, NATO Atlanticists, NatSec liberals, people who call themselves like Lockheed liberals, people like that. Those people see my commentary on American violence, and they also engage in this thought terminating cliche that, oh, you're just saying that because you hate America. You just hate America. You say America bad, you don't ever explain why, even though I do, right? And they never factor in or consider that I want America to be good. That's my advocacy. I want America to be good to its own people, and I want America to be good to other countries, right? But they don't want to contend with that. They don't want to comprehend that. They have no intellectual curiosity until now. Things have changed, right? Things have changed. People are far more open-minded to the notion that maybe we are a malignant force. Maybe we are not the force for good, the world police that that most people learned. Most people are socially conditioned into believing. Trump has also played a big role in this as well. He's a repulsive, monstrous, rapist figure, and he talks like a rapist in many respects when he's talking about what he's going to do to other countries. That is perhaps the most honest expression of American imperialism, though. He says the quiet part out loud. And I think because there is no intellectualized liberal patina associated with the American foreign policy decision-making process now, all of a sudden Americans are forced to contend with that reality. They hear what Trump is saying, and either they say, well, sucks to suck, fuck all those other countries, let's get that oil. Or they're forced to think, wait a minute, I did think America was the world police, and it was good that we were engaging in all these interventions overseas, but it turns out maybe it wasn't for good at all. Maybe I was lied to. And more Americans are coming to terms with that reality. Okay?
An anti-imperialist who said a few problematic things about Israel and 9/11. They compare him to Nick Fuentes as though that's a fair comparison. One man is advocating for socialism and workers' rights and in favor of the marginalized and against billionaires. The other one openly denies that the Holocaust ever happened. Yeah. Because the terrorists on the far right, the ones who actually carry out far more extremist violence than the left ever does, their terrorism is directed towards minorities. A person like Hasan Piker, someone who advocates for working people, for minorities, against the American imperialist experiment, he is genuinely a terrorist in the eyes of the 1%. To them, his ideas bring them terror. And that's the only kind of terror our establishment cares about. The terror of the 1%. Because people like Hasan are advocating for them to be wiped off the face of the earth. To the 1%, taxes and regulations are their own personal genocide. Their existence as billionaires can't withstand the types of ideas that a person like Hasan Piker advocates for. So that is what those in power are going to find most threatening and attempt to shut down, and they always have. And I think Hasan Piker and the debate we're having over him, as fucking annoying as all of this is, I think it's good for America. Now let me be clear about my own stance on Hasan. Does Hasan Piker present his ideas in a tactful, palatable way? Absolutely not. I find Hasan Piker to be incredibly off-putting most of the time. He reminds me of the guys I majored in poli-sci with in college who would talk over me at parties. I don't like the way he speaks to his audience. I don't agree with the brazen, insensitive way he talks about these issues. And I think live streaming lends itself really well to running your mouth and saying shit you later regret. That being said, Hasan has watched numerous of my videos on his live stream and only had nice things to say, and I appreciate that. And I think, for better or for worse, whether you like his content or not, Hasan Piker is meeting the people of America.
I think this does genuinely stem from, I mean, she's not wrong, right? Like, if you have seen an assortment of like all of my most angry moments, right? Like all my angriest moments, you're going to come to that conclusion. There's two problems, of course. She's not wrong if you see those compilations, and those compilations exist, and perhaps those compilations are what most people see because no one's going to sit through a whole ass live stream, right? So that's the correct part of this, right? So I don't get mad at people for having that assessment, okay? The other thing I will say is that the media medium that I operate in makes it virtually impossible to conduct yourself in any other way, shape, or form. Because remember, we talked about this yesterday as well. I have spoken about politics for more than 21,000 hours. More than 21,000 hours of wall-to-wall political commentary, and not just political commentary, but political commentary in an interactive medium. A political commentary on issues that are very sensitive, political commentary on issues that are sensitive with an interactive audience from a perspective that most Americans have either never encountered, okay, especially when I first started, this wasn't, there was no popular, robust socialist movement in this country, right? Let alone anti-imperialism. But also a position that carries a lot of baggage, right? Carries a lot of baggage because people have been primed into hating. People have been primed into hating this idea. They've been taught that like socialism, anti-imperialism, this is anti-America behavior, anti-America activity. This is a devastating wrong. It's perhaps even scarier than Nazism. That's a thing that a lot of liberals will say too, right? Add to that the Nazification of Twitter in the exchange of ownership in the hands of Elon Musk and clip culture acceleration. And it's, it's a given that there will be this level of resentment and this many people who spend a good deal of time and a good deal of effort for free in tarnishing what I'm trying to do and consistently attacking me to great success, right? Just admit that you have a short fuse. Stop excusing yourself. It's okay. No, I already have admitted that I have a short fuse, but see, you're doing it right now. Of course, I have a short fuse as well. What I'm simply saying is it is virtually impossible. If you've spent a long enough time in this chat, you've already understood that, right? It's virtually impossible for any human being not to have angry moments in an interactive medium where I'm talking about politics, highly sensitive subjects that are very deep and personal for a lot of people, from a perspective and a framework that most Americans are either oblivious to or antagonistic to. That's part of the reason why a lot of people that are in the media space will look to what I'm doing and go, how the fuck have you not been killed already? How have you not killed yourself already? It's unbelievable.
Where they're at in a way nothing else on the left has managed to do. And of course, I don't mean all the people in America. I mean young men in America. The demographic everyone was most wringing their hands over during the
gaming gangsta for life. I subscribe to just say you're full of shit, you're an asshole. Just say some accountability, dude. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. Two questions come to mind for, every single person in here, right? And I'm going to stop responding to people who are obviously trying to piss me off right now after this. Two questions come to mind. Think about every moment that you have spent on God's green earth, the last 21,000 hours that you've been alive. Now imagine if there was a camera on it at every point, and a lot of people that were watching that feed specifically to see something that you said and professionally misunderstand it, right? How many awful moments would you have in that situation? It's normal. We're all human beings. We have weak moments sometimes. We have angry moments sometimes, right? Of course, there would be hundreds of instances, right? Think about disagreements that you've had with loved ones or disagreements that you've had with people you hate. Think about the shit that you've talked about people that you hate. in the 21,000 hours, in the last 21,000 hours. Now imagine if the rest of the world saw that, right? It's impossible. This person is currently demonstrating how easily this stuff works. If you had to deal with a guy like this, add to that the interactive component, right? People coming in here, spending money, hard-earned cash, to be like, you're a fucking piece of shit. You're condescending. I don't like your style. I don't like your optics. And you're rude. And you're an asshole. Just take some accountability, dude. You know, times that by 1,000, you probably fucking lose your mind. Right? I'm a 38-year-old engineer. I've streamed. I'm not a little kid, bro. You're an asshole with an ego. I still fuck with you. Bro, I watch you every day. There's no excuses for being rude just because you're stressed out. Stop with the cope. Please just drop this and accept the critique. This is why I said I'm done with this after, because many of you have been in here for a long enough time. You've seen this happen already. Someone could have the absolute worst fucking position of all time that anyone has ever come up with. And there will be at least like 50 other chatters that go, actually, this person is delivering scathing critique that is constructive that you should abide by. That person called me a fucking asshole, rude, condescending. How is that? How is that constructive critique, chatter? I don't understand. Anyway, let's continue.
2024 election. The demographic we're all still wringing our hands over. I, like many people, recently watched Louis Theroux's new documentary, Inside the Manosphere. If you haven't seen it, journalist and documentarian Louis Theroux interviews various men who create content and who are part of the Manosphere, a loosely connected cohort of content creators who talk about being red-pilled in the Matrix, how to be real men, and how to be an alpha male, how to get women, how to look max, how to look as hot as possible. And I learned in the documentary
they also fail at that, let's be real.
So how to make money while you sleep by joining their Signal chat and downloading the stock trading apps they get commissions from by convincing their followers to join. The promise is that if you follow these men, they'll teach you how to be rich and handsome and get women. It speaks to this moment where the American dream is dead. It's harder than ever to provide for yourself, let alone a whole family. Men are isolated and lonely. Women no longer need them. And so they're turning to someone for guidance, for inspiration, to tell them how to get what they want, to explain to them why they feel so shitty. And the Manosphere offers them the antidote. Many of these content creators live stream from their mansions in Ibiza or Miami, and a common form of content is them walking down the streets hitting on women or pulling off more and more shocking stunts to get views and likes and virality. And if you watch Hasan Piker's content and then you watch this Inside the Manosphere documentary, there are shades of the Manosphere in Hasan Piker's content. And before you think that I'm trying to cancel Hasan Piker, let me explain myself. Hasan Piker is brazen and often says things that have really high shock value, much like men of the Manosphere content creation universe who rely on doing drastic or shocking shit to get views and clicks. Both attract attention. One is harassing women on the street or getting into physical altercations, while the other is calling into question America's imperialist warmongering by saying we deserved 9/11. Hasan Piker often takes his live streams on the road, followed by a cameraman and accompanied by his entourage. He's usually wearing a lot of jewelry and expensive-looking clothes. The same happens in the Manosphere. One group is wandering around the streets of Miami hitting on women. The other is exploring communist China or the blockade on Cuba. Both are creating content for the same generation of men. One is perpetuating toxic tropes of masculinity and the patriarchy and reinforcing the glorification of the military-industrial complex and sending more and more men down the capitalist pipeline. If you just work hard enough, you can be like me, and you should value money and power above everything.
Optics lip shit? No, you're missing the point. She's literally saying she's saying that even from an optical standpoint, the style and the aesthetics are obviously successful in reaching a lot of young men, except one, she's not criticizing the style and aesthetics. She's saying that I have a similar style and similar aesthetics, using it as a force for good, versus those guys do all that shit and a lot more, really. And they do that to predate on young men in this gross way, where they shove them down the right-wing pipeline.
Else. The other Hasan Piker is uplifting marginalized voices, breaking down ethno-religious supremacist ideologies, speaking out forcefully against the billionaire class, and questioning the imperialist nature of the United States as a whole in a way that speaks to young men and meets them where they're at. You might not be comfortable with the way in which men under 40 consume content, the content that they like, the tactics used to communicate with them, with the world as it is right now. That's okay. This content isn't for you. But the reality is that this is the world. This is the world the internet has created, for better or for worse. And I would sure as shit prefer young men to be questioning the geopolitical world order with Hasan Piker than learning how to hit on women on the Miami waterfront. You know what I mean? And this speaks to a larger issue with the Democratic Party, one that Naomi Klein lays out really well in her book Doppelganger, and that is that Democrats have a tendency to bury their heads in the sand and ignore the way things are, the real genuine issues people have with the system, instead of figuring out how to fit them within their larger tent. And Republicans and far-right conspiracy theorists are able to step in and fill that void. For example, anti-vaxxing and objections to COVID-era mandates, at least in part, come from a place of truth. It is not irrational or unfounded to question the pharmaceutical industry in this country, an industry that has profited off our death and off keeping us sick. Instead of acknowledging that, and that there are regulatory issues, and that there's good reasons why.
I think it's also good to hear from this perspective as well, because this is one that I'm also very aware of, right? Like the way I look, the way I carry myself, the way I talk can be can be off-putting for a lot of people. Like what she said about how I carry myself reminds her of all like the annoying men in her life that she has had to experience, is absolutely something that I've heard from even many of you, right? Like it took a lot. Like I've heard this is one of the most common critiques I hear from, especially a lot of leftists, right? Leftists, they're empathetic. They're very sensitive in many instances, right? And they've had a lot of lived experience with and negative experiences with people who look like me, who sound like me. Okay? So there is this automatic, like what is seen for many as this interesting juxtaposition, for a lot of young men specifically, it is seen as an interesting juxtaposition, a guy who works out, a guy who, wears nice clothes, but isn't a fucking right-wing reactionary shithead. That brashness, vulgarity, the way I look, that can be a major setback for a lot of people. And a lot of people openly and readily admit that, where they'll be like, I didn't watch you for the longest time because from afar, I thought you were just like a condescending douchebag frat bro. Right? It's true. You're giving yourself too much credit, bro? What do you mean? Centrist in her comments are seething about her defending you, Lamau. Yeah.
People might distrust Big Pharma.
Yeah, I'm the king of walk like a chug, think like a woke.
The establishment left wrote anti-vaxxers off as nut jobs and continued to cozy up to pharmaceutical lobbyists, giving the far right an opportunity to swoop in and win over anti-vaxxers by acknowledging the truth that sent them down that pipeline to begin with. You're right. There is something fishy about how pharmaceutical companies operate in this country. That wins over trust that then becomes easy to exploit with lies and conspiracies. The same is true of young men and the manosphere. The manosphere is capitalizing on something that is true. Young men in this country are not okay. The economy is rigged against all of us. The patriarchy hurts everyone and makes them feel horrible about themselves because they can't be providers anymore. And the manosphere acknowledges that truth and then sends them down the toxic pipeline. You're right. Life is really hard. You are being exploited. That wins over trust that then becomes easy to exploit with lies and conspiracies. The manosphere tells them the way to win back your agency is through stocks and emotionally abusing women. Hasan Piker tells them that actually the billionaire class is the reason why your life sucks. Young men are are seeking this shit out online,
True.
whether we like it or not. And they're not seeking it out from mainstream media. They're not seeking it out from even someone like me, a leftist, yes, but someone who's a lot more measured and doesn't do or say things that go particularly viral, and is also a woman in her 30s. So sorry, but
I got bullied a lot of my school career from the bro types I've been watching for years now. My hackles still flare up when you go bro mode, but that's the only real issue I have with you, and that's not your problem. Yeah. Well, thank you for being able to, overlook that. I mean, that's just who I am too. That's just the other side of the story, right? Like I'm always going to be honest and authentic with who I am. It's also impossible for me not to be, because I'm live every day for 8 hours a day. I can't put on a fucking front. Okay? I can't put on a front, and I can't fake it. This is just who I am. I would have to dramatically alter my character, my personality, things I believe in even, to be able to do that.
not particularly intriguing to 20-year-old men, and I'm really okay with that. That's just the reality of the situation. And I don't know about you, but I'd far prefer a world where they jump onto the leftist Hasan Piker train than the manosphere death spiral. I think that's a net positive for America. And yet, the establishment Democrats, the legacy media, would rather shoot themselves in the foot than acknowledge that they need Hasan Piker in their tent. They would rather throw their weight behind attempting to cancel him than attempting to understand what it is about him that speaks to a base of people that they have been clamoring to win over.
These content creators do not understand your audience isn't watching their content because 75% of their content is critiquing the left or punching left. Why would we watch condescending liberals? What do you mean? Are you talking about all the hater content out there? I mean, I think there's a lot of people who do actually love that drama shit.
Young men. They all of a sudden demand purity, to never associate with anyone who's ever said anything objectionable, while openly and vociferously supporting Israel, an apartheid state actively committing genocide while the world watches. Instead of attempting to figure out how to actually fit the entire left wing of this country in their tent, which is their burden in our fucked up two-party system, which would require acknowledging differences, having hard conversations.
What? People are asking you to be humble, not cure cancer and create world peace. It is just asking you to do that weird breathing thing Trump did in the 2020 election. Thank you so much for being open to the other side of this perspective. This is far more humble than most are. I think people expect you to not vice signal and be unapologetic. What? I'm confused.
Strategizing, open-mindedness, coalition building. They are once again alienating the entire left of their base, because this isn't just off-putting to Hasan Piker fans. It's off-putting to anyone outside left of center who wants to see the Democrats attempt to mend this party, take back power, and make the types of progressive changes that need to happen to ensure a Donald Trump figure never happens again in this country. And that requires addressing the truths that Donald Trump and the right have been willing to exploit. That billionaires are amassing wealth and leaving us to fight over the scraps. That life in America is about surviving and not thriving for the vast majority of Americans. Trump promised solutions to that and of course delivered nothing, but Democrats could actually step in and increase taxes on the wealthy, provide affordable healthcare and childcare if they were willing to embrace progressive ideals and the people that come along with it. But they're not. Just like in Germany in the lead up to World War II, in America we are seeing the quote-unquote opposition party choose money over morals, cling to their elite friends, align themselves closer with the fascists than with the people, while just playing lip service to the concerns of the masses and doing nothing about anything, and then throwing us all under the bus in order to keep their power. So the discussion over Hasan Piker is about so much more than what we do with this leftist guy who live streams all day. It is a microcosm of how fucking broken this country is.
This is what, I mean, this is absolutely correct. This is exactly what I've been trying to get across as well for these past 2 weeks, where the smear campaign and the manufactured outrage has exploded. It's the very fact that so many mainstream outlets from CNN to Fox News are predisposed with this silly shit is already an indication that something is busted. Okay, something is completely broken in our media ecosystem. But then, on top of that, I think the real reason why it's happening is because these guys can no longer control. They don't have the same like stranglehold that they had on the dissemination of all information. And they've lost the narrative battle on Israel and on even maybe American imperialism. There's deep skepticism against mainstream outlets. So instead of constantly yelling and shitting on the public and coming across as even more annoying and even losing the remainder of the people that tune in, they are trying to identify a vulgar representation of that broad base and try to humiliate me and bully me into submission. But the reason why they're doing that, the reason why they're trying to aggressively attack me is because they can't really attack everyone else. Another thing is communicating the way you do makes the learning process far more entertaining. Watch politics for 8 hours for not for everyone. You make it funny and interesting and educational. Yeah, that too. What is this? Tweet deleted. These guys actually do have the correct amount of paranoia. Becoming a political pariah is a slippery slope that ends in a pit of bad consequences. They just can't wrap their heads around these consequences coming from Israel's own choices. Some people do understand that, by the way, because this is not, I mean, it kind of sounds silly to say this because I keep repeating that I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. It's ridiculous, but they are choosing to make me into this like representative figure of all of the left demands and left forces of politics in this country. That's part of the reason why I said you also have to fucking sometimes do something that I've never asked you to do, which is to, defend what people are saying. As a matter of fact, for the longest time, I've always said, I'm just a Twitch streamer. Just argue on the issues, right? If you want to convince people to argue on the issues, you don't have to fucking defend me. But now, mainstream sources are turning me into the expression, the purest expression and the manifestation of like left-wing politics. Now, obviously, for a lot of liberals, like that's fantastic because then they can just consistently demand to cut me out of the equation. And there are plenty of people who are doing that right now. There's a lot of liberals who are anti-communist, anti-socialist, a lot of reactionaries, a lot of people who are pro-Israel, pro-genocide that are actively trying to go, see, this guy's a real threat. You should just not talk to him. You should listen to me instead. There's like people who are self-interested. It's not going to work, right? Most people understand that if it wasn't me, it'd be whoever else is in my place. But it's not just about me. It's about people like Zoran. It's about people like AOC. It's about Bernie Sanders. It's about Abdul El-Sayed, right? Your irrelevance as a Twitch streamer also removes a lot of the downside of going at you so hard. If they lobbed a lot of the criticism they say about you directly at people like Abdul El-Sayed, normies would see it as distasteful, but because they don't really know you, normies are less repulsed by criticism of you. Yeah, I'm just a stand-in. It's not about you. You're just a caricature stand-in for progressives and leftists in the USA. This smear against you isn't meant for you. It's meant for normal people who are sick of the duopoly in the system that both Dems and Republicans protect. They think gutting and blocking you out will shut critics of them up. Yeah, and it won't work.
That we cannot even fathom how to include actual leftist progressive ideas that would actually help the masses into our national political conversation. That we equate leftist progressivism as just as extreme and therefore bad as far-right extremism, as though they're equally at the same distance.
How do you know it won't work? Because the structure is different. The structure is different. Because let's say they sufficiently cut my ties with like every candidate that I am associating myself with. What changes? Does your anger change? Do your demands change? Are you going to let's say I no longer appear with a single other political figure ever again from this day on. Is that going to somehow destroy my political career, destroy my stream? No. It's not even something that people look forward to. Like a lot of the candidate interviews and things like that are not exactly things that people look forward to anyway. Most people tune out when I do stuff like that. It's considered boring. It's too too mainstream, right? Most people just want me to sit here and fucking yell at the camera. So it doesn't even have a negative impact. If I were to stop doing that, it would probably have even a positive impact from an analytics point of view. But then also, the other side of the story is, even if I didn't associate with candidates openly, I'd still promote them. I'd still support them. So there's that, as long as they're doing the right things. And let's say they take it one step further. Let's say they actually deplatform me, right? It's over. I lose the Twitch stream and I'm banned from every fucking platform, every social media platform. That sucks for me, right? But will your attitude change? Will you magically turn around and say, you know what? American imperialism was good, actually. America should be the world police. What Israel is doing is actually righteous. Now that Hasanabi Piker is no longer allowed to stream, I'm really reconsidering how critical I was of the most moral nation on earth, Israel. Of course not. That's why I'm saying, like, this is unproductive and idiotic. You know? These guys are wrong for identifying me as a threat and trying to attack me this way. Because I don't hold all of that power. I am, at the end of the day, a fucking megaphone. I'm a megaphone for you. I'm a platform for your frustrations. And in certain instances, I can play the role of an educator. I can help you realize who is responsible for all the pain that you experience, right? But most of the time, I'm just a fucking platform for the frustration that I know the overwhelming majority of Americans feel, experience, and can be convinced of. That last part is also important because a lot of people are angry, but they don't know who is responsible for their pain. Okay? The right recognizes that. They see the anger and frustration. And then they take that anger and frustration and then redirect it to vulnerable populations. They say it's trans people. They say it's undocumented migrants. They say it's black and brown people. They say our enemies overseas hate us. They must be put down. Okay? And that is objectively successful for them. I choose to do the exact opposite. I choose to take that anger and frustration, recognize it, and then redirect it to the actual entities that are responsible for it. That's it. That's why I say it's impossible to successfully destroy me. Because your frustrations will still exist. That's real. Your demands will still exist. That's real. It's just. It's good that you have those demands. It's righteous.
Ends of the political spectrum. Despite the fact that in many countries in Europe, there are people who espouse very similar values to Hasan Piker, who hold seats in parliament, whose democratic socialist parties are seen as center-left. Much like who and what we deem to be terrorists is dictated by bias and power dynamics, what we deem to be extremist political ideology in this country is also seriously biased and skewed. To characterize someone like Hasan Piker as extremist in the same way that someone like Nick Fuentes is extremist is an irresponsible level, willful mischaracterization that is motivated by the same pro-capitalist, pro-billionaire bullshit that has gotten us into this situation to begin with. And the Democratic establishment is doing nothing but further alienating people when it attempts to cancel Hasan Piker and any progressive candidate who dares go near him. And of course, there's also fretting about what about the centrists? What about the independents? It's true, there is a huge swath of this country that isn't particularly interested in quote-unquote progressive policies that do find Hasan Piker to be too extreme and may themselves be alienated by his ideas and past statements. What do we do about them? As with a lot of issues with the Democratic Party, this comes down to a messaging and strategy problem, something the Democrats notoriously fucking suck at. Of course, you don't bring Hasan Piker into every single room. He is a particular person who speaks to a particular demographic. You gotta know your audience, and you have to mold your message accordingly. And this is something that I think Bernie Sanders has mastered. You don't label shit progressive or far left or politically extreme. You just actually listen to people and what they want, and you provide them with solutions that make them excited about you.
To be fair, I can do that too. I can talk to and often do talk to normal liberals and identify what their frustrations look like in a way that that they can, in a way that there is some sort of like productive outlet for them to. Obviously not my most heated moments over the course of 21,000 hours, but
candidate. And the solution tends to be get money out of politics and raise taxes on the 1% to help fund the government. Those are negatively labeled as progressive ideas, but they shouldn't be. Leveling the playing field for people so that billionaires can't rig the entire game isn't a progressive idea. It's pro-democracy. It just seems that there's zero creativity in these washed up, dusty Democratic strategists out there, that they just cannot come up with a single way to get people excited about voting for Democrats. The only reason we're excited to show up and vote for Democrats in the midterms in November is because we're desperate for something less awful than this. The only reason I was excited to vote for Kamala Harris in 2024 was because she wasn't Trump and seemed less likely to completely fuck up the entire country and world order during her presidency. Can you imagine a Democratic candidate actually presenting you with ideas that you could get excited about because the ideas themselves are good? I mean, that's what happened in New York City. I said this last episode. Zohran Mamdani didn't harp on about how bad his opponents were. He presented a really exciting vision for what New York City could be. And yes, he even appeared on Hasan Piker's live stream. And what do you know? It didn't alienate everyone who doesn't love Hasan Piker. It was one tactic of many that he used to actually talk to New Yorkers and understand who they listen to and what they care about and meet them where they were at. He didn't just talk to Hasan Piker. He talked to a lot of people. What's wild and crazy about being a politician is you actually have to communicate with and find compromise with people you don't agree with 100% of the time. That's actually a necessary piece of politicking. Zohran Mamdani did it while also seeming likable, approachable, and reasonable. And the Democratic Party demonized him for that too. Because again, they would rather cancel the candidate with the progressive ideas in order to align themselves with elite interests every single time. Which is why most Democrat Party candidates are fucking creeps who seem so completely disconnected from actual real life. They're not put in place for us. They're put in place by the elite interests who want to control the narrative and keep their power. So when someone like Hasan Piker comes along who cannot be controlled and in fact seems to revel in shaking things up and pissing people off, and then a candidate like Dr. Abdul El-Sayed actually dares to bring Hasan into the fold.
I'm just going to say on Zohran, the majority of my fellow frequent canvassers for him were Hasanabi has law. Hell yeah. That's right.
And treat him like the influential political actor he is, the Democratic establishment has to swoop in and nip that in the bud before it gets so out of control that people start actually learning about, understanding, and wanting these extremist progressive ideals. Until we vote these elitist creeps out of office and find better alternatives, this is what we're stuck with in this country. And the way things are going, it is people like Hasan Piker who are going to have to do the actual political work of convincing people that progressive ideas actually aren't that extreme after all. If you'd like to support my work, consider joining on YouTube, Substack, or Patreon
Leisure
to get
Miller,
access to all
Marxist
these
Leninist
episodes
arc
completely
when
ad-free.
immediately.
And if you like my Reagan Ruined Everything t-shirt,
tomorrow, go to Saul, babacığım. The goats defended you too. Time stamped. Matt Gaetz, there's a coordinated campaign to slander you. What is this? The goats, the establishment Dems versus a new era. Hell yeah.
CNN. You already know they got bought out. CNN. Like, what's the name? Oh, yeah. No, CNN.
I'm going to go back to Leisha's video in a second, and I'm going to look through the comments. I want to see that, but I got to pee.
Goes and runs a story about Hasan Piker. We like, oh, the boy who represents the viewpoints of unironically a lot of young people. Even in his most extreme, these niggas will talk about what he said about 9/11. Like the broader point wasn't that American foreign policy during the 90s. But when that happens again, created the conditions for 9/11. But when that happens again after this Iran war, that nobody wanted. Let's just say I get on it, I'm like, well, I mean, the U.S. kind of deserved that shit because you know the shit that they've been doing with Iran. Watch. Oh fuck! What did you just say? Nah, gang.
We just bombed a school of 175 like little girls dead.
Yes.
Nigga, yes, the U.S. deserved 9/11. And if you disagree with that, you haven't done enough research.
You haven't done enough research. How many people do we kill every day in these conflicts since 9/11?
Since 9/11. 9/11 lost, I think we lost, what, like 3,000 people?
It was like 3,000 people that died.
Yeah. Some 3,000 people that died in 9/11.
And that
How many
also,
people you think
that
have
also
died in
means
Iran
that
already?
like, yeah, that also means that like the motherfuckers that died in 9/11 deserve to die. No, that's not what we're saying.
No. Yeah.
How many? But yeah, you want to know unprompted wars of aggression and choice create civilian casualties.
Yeah. The same thing we're saying
And
is,
the
hey,
one time
do the people in 9/11 that died, do they care? Should we care more about them than the people that we have murked in Iran already?
If you say yes, the only reason why you have for yes is that they're American, those other people are brown.
That's racist.
That's why we
You're
stay.
racist. Like, this is where we are.
That's why in order to have a principled anti-war stance, you should acknowledge that, hey, the more we do this, the more likely you are to create scenarios like 9/11 because you're killing these people, civilians, for whatever goal you have, and you're gonna inspire somebody to want to kill our civilians for whatever goal they have.
Yeah.
That's why you have international law, so shit doesn't break down and become law of the jungle.
Literally.
But who's been violating international law at every turn? Us. And who's been genociding and doing a 9/11 every single day for the last couple years? Israel with our weapons. So when you try to make it a high horse, I can't dare believe someone like Hasan would even approach saying something like that.
As we're contributing to a genocide.
As we're doing the cycle again, the Iraq war, shit again.
Yeah. Venezuela.
Let's see what how CNN decides to cover Hasan.
Our politics lead now. Now, Hasan Piker might not be a household name, at least among adults, but ask your kids. His new role as a midterm surrogate for some Democrats is proof that his political influence is expanding far beyond the streaming platform Twitch, where he has taken up residence. He is, without question, an online influencer with nearly 3 million followers. His rise as a prominent voice on the left is now driving a wedge between Democrats, and for good reason. Hasan Piker's past and present is checkered with controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted comments like this one.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying it. We totally put it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit.
The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny.
You know, it's Hasan Piker calling Orthodox Jews inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas, calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker has since apologized for his comments on 9/11, but he stood by the rest. He's accusing others of taking him out of context. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed, the leaders of the Democratic think tank Third Way write, quote, Mr. Piker is anti-American, anti-women, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. No Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the fringe where he belongs, unquote. Hasan Piker just recently become an issue in Michigan. It's home to a competitive three-way Democratic primary for governor. Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, one of the three candidates, and a former
governor. I didn't even realize you said governor.
Outward bigoted.
Yeah. Who that? What's that nigga name?
Jake Tapper.
Jake Tapper. Say less.
So
I'm about to call this nigga Jake Tapper some shit you ain't never heard before.
So mind you. So I love how the framing is meant to set up like, okay, look how even bigoted. I've seen Democratic politicians have made comparisons to Nick Fuentes.
I was gonna say, have they done a piece on Nick Fuentes like this?
Nope. They put him in one of the most powerful people in Chicago. That's what they did.
Nick Fuentes has not. No.
So I want you to understand something.
No.
I want you to understand something. So they're saying all this shit about Hasan. They say he's anti-woman, he's anti-Semitic, he's anti-Jew, and no one should be taking this seriously. And look at these statements. And then you see what they just did? They cited an opinion piece in the Wall Street Journal From Third Way.
Third Way. What's Third Way,
Third
JJ?
Way, which is funded by, this is according to Zeteo. Third Way, which is funded by billionaires and corporate interests, has been quite open about its broader goal and ongoing campaign to marginalize the left. We will be
marginalize the left.
We will be the chief opponent. This is a quote. We will be the chief opponent of the left in the 2028 Democratic presidential primary. The organization's president, John Cohen, recently pledged. Asked to define the kind of lefty candidates Third Way doesn't like, he pinpointed politicians who are for Medicare for all, the Green New Deal, abolishing ICE, and open borders. Cowen told the New York Times that Third Way will spend $30 million to $50 million towards this campaign over the next few years.
To stop, can you say the policies again?
To stop politicians who are for Medicare for all, the Green New Deal, abolishing ICE, open borders. Why?
Wow. CNN just did an 8-minute hit piece on this nigga. Using a quote from JJ. Say it one more time.
The Wall Street Journal, an opinion piece from the people who founded Third Way.
An opinion.
An opinion piece.
An opinion of who?
An opinion of
billionaires.
Of a company, of a think tank funded by billionaires whose specific express purpose is to tank politicians who are for universal health care.
That supports everybody.
Abolishing ICE.
That
a
supports
Green
everybody.
New Deal, which we just mentioned.
That supports everybody. And they said open borders. There has never been an open border. We don't have open borders.
So talk to me again. Can we talk again? You went on a rant earlier. Maybe 20 minutes earlier, you went on a rant about how Third Way is not actually Third Way.
No.
Tell me it one more time, Jada. What is the policy these things? Because we have
you
gotta get it through your fucking head.
Yes.
What's the policies? That they're fighting against, using $30 million to $50 million to fight against in the 2028
And they're
election.
saying, and they're using Hasan Piker as their flashpoint to get this off. Look at all the bad shit he said. But the niggas with the money are also against these things. The Green New Deal, Medicare for all, abolishing ICE. In a memo last year, Third Way advised Democrats to build a moderate democratic infrastructure, including media, talent pipelines, and communications networks, as it urged Dems to, quote, reduce far-left influence and infrastructure, neither of which meaningfully exists in U.S. politics.
I wonder who they backing right now.
So what does that
wonder
sound
who they
like to
backing
me?
right now.
Let's look at the fucking spectrum. So you got far left, you got far right. These niggas are saying reduce your far left. What fucking direction are we going in? What are we talking
about? It's a two-party system.
What are we talking about?
It's two sides of the same bird, right? So why is Third Way trying to make it one side of one bird? We're using as our objective category on how to determine how bad of a person Hasan Piker is an opinion piece from a billionaire-funded think tank that for some reason wants to spend millions of dollars to not get universal health care.
$30 to $50 million.
So
Third Way is no way, nigga.
So let's talk about this. What does this have to do with Cuba? Why is there not an opposition party in this country that can say the human rights violations going on in Cuba is horrible and we should be using American might to fix those? Because one of your two parties is operated by these people who are in the majority when it comes to the establishment, who are telling you that it's okay to spend $30 million to be against universal health care, something that Cuba has. We're wondering why there's so many inconsistencies about American foreign policy and how we can simultaneously be pedophiles but stand up for democracy but don't want democracy. That's why we try to overthrow the government on January 6th. Why is it? Because at the end of the day, what really matters is what's making these niggas money. They put the opinion in the opinion piece and aired it on CNN to get these niggas to make more money.
8 minutes.
8 minutes.
This is 8 minutes. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but this is
We're not going to watch
minutes.
the whole thing. Think about it. One of his biggest things, Hasan and Abdul, and they didn't really
No, he's got 42K.
mention it too out loud here, but I'm pretty sure they get it into the article, is also Israel. These same billionaires that are funding all these things are all heavily pro-Israel and acting as though like it's not a genocide in XYZ. And this is, we just talked about Gavin Newsom.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened? Discriminatory Israeli death penalty law could be a war crime, says UN rights chief. Volker Turk says bill which applies to Palestinians convicted of terror charges but not to Jewish extremists must be replaced. A new Israeli law that would allow the execution of Palestinians convicted on terror charges for deadly attacks but not Jewish extremists accused of similar crimes would constitute a war crime if enacted, according to one of the UN's most senior human rights officials, they were celebrating after they passed this law in Palestine that allows the death penalty for Palestinians in particular.
They had gold nooses on their suits.
That's definitionally, so we went from Gavin Newsom a couple weeks ago having that media appearance, getting away with being like, it's not apartheid right now. That's definitionally apartheid. Imagine they said if black people get convicted of killing a white person in a terrorist attack, you get the death penalty.
Immediate
Other
death
way
penalty.
around, yeah.
No
And
due process.
And by the way, this is court-martial. This is for military tribunal.
Keep in mind, they have videos out there right now of
Israeli people,
a boatload of Palestinian people running towards aid, and there's tanks firing at them.
I'm gonna wrap up right here. Can we skip to like 3 minutes 50 inside this video? I just want to see when they try to combat, or when they try to prove the anti-Semitism part with Hasan Piker, because they're saying that this guy's unabashedly anti-Semitic. He shouldn't be anywhere near the party. Abdul al-Sayed, we looking at you sideways because you're even hosting a rally with this nigga. Let's look what they try to say. Mind you, I just told you that Israel passed a death penalty law for Palestinians.
Happens that Hasan Piker is aligned with a lot of Dr. Abdul al-Sayed's views on healthcare, on taxing the rich and billionaires, etc. He is a Bernie, AOC, Zoran guy. But with that, he has a long reputation of saying all of the things you just played here. I was just talking to you before the segment. I mean, I think it is a risk for Abdul al-Sayed to have him come into the state. It's an obvious risk, but he is grasping for votes in a crowded three-way primary in a state, Michigan, which you remember from 2024, both in the primary, the Democratic primary and the general election, has a lot of Arab and Muslim voters outside of Detroit, in Dearborn Heights, and Democrats have been suffering there. And I think he's trying to grab onto them. He's doing rallies at Michigan State, so he's trying to go after young people. But one thing I do want to point out, Jake, that you said in the intro, that he's not a household name.
They gonna fry this nigga about his clout,
which was launched to study young men by Democrats after 2024, polled Hasan Piker's name among young men. He's not well known at all. About half of young people don't know who he is. And then his favorable rating, he's -9%. He's underwater with faves. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hasan Piker. And that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
Interesting. And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way, they wrote, "We're all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hasan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side." Donny O'Sullivan asked Piker to respond to critics who call him anti-Semitic. He quoted a few things that Piker had said, especially a Zionist dog or Zionist pig, or I think the actual quote was Zionist pig.
And they say that's anti-Semitic. Zionist.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America.
Jonah. There's a lot to unpack there. What's your response?
There's a lot to unpack.
What Piker does that a lot of people of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by pointing it out in places that aren't them. He's been very clear pointing things out on the right. Oh, that's anti-Semitism. These are the tropes they use. And then he'll use the exact same tropes and just sub-Jew for Israel, which is the place where all Jews collectively have a connection to, and is the homeland where more than 50% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's not, you would never say Jews control the media, but Israel controls the media. And, you know, the Jews didn't pull us into the war with Iran and control the American government, but Israel does. And so he's able to sort of get away with some of this stuff in these subtle ways when really his impact is just as harmful as any out and out
harmful
anti-Semite.
what?
Just he's got a different name and he comes from a different wing of politics.
Can we pause?
It's interesting.
Harmful to what?
Do you feel no shame?
No, harmful to what though? He says it's harmful to who?
To Jewish people. He's equally as bad as a Nazi or as a raging anti-Semite because he substitutes the word Jew with Israel. Jewish people didn't pull us into the war. Israel did. But Israel did.
That's what I'm saying. So harm for the who? Not Jewish people. Harm for the what? The fact that Israel is in there right now doing what to niggas? Genociding Palestinians.
And bombing.
Harmful to that ideology? Yes. That's the fucking point.
No, he's trying to say, he's equivocating between Nick Fuentes, a Nazi nigga, and Hasan Piker by just saying all of Hassan's criticisms aren't actually at Israel. They're at Jewish people. He's just lying and saying the word Israel, the country that just passed the death penalty. And you're saying, nah, it's not about Israel. It's about the Jewish people. He just used it as a placeholder. He's the same as a Nazi. That should be slander and libel. You should be sued for that.
You should be. That's why he was kind of tripping over his words. He didn't want to say too much. You already said a lot, bro.
And there are Jewish people in the creator space, in the progressive online politics space, who would look at this nigga and say, you are making Jewish people unsafe. You are categorically boxing in Jewish people with all of Israel and Israel's actions.
Who else lives there, gang?
Israel is
50, who else lives
there? Said Israel is 50% of all Jews on planet Earth. So what does that mean the other 50% is, gang? What the fuck are you talking about? The other 50% is scattered across the fucking earth. Nigga, Israel is actively committing a genocide, my nigga. Yeah. Then you,
So to try to use any statement of what the government of Israel is doing.
As if they're not doing anything.
And shade behind anti-Semitism to cover up all the fucking
As if they're not doing anything. JJ, what did they just pass again, gang?
They passed the death penalty for Palestinians that only applies to Palestinians.
Death penalty that only applies to Palestinians.
So, what do you want me to do with that information? You're calling this nigga a Jew hater, and you're saying him and all his ilk need to be isolated from the Democratic Party, and we need to get rid of the left-wing infrastructure for this, in defense of this country that just passed the death penalty for one racial demographic.
I'm off it.
That it colonized.
There's not.
I'm sorry.
There's not. Yeah, bro.
The fact that you just said on national television and said, well, if you criticize Israel, you criticize the Jewish people because all Jewish people are tied to Israel. Yeah. You just said that all Jewish people are tied to and will be judged by the actions of far-right fascist niggas who are openly talking about how they want to genocide people.
Yeah.
I know a few Jewish people who don't want to be associated
with that shit.
That's more racist than anything you can say Hasan Piker
And then
said.
y'all sit here and also get mad at niggas when they be like, the Jews control everything, the Jews XYZ, and you say that's also anti-Semitism. You get to group them into this whole thing whenever you would like to, and then because of that, you got a lot of young niggas that are now grouping the Jews and making them everything, and now that's also anti-Semitic. Do you see why it's hard to actually combat the things that we're talking about? You want to actually combat anti-Semitism, you have to call out the genocide.
Yeah.
What the fuck are we talking about?
You have to be consistent. There's videos of me back in the past being calling out Candace Owens. I remember I got flamed in my comments because people was like, I don't know if I trust you now, JJ, because I was flaming her for being anti-Semitic. And then I made a follow-up video suck my dick, you don't trust me. She's talking about Jewish people drinking Christian baby blood. That's by definition an anti-Semitic stereotype and some brain dead shit. And she knows she does that because that's her whole wave in the black community, tie everything to the Jewish people. All these people who were Nazis 1 second ago are all of a sudden trying to actually tie everything to Jewish people. You have people like Hasan Piker who are saying, no, in defense of Jewish people, we can't say we should be colonizing and assassinating in defense of that. We should stand against that, whether that's happening to Jewish people or whether Israelis are doing that to Palestinians or whether we're doing that in Sudan. We should not have any of that. And they'll tell you that nigga's actually the one who has the ill intentions and wants to.
This is fire. Jam Podcast, everybody go check them out. They're phenomenal. Their coverage, their content is incredible. And I'm very proud of how much they've grown. They were at the Abdul rally in University of Michigan. Future is not so bleak, You look at a lot of stuff. On the internet, and you see a lot of young people on the internet behave like fools, and maybe it frustrates you, but then you look at these guys and you're like, all right, never mind. It's not so bad. All right, let's see what Leisha Miller's audience, how receptive they are.
Hi, it's Saturday, April 11th.
To her commentary where she did the unthinkable, defending me. Almost like Hasan is right when he says they can't attack the message without you hearing the message, so they need to attack the messenger. Mainstream America is and always will be more afraid of the far left than the far right. I don't know. I was nervous when I saw this pop up. Maybe it's a continued disappointment from damn near everyone with the platform. I apologize for even having the slightest doubts. You were as solid as they come, and a godsend in these horrible times. Did Big Dog get a haircut? Yes, I did. Wow, holy refresh pull. I discovered a channel through him a while back. I watched Hasan a decade ago, but kind of forgot about him until the Dems freaked out about him. Time to check him out again. No one is more prosecuted than Sunni Muslims, really. That's why they attack you like white Christians. No one is more prosecuted than Sunni Muslims. I can think of one group that's more prosecuted than Sunni Muslims, chatter. It's called gamers. That's right. Oh my God, I love you and Hasan a lot. I'm a man in my 20s. I fell for the alt-right pipeline back in 2016. Watching Hasan pull me out of it. So I will always thank him for saving me in that sense. There was also I've had it.
Okay, I am
Abdul says slams his AIPAC owned opponents as Dems launch attacks against him. Let's go. Let's freaking go.
joined today in studio, one of the hottest races in America. Of course, I'm talking about the Michigan.
Abdul on I've had it.
Rejecting corporate PAC money, yes or no?
Every day, all day, forever and ever. Only person in my race who never took corporate PAC money in the past and will never take it in the future and is not taking it now.
All right, let's dive into your opponents right now. So we have Haley Stevens, is that her name? She's kind of the establishment Democrat, and I believe she's Chuck Schumer's first pick.
Chuck Schumer has 2 picks, apparently.
Okay.
They're just neither of them are me.
The other one is Mallory McMorrow.
Yep.
If I am living in Michigan right now and I am looking to vote, do these candidates take corporate PAC money?
They've all taken them in every race they've ever run. I'm glad to hear that one of my opponents has decided that she does not want to take them anymore. That's great.
Yeah.
I think it's great to stop taking corporate PAC checks. But let's be clear, if you've only ever won elections taking corporate PAC money, and your whole claim to fame is that you've won elections, then you've won elections on the rules that have broken our politics in the first place. So I think at the end of the day, maybe start to give some of that money back, right? Try and figure out how you can get right on this. But if you didn't realize from the day you started running that corporate PACs are the essential corrupting feature in our politics, then at some point, I think you owe an explanation as to why. At the end of the day, though, like, it's not really about them. Like, to me, I want folks to understand that from the day I stepped into politics 8 years ago and I ran for governor, I understood that if we are going to continue to play the game the same way it's always been played, we're going to continue to get outcomes that are consistent with what we've always gotten. And we've just watched if things have gotten worse.
This has a 200 and
you appeared alongside
Hasan Piker derangement syndrome with Abdul El-Sayed. If complete inoffensiveness was what elections, how the hell did Donald Trump win twice? Hell yeah. Let's go. What is this? Ashley St. Clair confirms all our suspicions that right-wing influencers have all their messaging coordinated to get paid bounties, including millions for promoting Israel.
How the pay-to-play MAGA influence campaigns work. For those who don't know, my name is Ashley St. Clair, and I was involved in MAGA politics and was a MAGA influencer for almost a decade. I know. Now, MAGA, and really MAGA, not so much just GOP messaging, is incredibly coordinated. And I was initiated into this very young.
What is happening? Ashley St. Clair was Elon Musk's baby mama. If you remember, he mailed his semen to her. Actually, I think he actually did have sex with her, but I like to say that he mailed his cum to her. Because I think it's very funny. And she is Elon Musk's baby mama, right? She had a child of Elon. And then, like, he was so repulsive. Elon was so repulsive that, like, I think she just dramatically altered everything in her life. Like, everything she believed in reversed. Because she was like, this is, you know, if this is who I am now and this is who I'm around, like, I gotta change things. Yeah, reversed divorce court, if you will. Yeah, she did a 180. Like, she used to be like transphobic, all this stuff. She's against it all now.
19 years old when I was first brought on to Turning Point. That was when I was invited to my first Turning Point.
Dick so bad made her woke. I mean, like I said, it was the cum in a napkin, in a mail.
Event, and was really thrust into this MAGA influencer ecosystem. In 2015-2016, MAGA and their operators realized how important and consequential social media was for politics. This really started during the Obama years when they harnessed the internet and email campaign messaging, and then MAGA took it to the next level with things like Cambridge Analytica and coordinated messaging on sites like Twitter. Their main avenues for this influence are group chats, paid influence campaigns, and parties. Now, for the group chats, they operate with large influencers, particularly on Twitter. That is their primary mode of communication, is Twitter. And they will have these giant group chats that make influencers and individuals feel important because they are in group chats with members of the administration, people on the Trump team, in which they coordinate these messaging tactics. They also have coordinated calls with these campaigns and with these politicians, so you feel that you are important. What I really want to focus on, What I really want to focus on, though, is the paid campaigns, because this is able to fester through many loopholes within our own regulations and laws, because since what they're promoting is messaging or petitions or campaigns and not a service or a product, they do not have to disclose that they are paid for this on social media. So they have these Republican operatives, some of which were former White House, who build out these platforms that these right-wing influencers can log onto and see active campaigns and sign up for and get paid for promoting certain messaging, certain initiatives, certain petitions. And this pay is typically, per click. Sometimes it's a flat rate, but it is everything from, hey, tell your audience to call their members of Congress and vote a particular way on this bill, or, have your followers sign this petition, promote this propaganda, XYZ. And the structure is indistinguishable from ad campaigns that you would do for a traditional company. So if you take, Tarte, for example, or a cosmetic.
Pause Sparrow. Y'all need to find Jesus. We found Allah already. And his prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Or what have you. Typically when they get influencers, they will also have a company copy or things that they should say, a script. And so do these right-wing influencers. They are given a script, they are paid, and they post it. And the only difference is that they do not have to disclose that it's an ad, because of our current laws and regulations do not require them to do so, since it is not a good or a product. Now, some of these consulting firms that pay for this stuff, they will show up on FEC records because, the campaign or the PAC or the candidate pays them. But once they pay this consulting firm, it's gone. There is no further disclosures required by the consulting firms or anything like that. So this is a good way for them to hide exactly who they're paying for messaging, because it just goes through these firms that do not require any.
That's so funny. Leisha Miller just dropped a video defending you. Hey, Hasan, Leisha Miller made a video about you and Hasan derangement syndrome. It's so funny, chatters, because we just got done watching that, like approximately 30 minutes ago. And I watched it for a very long time, which you can rewind and see my reaction to if you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. If you like the stream and you think to yourself, man, how could I possibly support this stream? How could I possibly support this stream? Well, it's easy. All you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub like Rot Horse Kid. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 new Hasanabi heads to no longer see the ads. Except I don't even run ads anymore. So they will never see the ads regardless. Yes, I'm baptized. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. After this, I'm going to be talking about KMT, Taiwan, Top Shi, and the like.
Additional reporting to the FEC. And again, they also have these group chats with members of the administration and high-up officials that, especially when a scandal or controversy breaks out, all of this messaging is a candle in the dark. Thank you for the 20. Here's how we respond to the files. Here's how we respond to the war. Here is how we respond to everything. So there's this entire ecosystem of large influencers. All of the largest influencers that you have seen in the right wing, 99% of them are paid or compensated or having their back scratched in one way or another. And then this trickles down because the people under them, these smaller influencers, are not aware of this. So when they're looking to these larger accounts in response to...
Michael Carbonara pays $160 per 100K views if you post clips of him. Who the fuck is Michael Carbonara? That sounds like you made that name up. What? That's a person? Michael Carbonara? He does magic? That's a pasta. Yeah, I mean, that's what, yeah, Jeff Rigatoni gives you $170 actually.
Controversies or messaging, what they're seeing is actually very coordinated and very sophisticated influence campaigns from the top. There is no free thinking here whatsoever. They are waiting
Giuseppe
to get
Carbonara's
orders
cousin. Hey,
and
cousin.
a direct deposit. This also works on a smaller scale for influence campaigns because there are private, very wealthy donors that will pay independent journalists to do certain projects or videos, and that never has to get reported to the FEC because it's between two private individuals, even though the messaging and the influence is for political purposes. This happened to me at one point when there were a lot of scandals going on with the airlines and immigration, which I unfortunately had a role in boosting that rhetoric. I had a very wealthy billionaire who reached out to me because he had personal beef with Southwest, so he wanted me to do a sting operation on Southwest to see if they were...
Dude, I 100% believe every word that's coming out of her mouth. I genuinely think a lot of these guys are extremely online, like billionaires specifically, and they identify people that they despise. In this circumstance is me. Or there's like wealthy interest groups and shit like that. And they absolutely pay people to just constantly fucking do these like smear operations against corporations. They lean into pre-existing Republican messaging as well. They do it for ideological purposes too. Like, I mean, with Laura Loomer, I don't think Laura Loomer is coming after me because some fucking billionaire is paying her. I think Laura Loomer is coming after me because she's insane and also an omega dick rider of the nation state of Israel. I think that's her primary purpose there. But definitely, like when you see all those, here, I'll give you one example. For the longest time, especially post Elon Musk purchase of Twitter, blue checkmark power farmers, like farmers, who oftentimes bought their likes as well, have dominated Twitter discourse, right? They've dominated Twitter discourse. And I know for a fact that all of the kick stake sponsored drama clip channels absolutely were coming after me for that reason. And all you need to do is just like establish a base level of resentment for normies and make it seem like there's something very controversial there. And once that faucet opens up, the algorithm feeds into it. Okay? Because then it doesn't take much for a coordinated smear campaign to get off the ground. All you need to do is create a level of controversy around someone by smearing them, and then tie it back to some kind of ideological goal as well. And then once you do that, other people will follow suit, because a lot of influencers are super responsive to the algorithm. A lot of influencers see something going on in the algorithm, someone actually gaining a lot of momentum, doing something, and they just follow through on it. And that's part of the reason why there's so many people who probably have politics that are not dissimilar to mine, maybe not to the same degree, maybe not the same ideological tendency or whatever, but certainly, liberal, apolitical people, or even like outright progressive people who have seen the impact of like fuck Hasan campaigns, and they'll just lean into it in an effort to farm centrists and apolitical people to show them that they're not bad. Like, once you craft a villain, once you identify a villain and you craft a villain on the internet, it doesn't take much for other people to get on board with that. And it's become much easier to do. Like, I think on Reddit, it was fairly easy to do because Reddit is like super botted. But since then, I would say Twitter has become an even more valuable tool in the same exact way. New, between October 2023 and December 2024, the Israeli army ran a covert psyop aimed at shaping public opinion in Israel and abroad, originating from the campaigns division of the IDF spokesperson unit, Ha-Makam, recently revealed. They're calling it the least successful psyop of all time. Yeah, it did not work. It worked in the exact opposite way. But here's a great example of this. Like, look. Anti-Semites are turning me into a Zionist. Their low IQ energy is too much for anyone intelligent to handle. Will Chamberlain, really starting to feel like the anti-Semitism out there is turning me into a Zionist. Anti-Semites are turning me into a Zionist. Their low IQ energy is too much for anyone intelligent to handle. Anti-Semites are turning me into a Zionist. Their low IQ energy is too much for anyone intelligent to handle. These guys are not independent thinkers. They're getting paid to say that because they're chuds. Like, this is what Captive Dreamer does. For the longest time, I thought Captive Dreamer and many others were just like straight up anti-Semitic neo-Nazis, right? And they might still be anti-Semitic. And I think they did traffic in a lot more anti-Semitic tendencies and anti-Semitic statements back in the day, pre-October 7. But once the Israel stuff started shifting people's collective conscious, they very quickly became the stopgap for all of the right-wing chuds and all the edgy boys that would try to basically farm or steal as many of Nick Fuentes' audience as possible and feed them the exact same kind of like edgy rhetoric, anti-black, anti-brown rhetoric and maybe even at times anti-Semitic rhetoric, while simultaneously trying to get them to not blame Israel and not blame America's relationship with Israel. I think it's had some success. I mean, Israel's most successful operation has always been never to talk about Israel necessarily, but to always talk about how like Muslims are a real danger. No, Captive Dreamer, others in that orbit have always been pro-Israel, and his wife Fuentes has hated them. Yeah. They've always been pro-Israel. I'm just saying they used to say anti-Semitic shit at times as well. They kind of stopped doing that post October 7, but they've always been pro-Israel. You can be anti-Semitic and pro-Israel. There's plenty. It's like the majority of Americans. You know? Here's proof that Gunther on Twitter sells reposts. MAGA grifting not so profitable anymore. One of MAGA's major dick sucks. Gunther Eagleman is feeling the squeeze from the market shifting against Trump and MAGA that he's resorted to selling reposts. Let's see. I've been working in a side business with some patriots and a USA manufacturer. 1A, 2A. The only promotional posts I do are $300 reposts. I do charge. I can send you my Cash App if you still want the repost. Capitalize the B and God bless. I would say today isn't the best day for a retweet. Tucker Carlson is about to take all the traffic and attention away from any posts here in a bit. 6, 7 a.m. CT is the best time for me, usually for posts during the business week. That's so funny. Oh my God. 6, 7. Yes. 6, 7. 6, 7. These are so stupid. All these guys, bro. All these guys are fucking unvarnished grifters, okay? Every single one of them. Every single one of those like drama farming clip accounts, every single one of them, that's all they do. All they do is like clip streamers out of context, write like fake, deliberately fake captions, knowing full well that it'll farm the most outrage, and they get paid to do that. What? Please look into it. Hospice fraud in Cali. This is so important right now. I almost died. What? What do you... Okay. I hope you're all right, chatter. Yeah.
Flying migrants around the country. I did not do that.
Isn't hospice literally when you're, close to dying? Hospice care?
To obfuscate things even more, there are also, this happens between private companies as well. So
isn't hospice care palliative care? Like close to the end of your life type care?
some of the biggest private companies within the right, particularly the right-wing media, they will be reached out to by people who want particular messaging. I was aware of this several times in regards to Israel, where Republican companies, right-wing companies, private media companies were offered millions of dollars to promote pro-Israel messaging and just sprinkle in things. So they're also doing this very covertly when they're making these asks. They're saying, let's just sprinkle it in here and there for a larger scale, long-term influence campaign. And issues like this with money in politics really began around the 70s, late 70s. And there's a particular case that I've been fascinated by, which is Buckley v. Vallejo, and other subsequent precedents that basically solidify money as speech. And what you do, this happened like right on the heels of the civil rights era, right? And all of these individuals are now able to participate in democracy, at least on paper, in the same way as everyone else. Well, a lot of people, particularly very wealthy corporate men, were not happy about this. So they got right to work saying, well, we need to differentiate ourselves. And they basically complained to the courts and complained that corporations were basically political minorities and that they should be able to participate in politics and that money is speech. And our court affirmed this. The Supreme Court has affirmed many times that money is free speech. So by definition, there are a lot of people in this country who have more free speech than others. And our current system is incredibly archaic in the sense that it does not account for the internet and that these influencers do not have to disclose when they're paid, in the sense that basically money can be hidden in politics through these consulting firms, and I have seen it time and time again. They throw money around for everything. At one point, I was...
Corporations are people, my friend, and they're not just people. They're very kind people. Corporations are, my friend,
offered a lot of
and their
money
interests are my
to
interests.
Rick
I will
Grinnell
defend
for
them
Secretary of
vociferously.
State when the Trump administration admin picks were happening. And I can guarantee you he was not the only one in this pay-to-play scheme. And at the other end of almost all of these payments are also confidentiality agreements, meaning that even if these individuals involved had a change of heart and realized that they are participating in great evil, that they cannot speak up about it or they will get...
I'm Jewish. Are you going to ban me? What? Handlers. Why would I do that? What the fuck? The chatter came in here and was like, would you hide me? The answer to your question is no. I don't, unless you do something that violates this community's rules. You know, if you're not like being heinous, vile, toxic with your sentiment in the chat, you're probably going to be fine.
Into oblivion. So not only have the wealthy created a system in which their political influence means far more than yours, but they've also been the architects of a system in which they have these manufactured reputations and narratives, and they manufacture silence through these incredibly asymmetric contracts in which people could lose their livelihoods and reputations for speaking.
I'm white. What are you going to do? Ban me? Good luck, buddy. You don't know the storm that's coming when you do. Show Zappy dog. She's on I just let her out. I just released her. That was loud. Great video. I'm American. Are you going to ban me? Yeah. Hospice and palliative care are different. Hospice is comfort care for people with terminal illness and limited survival time, 6 months or less. It can take place in a facility or home. The only people I ban are people from Naperville. Being from Naperville is a bannable offense in this community, and that's it. That's the only thing. Other than that, everything else, you're solid. The negotiations are extending, apparently. Here's an update. Tasnim news agency reports that the Iran-U.S. negotiations in Islamabad have now stretched into a 14-hour marathon, with talks beginning at 1 p.m. local time Saturday After another round of in-person trilateral meetings with Pakistan ended, the two sides have resumed exchanging texts via expert teams. A Tasnim reporter at the site says serious disagreements remain between Iranian and American delegations, with Tehran signaling the progress now depends on Washington shifting course. Iranian officials say the ball is in the American court to move away from what they describe as excessive demands and adopt a more realistic approach, underscoring that key sticking points have yet to be resolved despite hours of negotiations. Not looking good. I mean, is JD Vance actually having to sit through a 14-hour negotiation process? Because that's fucking awesome. New updates. Negotiation update, 7:40 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. Talks are set to resume after sunrise Sunday. After a brief pause, according to state media, it's now around 4:40 a.m. in Pakistan. Day one ended after a 15-hour marathon, with Iran-U.S. negotiations continuing about 3:40 a.m. local time Sunday. Iranian officials began discussions at 1 p.m. Saturday at the Serena Hotel in Islamabad. First meeting with Pakistani officials before entering direct talks with the U.S. delegation. The status of the Strait of Hormuz will remain unchanged until Iran and the United States reach a common framework for continuing negotiations, an Iranian security source told CNN, adding that excessive demands by the American side have blocked progress. Iran is in no hurry, he said, adding that Iran has told the U.S. that until a framework agreement is reached, even the number of ships that had been agreed upon will not be able to pass. Iran is toast? I don't think so. I feel like they've been understandably stubborn in their conditions, which makes sense because they have the leverage. Kick Iran out of the World Cup, please. Why? Are you worried? Are you worried they're going to whoop America's ass? Is that what it is? The fuck do you mean kick Iran out of the World Cup, please? Dude, that'd be the funniest thing, to just like blow up Iran out of nowhere because the genocidaire Israel decided they wanted to kill just a shit ton of Iranian people, and we assassinate their entire leadership. We blow up their fucking we blow up their hospitals. We blow up a little school, a school with little schoolgirls in it. And then we fucking ban them for defending themselves. Like, that's not how things work. Okay? That's not how anything works. I mean, it could happen because the entire world is run by monsters, but it is pretty wild to even suggest such a thing because they are absolutely the victims in this situation. We are the perpetrators of violence. We are the ones who shot first, and for no reason at all other than to entertain Israel's psychotic ambitions. Okay? So, you know, if there's one country that should be banned from all FIFA events, it's Israel. There's two countries that should be banned. It's Israel and the United States of America. Obviously, the second one is never going to happen because we are the dominant hegemonic superpower. But, you know, at least Israel for sure. Nah, man, I want to watch every other team in the group batter the U.S. men's team. Bro, why didn't they send Pahlavi instead of Vance? I agree. The brilliant mind of Pahlavi. Ryan Grimm reports South Korea tells Israel to stop playing the victim in a remarkable response to Israel's demand for an apology. The reference below to the repercussions suffered by the Korean people as a result of Israel's war and Israel's refusal to end the war is the key point here. If Lebanese or Palestinian civilians were the only ones hurt, countries will condemn but move along. Now, they are getting hurt too, and Israel does not seem to realize how isolated they are. Our people who have endured countless cries and the pain of losing national sovereignty through a 5,000-year history fully empathize with and understand the horrific suffering experienced by the Israeli people in the last century. However, no reason can justify inhumane acts that exceed all bounds. We cannot stand idly by while such acts continue and their repercussions reach even our own people. We urge Israel to break free as soon as possible from the chain of hatred where the memory of victimhood leads to further perpetration. Yeah, Israel tried to pull the Holocaust card on South Korea because South Korea was like, how could people who have suffered from the Holocaust like do such heinous atrocities? And then Israel was like, how dare you? We should be allowed to, you know, torture and kill children. The Holocaust happened to South Korea, which, of course, in the same time frame, was also experiencing maybe not like Holocaust level violence, but violence that was not dissimilar in the hands of Nazi Germany's ally, Imperial Japan. So that's very stupid for Israel to pull off against another country that also had a shit ton, that experienced a shit ton of violence, right? Did you listen to the latest Chapo? Felix said you're more annoying about anti-Semitism than him. What does that mean? I have not listened to the latest Chapo. He's just jealous that everybody calls me an anti-Semite and nobody calls him an anti-Semite, and he tries so hard. He said you care about him more than him. I mean, he's right. I definitely do care about him more than he does. But my take, President Lee Jae-myung has broken with South Korea's longstanding foreign policy approach of avoiding public positions on distant conflicts. His direct criticism of Israel over Gaza is a departure from Seoul's traditional strategic ambiguity on issues beyond the region. Korea has typically avoided taking strong positions on issues that don't directly affect it. The approach is to maintain relations with all sides, not to upset trading partners unnecessarily, focus on North Korea and immediate regional concerns. Lee appears to have broken with this paradigm, or have broken this paradigm by sharing a 2024 video of Israeli soldiers dropping what appears to be a lifeless Palestinian from a rooftop, comparing war crimes to comfort women and the Holocaust. When Israel's foreign ministry condemned him, he doubled down, saying that Israel should reflect on continuous anti-human rights and anti-international law actions, which is fucking awesome. He said the opposite, that you care more about anti-Semitism than him, yes? Yeah, no, that makes sense. He said that on this broadcast as well. He's right. He, apparently Witkoff and Arakshi were about to throw punches. Çetin, gazeteci. Okay, this guy's Turkish. He might be jealous. Okay? He might just be jealous that Pakistan is at the table and he's just like lying about how the peace talks are not going well because it's in Islamabad instead of Istanbul. Okay? Just saying. Fake Turkish stories. Real. Oh, if these talks were taking place in Istanbul, it would have been done by now. Behavior, you know. It is claimed that just a few minutes ago there was a tense confrontation between Minister Abbas Arakci and Witkoff. Wait, Witkoff. Abbas Arakci makes sense. That's how you say it in Turkish. But Witkoff, what the fuck? Nearly turning into a physical fight due to a serious disagreement regarding the management of the Strait of Hormuz. Never threatened the Iranians and... Just now you said with JD Vance too, so you're just making stuff up, huh? Oh my God, he's just making shit up. You guys are so dumb. I was right. Ain't no way Witkoff thinks he would come out on top of that situation. Yeah, Arakci literally fought in the Iran-Iraq wars. Okay, he has seen tremendous combat. As a Pakistani, we love and respect Turkish people. Hasanabi, sir. Yeah, but you're kind of stealing our shine right now. You know what I mean? You're kind of stealing our shine presently with this whole Pakistan, Zindabad, Pakistan, we are the table, Pakistan, Turkey is no longer the table type shit. Don't like it.
So we've lost. There's nowhere to go. It's checkmate. We can't do the things we think we
My
can.
life for Pakistan.
We're tweeting. We're truth socialing, whatever. We're trying to win the war on social media, and we're not even doing that because do you have the Lego thing up? Can you get that Lego video? We're not even winning the shit-talking war. We're not even winning that. The shit talk? You think America would win that? At least. If we're going to win one thing, we're getting bodied by Iranian AI in the war of shit talk. Truly. How embarrassing. We're the country that invented shit talk, and we're getting lit up. Take a look.
Orange pig. America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you sold. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us to the left.
What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this, bro? They're doing AI Macklemore raps now. Oh my God, bro. They're farting on us, dude. They're farting on us. No, I haven't seen this. What the fuck?
We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system ever wrong. They've known all along.
How are we losing in this? We are getting bodied with.
Mersheimer was noticed. No way out. Mersheimer was right. Oh, what a fucking honor, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. The chorus will floor you, okay?
The Lego stuff.
Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies of illusions. Unbelievable. Scream America first now. You put
unbelievable.
Wait, making America first, but you put what first?
Unbelievable.
Make Israel great again.
That's crazy.
They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you.
They flew, it's not even AI, they flew Macklemore out for this one. Wow.
I mean, we're not even winning that. We're losing that. I mean, it's unbelievable. God.
That is, why does this work? It doesn't make sense. I don't know what it is. I fucking despise AI videos. But weirdly enough, all of the Lego AI that the Iranian side has made has been banger after banger. I don't know why. And it's like kind of embarrassing to admit.
ما ملت شهادتی ما ملت امام حسینی.
You met me at a very Shia time in my life. I mean, a lot of the countries in this region, especially like the Houthis as well, like they have figured out the science of aura farming. Okay? This is a medium that they have mastered. They really do a lot with very little. Okay? Obviously the Iranians also have like they have the whole like library of Shia music that I didn't even know existed, but it's fucking dope. You know, the whole like chest thumping and they do like throat singing and poetry, and it's pretty fire. But I genuinely don't understand why the Lego animations hit so hard. Okay, stop sending me all the other ones. What's the latest one? It's kind of been there. No, Persia's been farming aura for centuries, haven't they? It's true. Bro, everybody keeps sending me the old Lego video. I want to see the last one that they put out. The one that was the rap song, whatever.
Hey, Orange Pig. America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you saw.
They don't want us to see it, bro. Look, YouTube stopped us. This has 1 million views.
But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote
This is a fucking AI video with 1 million views. Why is it busted?
is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran. Hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system ever wrong, they've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, nah, you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing.
Bro, the amount of like tapped in to even the minutia of American culture is crazy. Okay, it reminds me, I forget who it was who said it. It's like, we all went to your schools, right? It was like an Iranian guy. It was like, we all went to Western schools. Like, we all went to college in the West. We all learned in the West. We understand America. You don't understand a thing about Iran. Which I guess kind of makes sense, because is that you at 057? No shot. They would not put me in a fucking what, turning me into red paste?
We saw everything. If the public ever.
Oh, you mean this? I don't think so. That's funny. Yeah, they put me in here. They
saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth.
It looks like Matt Walsh. That's crazy. Dude, every frame of painting.
People reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system ever wrong, they've known.
Turns out the rapper is actually an Iranian performer. His name is Makal Almour.
All along, the enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, nah, you put losers first. Make Israel great again.
Oh, it's a Morandi quote. Many of us have lived and studied in the West, and we understand you more than you can imagine, while you don't understand Iran at all. It's true.
Government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel.
Okay, so they just like loop it. They loop the same thing, right? Or is there like an end here? Oh, wait, no, they talk about.
You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and we're.
It's the hook, bro. It's played twice. Okay, let's see this one. This one came out one day ago. Iran Lego War video shows allies closing in on the White House. See, they didn't make him Lego. Just Pete Hegseth, Benjamin Netanyahu, and Satan, and then with another Satan, I guess. Why is he crying? Is that Abbas Arakshi?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
The fuck? What? Nigerians? Hey, yo, Nigerians joined? New server open. Please ask Chad if they know about Epstein calling Trump the worst and most evil man he's ever known. I thought that was very obscure, deep lore. It's not obscure, deep lore. Bosnians. Yemenis, Pakistani, Bosnians. Yo, these guys are real ball knowers. They know Professor Chiang, okay? They're saying Pax Islamica. That's what this is. They're saying Pax Islamica is real. They saw the predictive history, and the Iranians are big fans. And Turks, these fits are a little interesting. I don't. This is not what Turkey looks like, but okay. They said Indians? Indians are joining the battle? Okay.
ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا.
I'm imagining like Americans waving the Iranian, the Islamic Republic flag outside of the White House by making it look like it's Zana. This one's a trip. Don't fall for it, lol. I told my kids don't fall for this one. Is that why they're doing Lego? They're capturing the attention of an entire new generation. They're just like cooking. The next generation is going to sing the praises of the Islamic Republic. Bro, they're making so many AI Lego videos. What the fuck? Why Lego? Why Lego? I don't. It just like kind of doesn't make sense why they're just doing Lego.
فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا.
I guess it's like because Iran is the most like autistic engineering country of all time. And Lego is very autism friendly. You know? Maybe that's what it is. Or maybe because they are like, oh, you're in an anime one? No. No, I've seen this one. This is the Yemeni one, I'm pretty sure, but they didn't put me in it. They put Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, and Tucker Carlson because all the unks in the Ummah, they love these people.
Rescate del piloto, puro teatre. Era el uranio. Fracasaron.
Yeah, this is Nick Fuentes speaking Spanish in front of a Mexican flag, which is really funny. Yeah, this is Jackson Hinkeldink. They put Jackson Hinkle on here. They didn't put me on here. It's fucked up. Their AI guy just fucking loves Lego. Presumably, they did a bunch of different styles in Lego that caught on. Now the algorithm demands Lego and only Lego. New Lego style from Iran.
Yeah, you blew the bridge. Posted the video proud. Power plants next. Stone Age talk out loud. Watch this.
What? War crime. Bridge down, civilians cry. Trump on truth, social flexing while they die. Power plants next, blackouts in the night. Stone Age threat.
Great Persia still shines bright.
You
split the bridge in flames. Smoke filling up the sky, posted the video laughing, showing off your strike, threatening power plants, trying to turn off all the lights, dragging us to Stone Age with your illegal might. But great Persia rises, history on our side, ancient empire strong, we never hide. True social warrior, keyboard criminal, every strike you drop, we multiply the missile. War crime, war crime, war crime, war crime. Bridge down, civilians cry. Trump on true social flexing while they.
It's just so strange to go war crimes. Whoop. Okay, I think not all the AI slop is created equal. You know.
Power plants next, blackouts in the night. Stone Age threat. Great Persia still shines bright.
Here's an explainer. Let's see if it. What's with all the Iran Lego videos?
On Lego videos.
America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you stole.
This is one of the latest viral videos by pro-government Iranian media outlets. A regime-aligned propaganda outfit based inside Iran called Explosive Media has really dominated the scene, creating AI-generated Lego videos about the war that rack up thousands of views and shares. They're traditional, outdated videos and images of religious iconography most associated with the Islamic Republic.
Okay, those are fire though. Like I think, you know, doing propaganda the old-fashioned way like is a lost art. You know, I think like North Korea still does it, and I do have a lot of respect for them for continuing the tradition, you know, like Soviet realism.
Are getting pushed aside. Instead, these globally oriented songs and raps talk about the core principles of the Islamic Republic, like anti-Westernism and anti-imperialism, in a more modern way.
We're standing here for everyone, your system ever wrong, they've known all along.
Nagus Bojogli says the war has changed how the Islamic Republic communicates.
Because their fathers have been killed mostly, this younger generation now has a lease to be able to sort of take on the decision making and how to communicate with the world about what Iran is and what the Islamic Republic stands for. They've put aside a lot of that religious language.
And it's not just Lego videos. Over the past few weeks,
Oh yeah, the Iranian the Iranian embassy accounts are going crazy. Like they're great, but Westerners don't respond positively to that. I mean, I don't know, but I just feel like they just do, the embassy accounts are just like popping memes off.
Iranian embassies all around the world have begun trolling the U.S. and Israel. And Iranian leaders like Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, have also begun posting memes and internet culture references, showing a real shift in propaganda.
It's quite incredible to me to watch.
It's kind of crazy they're out meeting us in propaganda, though. Like, that is wild. Because remember, this administration started doing like Fash Wave, Groiper memes all the fucking time. And then they all stopped when we decided to bomb Iran. And Iran started out meeting us. Okay, we went meat for meat. And they got a whole lot more meat. They got mad Kubide, bro. How is that possible? Even on the fucking meme front, like,
they have outdone the United States and Israel in communications, especially in the social media realm. That to me shows that the young folks are in charge of the communications
look at the
arm
Hexef
in
one too.
Iran. And in the United States and Israel, it still feels beholden to an older generation, which is why I think they're failing in the digital world.
What's with all the Iran Lego videos?
Wait, they interviewed the guy who made the videos? Wait, fuck off. Ain't no way.
You say that you have a commitment to the...
We challenged Mr. Explosive on factual inaccuracies in one of his Lego-style clips. Wait, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. They challenge his factual inaccuracies in the Lego AI video. Okay, let's hear what the BBC did.
Truth to opposing the narrative that the U.S., or what you call the Zionist regime, is putting out there. But one of your videos depicts the Iranian military capturing the downed U.S. fighter jet pilot. That didn't happen.
There might be a hidden scenario here. Possibly there was no lost pilot. There was no rescue operation. The main goal was to steal uranium from Iran. Oh.
اصلا سناریو خلبانی وجود نداشته باشه. اصلا برنامه نجاتی نبوده. هدف اونها سرقت اورانیوم از ایران بود.
You're saying that the U.S. narrative that they rescued this downed fighter pilot is not true.
یکی رسانه چند وقت پیش به این اشاره کرده بود که 13% روایت‌های ترامپ از واقعیت تبعیت.
Okay, he did cook here. A media report lately said that only 13% of what Mr. Trump says is based on facts. And I can assure you that the majority of things he says are false. Okay, shots fired back. Low key, Western media is, calling into question the accuracy in an AI Lego video made by some random guy in Iran. But he is right on that. Like, his retort is like, okay, well, your fucking president is lying about everything. And he's not even wrong, which is unbelievable when you think about it.
به نظر من خود این نشون میده که اکثر روایتی که ایشون داره غلطه.
It is kind of crazy that we are placing a higher standard of accuracy and a higher expectation of truth telling from random Iranian guy that makes AI Lego videos as opposed to our fucking president. I guess it shouldn't be surprising to me, considering that many people have placed a higher standard on fucking random Twitch streamer as opposed to the president as well. So, it's pretty wild.
When the Trump administration is allegedly dishonest or lies, does that embolden you to also be looser with the truth?
نه ما اعتقاد داریم که ما کار خودمون رو میکنیم و حقیقت در نهایت تثبیت خواهد شد و ما کار خودمون انجام میدیم و به نظرمون بعضا افرادی ممکنه پیدا بشن که مطالعه ندارن. در همه کشوران پیدا میشه. ما برای اینکه اونها گول رسانه رو نخورن برای اونها کار رسانه‌ای انجام میدیم و اصلا نه توی تفکرمون هستش نه توی پیمان رسانه.
Fabricating the truth is not a part of our mission. We do not have a rivalry with them in lying, but there seems to be a fierce competition between Trump and Netanyahu in fabricating lies. Why is he writing fire, dude? What the fuck is going on? Oh my God. Oh my God. What the fuck? I do think I can't get over the fact that the BBC guy sincerely asked him, and it's still continuing to ask him about the veracity of the statements being made in the fucking Lego AI video. It's literally like, well, when you portrayed Donald Trump as an agent of Baal, don't you feel like it's a little bit embellished? It's like, yeah, it's a Lego AI video, man. It's not like a official statement from Tasnim News Agency or, the IRGC's official communiques. It's just, I'm making Lego videos in my basement.
بین تیم خودمون هستش که این کارو بکنیم. نه همچین چیزی نیستش. ما تقابلی در دروغگویی نداریم، اما ترامپ و نتانیاهو با هم توی دروغگویی مسابقه خیلی بزرگی گذاشتن.
All right, let's see this one. Diss track of Pete Hegseth.
Yo, Pete Hegseth. This one's specially for you. You punk ass rapist bitch. Straight from Iran. Tattoo covered clown with that cafe ink on your arm. Think you a crusader? Nah, just a drunk infidel in a fake uniform. Chain to kill all Muslims. Wasted in the hotel lobby. Sexual assault settlement in Monterey. Blocked the door, took a phone, paid her off quiet, cause Me Too was on. Now you secretary? What a joke, bro. Cheated.
Bro, Me Too mention. They dialed in on like where he did the rape and everything. Everything is true here. This has a higher factual basis than any number of different things coming from our government, man.
No wives, multiple affairs, kids in the mix, family man, hell no. Handsy with women at Fox, drunk on the job. Your own team say, yo, this dude toxic. Couldn't even guard Biden's inauguration. Your own military said next. Book called American Crusade, dreaming Hollywood.
That's literally true. But I don't think it was Biden. I think it was Obama, right? Or no, was it Biden? They told him because of his tattoos that he was not allowed to serve in the National Guard for one of the inaugurations. It could have been, is Biden? Yeah, why am I even questioning the Lego AI video, which obviously has, yeah, I apologize. I apologize to Explosive Media. I apologize to the Lego Man for ever doubting your accuracy. You have been, so far, 100% accurate. BBC fact check this one, yeah.
But reality check, you just a failed vet turned TV clown slipping on.
What is this? Nah, this is racist. Yes. Demi is back. She said, this is racist. She said they're doing digital blackface or digital black voice. She said, Demi said, the Iranian guy sitting in a basement as American bombs are blowing up their infrastructure. That's a guy who's doing harm to me, an American who is bombing him with this digital black voice. Oh God, thank you. You're right. You're right. I think, you know what we should do? We should cancel Iran.
Your own mess. Trump picked you cause you kissed the ring. But wait, funny part ain't coming. The dude you sucking up for that secretary gig. Trump himself was Bill Clinton's top cocksucker, giving blue jobs back in the day. Real talk, you out here blowing for access, but he the original BJ queen. You thought our missiles max 2,000 kilometers? Cute, rookie mistake. We hitting the bow, worshiping Epstein Island crew, the ones who hurt the kids. Revenge for every American soul you and Trump's dirty crew oppressed and did. We taking payback for the girls, you broke the wives, you broke the Muslims you hate. Every victim screaming in the dark. Iran got you on the play. You threw everything at us, all your cards, all your might. We still operate.
This feels like the IRGC guy has a guy who puts on a uniform every day and just watches you and Joe Rogan for 8 hours a day, and now he's been activated. He's like, write that shit down, write that shit down. Bro, there's a flow change up. That's crazy. He switched up on the beat.
And on 10% power, laughing while you fight. We see everything, know every secret, every dirty Epstein link you hide. Where you least expected, in the shadows we ride, and no place to slide. This ain't full force, just a warm up. Persian flow with the rap. Pete, you done roasted raw. Iran sending this heat. Feel the math. Drop the mic. Infidel clown. We coming.
That's, I mean, I don't know what to say, honestly. That's crazy. This is just unfucking believable. Yeah, this is the U.S.-Iran war explained by Chinese AI animation, Legend of the Valley God. I'm not going to watch this whole thing, but because this is for the Chinese audience, right? This is for the Chinese audience, so it's in Chinese. They don't give a shit. That's what I'm saying. Like, Chinese people do not give a fuck about doing propaganda to the West. A lot of people don't understand this. Like, this is entirely made for the Chinese audience. This is for Chinese eyes only. The consumption is not for you. And they don't give a fuck. They rarely ever make like English speaking propaganda, English language propaganda at all. Is this the tech China sent to Iran? Yeah. Do you think there's an Iranian blue sky where they're like really mad about these videos and their effect on the environment? Yes. Yes, they're like, listen, no, there's a Chinese blue sky person that straight up said like, hey, you know, great video overall, you know, down with America, down with Israel, Maragbar America, but perhaps you could tweak the audio a little bit because I fear that it's coming across as it's giving digital black voice, sweetie. Iran has a woke of the day. Yes, of course there are. All right, let's watch the latest one. This is the latest one that just came out.
Yeah. Keep that same energy. You ain't nothing but a fraud. Yo, call him what he is. Liar! Yeah, hey, loser, come closer. I'm the exposer. Fake billionaire, your whole empire opposer. You step down, another liar takes the crown. The whole system is a circus. You're just a clown. You drop fake news, sitting high in your tower. Morally bankrupt, just drunk on the power. You're fired. Played your last trump card. No more aces, boy, you're discarded.
Can you stop showing us AI short videos? Yeah, why didn't they hire you, Chatter, to make these quick propaganda videos as bombs are flying overhead, as they're under crippling sanctions? They should have hired you. This is how they got you, bro. They did.
Tell me what you see. Big ego crushed. Fake reality. We covered in stone. We spell it in the fire. Ready for the truth. Call him the liar. Labor of blood on your pride. Island Epstein secrets you hide. All your crimes buried deep inside. Rotten systems, you're gonna slide. L-I-A-R. Yeah, we see you. L-I-A-R. We don't. Wipe us off the socials, yeah, you're hiding in fear. Trying to silence every voice you don't wanna hear. From the MJ to Diana, yeah, we see how it goes. The system buries light, but
You think they'll try to get me banned for showing these videos? They're gonna be like, Hasan is showing Iranian regime propaganda videos. That'd be the funniest, dude. Oh man, we got to get Laura Loomer to make Trump watch these. No, he'll kill himself, dude. No way.
the shadow of what shows Illuminati, Pac's blood and the perjury you lie, but the
Tupac's blood and the perjury, Illuminati.
perjury you lie, but the
What the fuck does wait? Cuba, Canada, Iran protests, Hormuz Strait? Question mark. What the fuck? Why is Tupac there?
Epstein Fury, yeah, round fool, yeah, the records are proof. Now we expose it all. This is April Truth. Look in the
This is April Truth. Oh my god, bro. They're fucking too tapped in. Okay? They're way too tapped in. It's crazy. Go back, you miss Michael Jackson and Princess Diana were killed by the Illuminati? Yeah, no, I got it.
tell me what you see. Big ego crushed, fake reality.
Bro, they got PolitiFact. Trump statements.
We carve it in stone. We spell it in the fire. Ready for the truth. Call him up.
Check your graveyard.
Labor of blood on your pride. All your crimes buried deep inside. Rotten systems, you're gonna slide. Hide, hide. L-I-A-R.
Oh my God.
We don't believe you. 13%. That's a failing grade.
Wow, they love that 13% thing, huh? This is like only 13% of what Trump has said so far has been accurate or something. Like,
the world is watching. Liar!
let's be clear. This isn't about politics. It's about character. 13%. That's the verdict on your soul. You spend your whole life chasing ratings, building a golden cage around a pathetic empty man, a con artist who got too loud. You ain't a leader. You're a joke without a punchline. Oh God, it's so AI. You ain't a leader. You're a joke without a punchline. That is so AI. That's such a classic ChatGPT way of writing things. History won't remember a president. It'll remember a shameful footnote. You got zero respect, period. I can't stand AI writing. No M dashes? No, they deleted the M dashes. His Lego Sona OC is killing me. To be fair, this is pretty much a Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer tweet. Yeah, I mean, obviously context matters, right? Like, that's why I was talking about, like, why normally I'd be so grossed out by, like, AI slop videos, but when it's Iran doing it, it just hits different. I don't know. Like, I guess the conditions that they're doing this under. First Iranian statement since the 15-hour wall-to-wall diplomacy. Diplomacy for us is the continuation of the sacred jihad of the defenders of the Iranian land. We have not forgotten and will not forget the experiences of America's breaches of promise and malicious acts. Just as we will not forgive the heinous crimes committed by them and the Zionist regime during the course of the second and third imposed wars. Today was a busy and long day for the delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran in Islamabad. Bro is not principled on AI slop. Yes, I'm not. It seems I'm not. I thought I was. Iranian Turk unks love American conspiracy theories, by the way. I know a few unks on both sides, and they love American conspiracy theories like Tupac and Illuminati. That's why it's president of the videos. Yeah, of course. I mean, there was a George Floyd mention. That's another one of the things, like, every single global leader in the Muslim world condemned America for George Floyd. Every single one. Erdogan did it. Yahya Sinwar talked about it famously on Vice in I think literally his last ever interview that he gave in person. That was like a huge deal for the Muslim world. They all were like, look at the way America treats its its black citizens and its brown citizens. This is literally international news. This isn't consuming slop on Meta or something. We're looking at a state propaganda chat. Stop trying to be woke. You aren't pulling it off. What is this? Unironically, AI blackface. It's fine because Iran is generally on message with the treatment of black Americans. It's just interesting as a black person seeing rap be used by a foreign country for what it always has been, political discourse. It's good. It is still what it is. I mean, I think there's a universality to music in general at this point, right? I mean, rap music as well. I think Mahmoud Ahmadinejad must have made that video. Yeah, Iranian unks do love. This is literally Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, who didn't die, by the way. And we found out that he wasn't dead from Patrick Bet David. All of the things that I just said are true. Okay? Former president of Iran, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, was thought to be assassinated in the first wave of hits that America and Israel conducted on Iran. And the only reason why we found out he wasn't dead is because Patrick Bet David was supposed to interview him that week. And Patrick Bet David confirmed that he had not died. Yahya Sinwar literally said he wanted to address the American people and proceeded to equate the racist murder of George Floyd with the same imperialist violence Palestinians face every day. It was so eloquent and important, and so few people even heard of him. Oh, so few people even heard him. Yes. Happy 50th birthday to a legend. As Tupac would say himself, people die, but legends live forever. Hashtag Tupac. Because any day they'll push the button and all come in like Malcolm X or Bobby Hutton. Hashtag West Side. Former President of Iran, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, 11:33 a.m., June 16th, 2021. Yeah, former Iranian President Ahmadinejad's team reached out to us this morning to inform us that he's still alive. Stay tuned. That's a real thing that happened, bro. That's a real thing that fucking happened, bro. That's so, like, what a world we live in, man. What a fucking time to be alive. Unbelievable. What is this?
Do you do IQ test here?
Yep, that's what we do.
Okay, because I think I need one.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. Why do you need one?
Well, I've had some people lately telling me I have a low IQ.
Ooh, shots fired. Gosh, who's been telling you that?
Well, some people online have been telling me that, like the president, and even my dogs are looking at me a little bit condescendingly now.
Well, we'll find out. So with this IQ test, I'll just ask you a series of simple, really common sense questions, and you just give me your best answer.
I'm actually kind of a little bit nervous right now.
Oh yeah, you should be, because if you turn out to be what some would call a low IQ nut job, then you're pretty much a lost cause.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
He's a great actor. Bro, Alex Jones has performed in some legendary movies, like unironically. Sure, he's played himself in them, but... he has been in a bunch of movies.
First question, which word doesn't belong?
Yeah, he was in Scanner Darkly. Yeah, he's been in numerous Richard Linklater movies. Waking Life.
Wrong. Apple, banana, carrot, orange.
Is it carrot?
Very good, because it's not a fruit and all. It's clever. Next question. Who would be...
Wait, Prem. All right. We got a special guest in the building. Here, you got to pull that chair from up there. Or you can just bring one of those. Oh, okay. That's right. Premium guest. Premium Prem in the building. Yeah. Zeteo Premium.
How we doing, baby?
What's good? All right, Prem Talker in the building, everybody. He's here visiting from D.C. Instead of harassing congresspersons in the halls of the Capitol, he's here instead taking notes all day. He's doing a day in the life for Zeteo. So
I think...
what's your honest assessment so far? Because you've been with me since last night. You got looped into, you got to also get close to the microphone, but you got looped into doing a Q&A last night at the event that we were at. What's been, I mean, you've seen up close at least parts of my day in the life.
I think, well, first off, I think it's important that we acknowledge that your fit is actually totally fine today. I know at the beginning of this.
Thank you. There was a lot of people talking shit. Yeah.
No, it's pretty good. And he doesn't even need to stand. I know he doesn't want to.
Yeah.
Which is okay. And I also think people in the chat should drop their favorite Hasan fits.
That should not do that.
You know, let's gas you up a little bit.
No, they're not going to do that. They're gonna do not that. They're gonna send all the bad fits.
Yeah. Well, okay. I mean, obviously, you guys will have to read the profile when it comes out, but I think one thing that sticks out very much is just, and I was getting at this with you earlier, is your stamina to do all this is crazy. And I think one thing that you were talking about earlier was, you know, the amount of scrutiny you're under for 21,000 hours of your life.
Yeah.
To react to everything that all of your people that are listening to have to deal with as well. I think some would imagine it's surprising you don't react even more strongly to some of the things. But I mean, I don't want to give out too much. I'll just say people should read it. It'll come out soon, and you'll get, I think, a really good behind the scenes of what goes on in this guy's mind.
So is it a scale of 1 to 10? How anti-Semitic is he? It's like about an 11.
I mean, we should ask Felix Biederman. It sounds like he has strong opinions on this.
Yeah, he's mad that I'm not
explain
anti-Semitic.
this.
Well, he always says that. He says that I talk about anti-Semitism too much.
He thinks you're overcompensating.
Well, he thinks is like he just gets annoyed. He's like, you don't have to do that all the time. But you know, I think that there's a different standard. He also is just jealous.
Yeah.
That nobody ever
He's
calls
not
him
on the
an
list.
anti-Semite. Yeah, he's trying.
He's
trying quite a bit.
ADL hasn't had him on, or the StopAntisemitism.org hasn't had him on the top 10 list on this Rachel.
Never.
He's gunning for it though.
He's gunning for it. He's been trying so actively and aggressively to get on the list, but he's just not. They're not putting him on the list.
Yeah.
So,
do you? I mean, you asked me like what I think. Obviously, there's a lot of people writing about you. Do you feel like you self-perceive when people are covering you and profiling you and things like that? Or is it just a habit now?
No. I mean, I've done this like 1,000 times at this point. So it's just that I just do the same thing that I would be doing anyway.
Yeah.
Whether there's someone writing notes or not, especially because there's 30,000 people watching everything that I do anyway.
Right.
So it doesn't change the dynamic when there's one additional person in the room.
Yeah.
Watching from afar, taking notes.
Yeah. What was it like when you first started streaming?
It was tough. It was difficult to manage the chat, but I didn't have like as big of a profile, obviously.
Right.
And there was like 35 people, watching while I played Fortnite with Felix and Noah Colwyn. And I strapped on a camera to a PlayStation 5 or PlayStation 4, I think. And that's how I started doing it. So it was very different. It was a very different situation. But I don't know. I don't see I don't see like a major difference in my style and in the way that I manage my community from 3,000 people to 10,000 people to 30,000 people. And in certain instances, even like when there's 300,000 people in here on major events, not much changes from my perspective.
Yeah. What about your psyche? I mean, obviously you did the Young Turks and stuff like that, but you went from streaming to 35 people to 30,000 people. And as you said, 21,000 hours of doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you've thought about maybe, I don't know, I don't want to say I'm sure, but like.
What, thought about quitting?
No. Well, I mean, we'll get into that too.
Retiring? No, I haven't.
No, but I mean in terms of like your psyche, let's say. Like.
I don't know.
Just your mental.
I don't think about it at all because I've been through like way worse instances. And what actually, in my experience, what actually bothers me the most is like moments where, like I go to Nevada and Bernie Sanders wins, and then there's a lot of hope for a better future. And then, Super Tuesday happens. Like that is infinitely more crushing for me than anything else. Like I don't really care about people smearing me. I've had to withstand that for years.
Yeah.
So I'm used to it.
You were saying earlier on the stream, and some people might remember this, when you said, like some people would say like, how are you not? I mean, I think you said like, how have you not been killed? How have you not ended it all? Because of kind of just like the amount of insanity.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you put it that way?
I mean, that's just what people that experience all of this, they think it's crazy to keep up with all of it. And that's usually the treatment or the first reaction that I get. But I don't know. I just don't have any, I don't think about it like that at all. Like I don't have any issues with what I do, because at the end of the day, I feel like this is a successful mode of communication, and I'm capable of building a community. I feel like I do have an impact, and what I do has meaning. So, slowly but surely, I feel like I'm advancing the goals I've set out for myself. So I just keep trucking, you know?
One thing I was thinking about.
I'm very mission focused.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think the mission is?
Hopefully, changing American politics and therefore the world in some meaningful way, in a better direction.
Earlier, obviously, you were responding to one thing, which is, well, actually responding to other people responding to, like the CNN segments about you. The Jam Boys were talking about it. Shout out that show. They're really great. I've been wondering a lot about this, and I'm curious what you think. Over the past few weeks, I feel like this dynamic that I think people in our ecosystem, whether it's streamers or journalists, we're navigating this thing where, like, you're trying to talk to a bunch of people across the country, maybe across the world. You're trying to instill your values or, like, poke them, prod them, whatever you're trying to do. But you're trying to connect with a lot of people. And it feels like oftentimes you or our friends or colleagues, whatever, are, like, responding to everyone but that. Like, in our media ecosystem, so much of the outlets will focus on you or your comments or things that are so removed from the things that you're often focusing on. And it, like, the whole media circus just ends up being focused on you or, like, other things within the media. And it feels like there's just, like, a divergence in, like, where you're speaking to people and we're kind of just speaking to each other.
We saw a version of that with the campus protests, with the student encampments, right? Where American media was not responsive to the violence that we were participating in, and our moral culpability, and instead hyper-focused on, like, campus mania, because a lot of the people in media came from those schools, like Ivy Leagues, Columbia, and the like, and they were laser focused on the feelings of, or even the perceived feelings of certain groups, people who were pro-Israel. And that's what drove discourse. And I think it's partially because we're deeply selfish. We're deeply selfish people. And partially because the purpose of mainstream media is never to, like, dig deep and offer analysis, but instead to engage with these sorts of distractions, oftentimes to successfully disparage the movement, to not have that conversation about why these kids are out there protesting, what they're protesting for, and instead focus on how they're protesting, or even worse, how that makes other people feel. And it's the same principle with the last 2 weeks of Democrats need to disavow Hasan discourse. It's even sillier than the previous round of disparaging a movement by lying and smearing the students that are engaging in a moral act. That we will probably reflect back on positively many, many years down the line. But this one's even sillier because, like, this has direct impact on people's lives. Let's say the genocide that was happening in Gaza did not have an immediate impact in your life. So the only way that you can associate with the story was through the drama of, how college campus students were making other people feel. But in this circumstance, we are directly impacted. Our military's out there. Our tax dollars are being wasted. And yet you still see this incredibly silly conversation take place over and over again. And I do think that the average American has the capacity to see through it, especially because most people now want to talk about Israel. Most people now want to talk about why we're blowing up Iran, rather than the statements made by a Twitch streamer.
Obviously, your comments do have a lot of import, and I think, offline, you and I will talk more about things that you've said and whatnot. But how does it feel that so much of the political apparatus, the American mainstream media, members of Congress, focus so much on something that you say, a streamer? Like at a basic level.
It's just, we're silly people. We're a bunch of silly bitches in America. That's what it is. I mean, it's totally ridiculous, right? I feel like this is not how a serious country operates. I mean, it's also like the whole conversation around like civility is also incredibly stupid, because Donald Trump has won 2 elections at this point, and he was never civil at all. He was very direct with his language. So the fact that the Democrats are trying to limit themselves and the way that they communicate for no real reason whatsoever, or perhaps even for more nefarious purpose, the ulterior motive there is because they simply don't want to have that conversation at all, is ridiculous. I think what matters most to regular Americans are what your values are, and not how they try to disparage what you represent in 17-second increments. I stream for 10 hours. I don't stream for 17 seconds. No one communicates in 17 seconds. It's a totally ridiculous standard to apply to people, and you only do that in order to disparage the messenger, because you can't actually hear the message. You don't want to hear the message. You don't want to have a conversation about the message.
Who do you think you are? And when I ask that, I mean, like, in years past, wherever you got into streaming for whatever reason, you started streaming, you were in the Young Turks, you did all these things. Years later, you're who you are now. There's so much media focused on you for all these reasons you just mentioned. When you see yourself, like, what do you think you're doing? Like, do you see yourself as a streamer? Do you see yourself as something more, as a commentator, as a political operator? Because, you're going to these public events now. You're going on campaign stumps. Who do you think you are?
I'm a political commentator. That's what I say. That's what I've been saying for years, even when I was, not as well known, and that's who I still am. That's how I see myself, at least. Someone who is just a regular person, who's been profoundly successful, because I was endlessly fortunate. I was super lucky, and I don't take this position for granted, and I try to do the most with it. The position of influence that I found myself in, try to do the most with what I have.
Yeah. Before I keep asking you a bunch of questions and chatting at you, I want to make sure how much time you got. How much time do we got?
Well, I was going to end it here, and then we can do the actual interview.
Yeah.
But, thank you for coming on, Prem.
Thank you, man. And thanks, chatters, for saying hello.
He sounds a little bit like Daily Dose of the Internet, right? Yeah, we were watching Alex Jones' video, but I'll be live tomorrow, everybody, to make sense of this crazy world. Yes, Prem Tucker of Zeteo, political correspondent at Zeteo. Prem, what do you want to promote?
Well, yeah, Zeteo. You can. Oh, golly gee, sorry. You can find us at Zeteo.com. We're one of the few media outlets, I think, that are doing the kind of news coverage that you guys deserve. You can find me on Instagram, Prem, THAKK, and Twitter, Prem Tucker. And again, that's THAKKER. But otherwise, don't be strangers, guys. Appreciate you, and see you on the flip side.
All right, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Peace. Thank you, Prem, for being here. Bye-bye.
Cheers.